Can you see me? Yay! Oh, good. See, I want to share this. Yay, that's what I want to do.
Oh, we have it if you want us to share it.
Um. Oh, I'm just sharing us live.
Oh, okay, okay.
Uh-huh. I like it. That looks really nice. I love that. The CovidCon. CovidCon.
Let me know. Let me
Oh,
know when you're ready.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
Well,
Let's,
welcome back, everybody. We are here with CovidCon, and we have Faith Monique, Death Ranch actress, and her panel is going to be called Dun 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 Origin of a Scream Queen.
woohoo!
So we have a little pre-recorded interview that she did, and we'll let it roll with that. Thank you.
Yay.
You ready? I can
I'm
start
ready.
when you're. Yes,
I am
ma'am.
ready. Uh-huh.
Got you.
Hello, everyone, if you're watching.
Before we talk about your upcoming movie, I want our audience to get to know you first.
Okay.
I have 10 quick questions for you.
All right, let's do it.
What is your full name?
Faith Monique McCoy,
Where were you born?
Gary, Indiana.
Do you know the Jacksons?
That's I love Michael Jackson. That's actually a good question. My mother grew up not far from them, and our cousin Pam, God rest her soul, she is deceased. But her and Jermaine Jackson liked each other, and she called him one night. This is a true story. And the dad answered the phone and said, "Never call here again. He's not available. Never call here again." Truly, I could. I'm like, oh my word. But yeah, so I didn't know them, but my mother grew up close to them.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I do. I have two older sisters and one older brother.
What is your favorite drink?
My favorite drink is water,
What is your favorite food?
fruits and vegetables.
What is your favorite color?
My favorite color, all colors.
What is your favorite movie?
Joker,
Who is your favorite actor?
Joaquin Phoenix,
Who would you like to be in a movie with?
Zoe Saldana.
And do you have a celebrity crush?
I don't have a celebrity crush. I have a really amazing husband. He's I don't need a crush with him. He's super duper hot too. So,
Now let's talk about Death Ranch.
all right, let's do it.
Tell us about the plot of the movie.
Okay, so the plot is there's three siblings that are on the run from the cops. Their younger brother has just escaped prison, and they're helping him escape. And they decide to take shelter on their grandfather's ranch, which has been abandoned for years. Their grandfather has been deceased for years. And what they don't know is that the ranch is infested with cannibalistic KKK members and they're a cult. And so they're going to have to fight tooth and nail for their lives. But the question is, who will survive? Dun, dun, dun. One of the first things I was asked when I told people that I had gotten the role, they asked, "Are you gonna die first? Do you die in the movie?" So I'm like, "That's thanks. That's really encouraging."
Honestly, I was going to ask that too.
What? You? Oh, oh my. Okay, Faith. By the way, her name's Faith too. Um, you'll have to wait and see. Wow. Okay. No wonder they asked.
Who is your character in the movie?
My character is Angela Cobbs. She is the middle sister of Clarence Cobbs and Brandon Cobbs. And she loves them dearly and she's their rock. Yeah.
Tell us more about Angela Cobbs.
So Angela, I fell in love with Angela as soon as I read about her in the script. She's very strong. She's strong-willed. She's very independent and very confident, and she doesn't back down from a challenge. and she's fearless, man. She's everything I want to be in real life. And she loves her brothers so much that she'll give her life for them. She's an amazing person, and it was um, a phenomenal experience to play her. So, yep, that's Angela. Love her.
How did you prepare for this role?
Okay, how did I prepare? Lots of preparation went into it because I wanted to be very knowledgeable on everything. And when you're playing a role, you're becoming the character. It's not, it's not Faith Monique. It's the character in the film. So I first of all I read the script over and over and over and over again so I could understand what was going on. I mean, every jot and tittle, every word, every comma, every period, every punctuation, over and over and over. And then I took my character and I developed a backstory for her. She's a fictitious character, which was super duper fun, so that I could understand the way she talked and why she talked that way and why she thought that way, why she lived the way she lived. So I prepared her character, and then I did extensive research on the KKK, which was heart wrenching, but I had to do it just to see how they practiced and why they do what they do, and which is extremely sad. And then I hadn't held a gun in about 25 years. So I needed to get practice handling a gun. So I went to Walmart and I bought a Nerf gun. I bought a big old orange Nerf gun because the only big toy guns they had was the Nerf gun. And then I found a handgun that was also orange, plastic, and I bought that. They were super cheap, like $6.99, $7.99. And then I bought a black spray paint and spray painted them black so that they looked like real guns.
Mhm.
And I practiced with them inside, indoors, in our home. And I looked up on YouTube how to shoot and handle a gun. And so that's how I learned how to kind of hold a gun. And they taught me on set and everything. So that was really cool. And then one of the last things I did was physically, I felt like, from reading that I needed to be a good sprinter or, practice sprint. I hadn't sprinted in a long time. So we live near a track that has a nice football field. And so I would sprint back and forth just over and over, just sprint, 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 sprint. And then I wanted to practice screaming because I knew that I was going to be screaming. So I was sprinting and so I'm thinking the houses around where I was uh, training was probably like, what is she doing? There's no one out there. She's crazy. But I just thought, oh well, I have to do this. And so yeah, that's how I prepared. Lots of preparation. It was definitely worth it.
How were you chosen for this role?
I begged and begged and begged. Just kidding. No, you can't do that. I had to audition, and then he had us send in a monologue that dealt with the topic of the film, which is horror. He wanted a range of emotions within the monologue, so he
Mhm.
could see how we handled emotions. And then um, he had a Skype interview with me for about 30 minutes. And I was feeling good throughout the Skype interview. I was like, yes, I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this. Then at the end, he goes, okay, I have a lot of other people to talk to about this role. So I will let you know later if I choose you. Thank you. Goodbye. And I'm like, oh man, I'm not going to get it. I felt like, oh man. And the next day, he emailed me and let me know that I got it. So I was like, yes. Yeah, that's how I got it.
When and where was the movie filmed?
So it was filmed about a year ago. We're coming up on a year, May of 2019. And it was filmed in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Beautiful, beautiful town, very mountainous and lots of wildlife. I had never even heard of Hendersonville. And ironically, one of our cast members is from Hendersonville. His family lives there, so I'm sure that was nice for him to be able to film a movie and spend a lot of time with them. Producer's parents' property is where we filmed in a very rickety old barn, but it was just gorgeous. Big old wild turkeys, deer, lots of. I found a yellow turtle. I was like, what in the world? Have you ever seen a yellow turtle?
No.
Me neither. It was yellow with like a black strip.
We
I'm not
have
gonna.
yellow turtle.
I know. I didn't know either. It was the strangest thing, but yeah, that's where we filmed.
What made you want to work on this project?
I need a job. Oh my word. I think I'm kind of funny. I should maybe, if this doesn't pan out, I should maybe become a comedian. No, I'm just kidding. No, I shouldn't. Um, what was the question? Oh my, what was the question?
What made you want to work on this project?
Oh, okay. The script was phenomenal. The writing, the director, who is Charlie Steeds, is a phenomenal writer, and everything that he wrote, every word, I just thought, oh my goodness. And like I said before, my character, Angela, I just thought, man, she's wonderful. And the plot of the film, I just thought, oh, I want to be a part of this. So that's what made me want to work in the film. Just the amazing story and all the action. I love action and running and shooting, and especially when a lady is doing some of it too. It just really drew me to the project. Yeah.
What was it like working with director Charlie Steeds?
Oh, director Charlie Steeds is it was like a dream. It didn't feel real because you don't meet very many people in life like director Charlie Steeds. He was amazing and has a leadership skill in a different way. He's a funny guy too. More dry humor. He's not trying to be funny, just hilarious. And it was wonderful to work for someone every day that cares and has compassion and respects you, and just kind people. He's so kind, and then an excellent director. He knew exactly what he wanted when he wanted it. On a set, a director will say, moving on, or next, or we got it. And when he would say that, I trusted him. It took me a minute. The first day I was like, oh, am I doing a good job? But after the first day, I knew that when he said moving on, he got it. And one word that he says all the time when he liked to take, brilliant, brilliant. He's from London, England. I didn't tell you that. The director lives in London, England. And so that's why we had to do the Skype
Hmm.
interviews. He cast us from over there, which is amazing. I know the amount of faith, no pun intended, the amount of faith that he had to have to put us all together, having never physically met us, is still just baffles my mind. But anyway, working with him and for him, an experience of a lifetime. Yeah, I hope I get to do it again someday.
Was it scary filming a horror film?
No, it was not scary. It was hilarious. Isn't that crazy? And super fun. So this movie has a lot of blood in it. Horror films have a lot of blood. The blood obviously is fake, but the blood would be in water balloons, and which was cool. These balloons would explode. You're thinking in your mind, like, normally water would come out, but it's blood. And then I got to hold the blood and mush it together. Oh, it was so much fun. But it's more hilarious. But what will be scary is watching the film. The director has sent us a few clips,
Mhm.
and especially the most recent clip. And me knowing the whole story and plot line, I was on the edge of my seat, like, what's going to happen? Is he going to shoot? What's going to happen to that girl? Like, oh, I was kind of jumpy. So it'll be scary to watch, I think, but to film it, it was mostly laughs. It was really really fun.
Will we see a lot of action in this movie?
Yes, lots of action. Like I said before, lots of running, lots of shooting, and yeah, it's a thriller. So yeah, lots of action.
CovidCon has given you a nickname, Scream Queen. Can you give us a taste of that right now?
You want me to scream right now?
Yes.
Can I save it for Can I let them see what my scream sounds like in the movie? It's just tough because I'm not scared right now.
Hmm.
So, and even I can wait. I don't have to scream right now. Yay! Thank you. Um, in the movie, it's made up. It's not real. But to the actor, it has to be reality, so that through the screen, the truth is portrayed in each
Hmm.
character. And so while we were filming, I did feel scared. I felt, with the storyline, whatever the scene was, what they were running away from, or why they were running. I did feel scared. So that scream came from somewhere. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I'm gonna the audiences around the world hear my scream. Why am I the scream queen? No, I don't think they'll care.
I hear you have a pretty intense scared face. Can you show us?
Okay, my scared face. You're right. I don't think that was very scary. Well, once again, it's not coming from anywhere. I'm not scared. So, but in the film, I was, like I said, I was scared, so it was more true. It was truthful. But
What were some of the coolest scenes to film?
some of the coolest scenes, boy, they were all really cool. Let me talk about one though. One maybe more technical one. So there was one day where we filmed about 2.5 hours in a car. So, like I said earlier, the film takes place in the 1970s, and they had a 1970s Cadillac. Now, back then, the cars were huge. This big old red Cadillac. It was so gorgeous. We got to ride around that thing. Again, Hendersonville is this beautiful, like mountainous area, and that was so fun. And they happened to pick a day where there were no cars on the road. So I believe there was one time that there was a car behind us, so we all had to pull over. But that was it. There were no cars on the road, and it was like the perfect day. And we're winding around in this big old convertible. It was a convertible. I meant to say Cadillac just now, but it was also a convertible. But we had the top pulled up. That was such a cool car. But the process was cool to me. I'd never seen this before. You always see it in movies, and I always wondered, how are they shooting the car? So what it was we were in what it was to make sense. We're in the car, and there is the van in front of us. It was an SUV actually. The camera crew was in the back of the van on their tummies filming us, and we were driving. It was very safe. We were driving fairly slow, but so their cameras were in the back of the van, and they're driving. We're trailing them. We had to trail them fairly closely, and they filmed us that way. That was a cool process to me. So that was definitely on the top of the list. And then once again, any scene where we had to run and where I had to scream and be scared, that was so cool. That was really fun. Really fun for me. So
Okay, let's play fact or fiction.
okay, yes.
I'll give you a statement and you have to answer fact or fiction, then explain your answer.
Okay,
You ready?
I'm ready.
Wait. I'm sorry. Faith Monique is your stage name, not your real name. Fact or fiction?
That's fiction. Faith Monique is my real name. Yep, I was born with that name. Yeah.
Gabrielle Union is your second cousin. Fact or fiction?
That is fiction. Fiction. She's not. I've never met her before.
Since filming Death Ranch, you have lost 40 pounds. Fact or fiction?
Fact. Yeah, I did lose 40 pounds. I just wanted to feel better, and I wanted to have a healthier body and have more energy. And yeah, and I'm not done yet. I'm still working out 6 days a week and eating less, and I have a goal. And yeah, I'm almost there. Yeah.
There is a lot of ad lib in the dialogue within the film. Fact or fiction?
Fiction. Charlie Steeds wrote the script so um, so perfectly. We did not have to add one word. Every word that you hear in the film is was on the paper. It was ingenious the way he wrote this script. I do remember one time it was a very intense scene with the bad guy. I asked him, "Can I say this word before the rest of my line?" He said, "Sure." That is the only time for me that an extra word, that's one word out of a very long script, but the writing was so great. There was no ad lib. Nope.
You were a contestant on NBC's The Voice. Fact or fiction?
Well, that's fiction. I auditioned for The Voice and never made it out of the cattle call. So a cattle call is when there's like a thousand or thousands of people there to audition. and I never even made it to the rounds. So they told me, no, ma'am. If people don't know, it's a singing competition, a national singing competition. And so, no, I was never a contestant.
Your mother grew up near Michael Jackson. Fact or fiction?
That's actually a fact. That's why it was funny to me when you earlier when you said, "Do you know the Jacksons?" I was like, "Huh, I don't know them," but yes, my mother did.
You hate sports. Fact or fiction?
Ooh, that's fiction. I'm a sports fanatic. Um, Growing up, I was born in Gary, Indiana. Growing up in the Chicago area, there's tons of sports teams, tons of professional sports teams. So here's my list. I'm a Chicago Bears fan, Chicago Blackhawks fan. I'm a Chicago Cubs fan and Chicago Bulls fan. Yeah, huge, huge sports fan.
Some of the cast members did not get along. Fact or fiction?
That's another fiction, lots of fiction. We all got along, I could almost say perfectly. As soon as we met each other, we automatically became like brothers and sisters. Everyone. Um, Director Charlie Steeds has a publicist from Australia, and he came on set for a few days. He was in town, I believe, for a wedding. He came on set for a few days, and he was amazing. Everyone was phenomenal. And like I said before, I don't know how the director did casting us, having being in London, England, casting us via Skype in our audition. I don't know how he did that because we could have been crazy, and then he could have been crazy. I guess we all had faith and believed that everybody was going to be normal, but yeah, we all got along really, really well. Mhm.
Director Charlie Steeds ate a Frito-Lay chip for the first time on set. Fact or fiction?
Fact, finally a fact. Yeah. I think we were all sitting around, like, he was probably annoyed, but we were picking his brain. So, do you guys eat this in England? Do you guys eat this? What do you? And then finally we got to one, and I was eating Fritos at the time. I said, "Have you ever had a Frito? You know, the corn chips? Have you ever had a Frito?" He said, "No." I said, "What?" And so I actually still have the video on my phone. I was like, I got to get a video of this. He had his very first Frito potato chip or corn chip. I said, "Did you like it?" He goes, "It's all right. It's all right." So yeah, that's fact.
This was the director's second time in America. Fact or fiction?
Fact. I thought that was awesome. I was like, yes, I hope we are making your experience amazing. His first time in America was Disney World. I want to, yes, Disney World. Yes, Disney World, Florida. That's how he said it. And his second time was to film this movie. Yeah, fact.
One of your scenes took 9 hours to film, and you stayed in character all day, not even breaking to eat. Fact or fiction?
That is fact. I was ready for this day. I knew it would take all day. And this is the scene that we filmed at the bottom of the producer's parents' home. And yes, it took 9 hours. And it's really, really intense, really, really emotional, really, really heart wrenching. And I knew that I wanted to feel her pain. There's only a certain amount of pain that she was going through that I could feel with what happens in the scene that I won't go into. I don't want to give away any spoilers, but I wanted to feel her pain. I wanted to feel hunger. There's no way I could do this scene with food inside of me. No, I know it sounds silly, but I wanted to feel the pain. I wanted to feel hunger. I wanted to feel the position that she's in, those 9 hours that I was in. It was uncomfortable, and I wanted to feel it. And the director would constantly say, "Do you need a break? Do you need a break? Are you okay? Are you okay?" Actually, everyone in the scene was constantly asking me because I had to be in that emotional state for me to truly be her in that scene. I had to be, so all day I was emotional, 9 hours straight. Everyone was asking me, "Are you okay, Faith? Do you need water? Are you okay?" I took one break. I went upstairs to go to the restroom, and that was it. Because if I hadn't done that, it wouldn't have been real to me. I don't feel like I would have been truly embodying her. And I think it will translate through the screen because it was so real to me. If it's real to you as an actor, it's going to be real to the audiences. And yeah, it was beautiful though. I loved it. I loved every part of that scene. There's something, I'm not going to say if it's a thing or a person, something you'll see in the movie that was about 300 or more pounds that was on me that I could feel. And I wanted to feel it. I did not ask for it to be adjusted because I wanted that to be part of the pain that she felt. I made sure my back wasn't breaking or anything like that.
Mhm.
But yeah, I know that was a long answer, but that was fact. That was an intense day. Yeah, but beautiful, beautiful.
Thanks for playing.
Welcome.
Who took the longest in hair and makeup?
That's me, not because I'm a lady, but because my face gets bruised up so much in the film. The makeup artist, again, Ashley Hamilton, love you, girl. She would bruise my face up with makeup every morning, so that probably took the longest. Yeah.
Did any of the cast members struggle remembering lines?
Oh, not really. There was never like a struggle. Everybody was so well prepared. I have to give a shout out to one. I will say his name, Mr. Scott Skurlock. If he even watches this, he came on set for 2 or 3 days, and he was so prepared. He came from a long ways away too. I can't remember where, but a long ways away. Oklahoma. I'm getting mixed up a little bit, but he was so well prepared. He had very long paragraphs in his lines. He knew every word, and his character was so real. So I think I did tell him, you are phenomenal. But if I didn't, you are phenomenal, Mr. Scott Skurlock. Thank you for being so well prepared for those few days.
Is it true that you had a pre-game ritual before going on set?
Before going on set, oh, I don't know if it's a ritual, but I would play basketball. Basketball is my favorite sport. And so there was a basketball hoop there with a ball, and I would shoot around. The movie is so grindy and so sweaty. It was okay if I got a little sweaty. It would kind of add it to everything. But yeah, I would play basketball just to kind of loosen up and get ready for the scenes. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Mhm.
What was it like being the only woman in the main cast?
Oh, being the only woman, it it was amazing. Not just because I was the only woman, but because I was able to work with men. It was all men. Our makeup artist, as I've said a couple times, she was a woman, but that was it. As far as in the cast, yeah, I was the only lady, and it was amazing. These men, obviously, I didn't tell them to their face, but again, if they watch this, they'll hear me say this. Wonderful, perfect gentlemen. I never felt uncomfortable. It was a wonderful experience.
What are some things you are horrified of in real life?
Horrified in real life. I hate roaches. Like roaches indoors, that it just creeps me out. Oh, I mean, you want to hear a scream? I hear a roach. We lived in an apartment. This was before I was married. Me and my brother in a wooded area, and these big for about a week, these big old water bugs were getting in our apartment. And I know it was because we're in the South, because it happened with my sister. They lived in South Carolina, and they had the same problem. And then they had the term Terminator. Is it called a Terminator? Exterminator. They had the Terminator come in and terminate. Oh my word. The exterminator. Oh my word. Come in. You're not laughing anymore. Oh my goodness. I'm laughing too long. I thought you were still laughing. Sorry. The exterminator came in, would come in. What are we even talking about? Oh, the water. Oh, roaches. Anyway, and got rid of them. But these big old. Have you ever seen a water bug?
Yes.
Freaky. And I'm already scared of roaches. They're in the roach family. But it wasn't because of filth or anything, but it's just the wooded area. They would just come in, but then we got rid of them within like a week. They're so big though. Ugh. So anyway, roaches and public I'm terrified of public restrooms. I feel like public restrooms know that I'm scared of them. I see the worst things. I'm like, why do I always have to see this? I see the worst things in public restrooms. It's crazy. So yeah, those are my two biggest fears.
I hear that you play the piano and sing. Can you sing for us?
What? Oh yeah, I do. I took piano lessons when I was little. Wait, don't you play the piano, right?
Mhm.
Oh, nice. Do you practice, Faith?
Yes.
Did you practice yesterday?
Yes. Lastly, What did you learn from working in this film? And what do you want the world to take away from watching this film?
Again, without giving away any spoilers, I think I've done a good job. You have no idea what's going to happen in the movie, right?
No.
Yes. No spoilers. So what I learned was every part of a film production is equally important. It's not just the actors. We're the ones who are seen on the screen. I want to say a special thank you, if I could, to the cameraman, to the hair and makeup department, to the craft services, all of the crew. Without you all, this film wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much. Thank you. And what do I want people to take away from the film? I just want them to have a great time. I want them to look at the film. I want them to be on the edge of their seats. I want them to be jumping. I want them to be in suspense. I want them to having a good anxiety. I don't want them to have like a heart attack or anything. But I want them to really enjoy the film and say afterwards, wow, that was amazing. That's what I hope. I hope they just love it, like we loved making it. Is that the last question?
Mhm.
Wow, Faith, you're amazing. You're such a great interviewer. Have you done this before? Oh, very nice. Very nice. Before we go, if I could also quickly say, I want to thank some people. A big thank you to the Mertes family. We filmed on their property. Thank you so much for your generosity. They have a big, beautiful home. Thank you so much. Thank you for caring for us and taking care of us the way you did. Thank you to our producer. Our producer is their son, Aaron Mertes. Thank you. You are amazing. Another really funny guy. And he makes movies as well. He's really cool. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the films that you have made this year. Thank you for your generosity and your kindness and for making us look good on screen. I also want to thank Dylan Young, Ashley Hamilman. Thank you for your services to us, making our sound great, making our food, our hair, our makeup. Thank you so much. And I want to thank DeAndre Teagle, um, Scott Skurlock, and Travis Cutner. Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient with me and being so kind to me and making me feel so comfortable as we filmed this masterpiece. And lastly, to director Charlie Steve, thank you for believing in me and giving me the responsibility and trusting me with the responsibility of playing such a phenomenal character as Angela, and for giving me an opportunity to do what I love most, and that is act. Thank you so much.
So,
Yay!
how'd you like that? Did it work out real well?
It was perfect.
Okay.
Wow, wonderful.
You have a question here from Larry Hoy.
Okay. Who is your interviewer or relative? She is doing such a good job. My interviewer is one of my piano students. I teach piano lessons to children, and she is one of my piano students whose name happens to be Faith. We have the same name. And I asked her to interview me, and her father recorded us, and it just worked out perfectly. She's a great young lady, and she plays the piano very well too. So thank you. I'll let her know that you said that she did a great job.
Now this is echo. Hold on. Hold on. That better? Okay. So Robert will be back. He had power outage at his home. So Miss Faith, how was it working on the movie?
It was an experience of a lifetime, and for most of us, this was our first, possibly all of us, our first leading roles in a feature film. And I wouldn't have wanted to work with any other director than Charlie. Can you hear me?
You're good.
Oh, okay. I hope I'm not echoing. I forgot the earbuds.
No, you're fine.
Oh, good. Okay. But it was an amazing experience that I could have never expected. It was wonderful. A lot of hard work. We filmed about a year ago, and it was some days were really hot. We had some days where it rained, So we would have to wait for the rain to stop or wait. But it was hot, and it was filmed outdoors in the woods, and we had lots of bug spray. But it was a fantastic experience. Just wonderful. Yeah.
Blake?
Let's see. Um, have you run into any strange stereotypes as far as being a scream queen goes? That maybe you only would act in a certain kind of film, or that you now only get typecast for a certain film?
No, not yet. And since the film hasn't been, we'll see what happens once the film is released and everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So no one has seen it. No one knows really any of us actors. So yeah, I love that question. We'll see what happens here in the next several months when everything starts coming out, the trailer and stuff like that. So.
Awesome.
Is this going to be a nationally released movie, like released nationwide, major motion picture studio type thing? From what I've read into it, is what I'm asking.
Boy, that's a good question. I'm not sure. So as far as like the distribution, I'm not sure about that. I know what the director did tell us is that it's going to go through festivals, film festivals over the summer. And I think I'm not familiar with it. I'm only familiar with the acting side, but I think it just depends on how well it does in the film festivals.
Gotcha.
Our director just had a film. I don't know if you all have heard of Raven Banner for horror films. It's a huge horror film festival. And Cannes?
Cannes Film Festival?
One of his horror films I believe The Barge People just screened it at the Cannes Film Festival.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
And it's he's his production company, and he's from London, England. So yeah, we'll just see how the reception is, how well the film does in the festivals, and we'll see. I sure hope so. I hope it's in movie theaters. I hope it takes over the world.
We can see you on the billboard lights.
Yep.
You know. Is there anything you want to talk about yourself? Anything going on in your own life right now? During this quarantine situation.
Unprecedented in this, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Boy, this is crazy. We're very blessed. I think, as you all know, I teach piano lessons. And I hadn't even thought of doing virtual piano lessons until a parent said, when it wasn't as serious here in Alabama, she said, we're really not comfortable. We'd rather, she wasn't being rude, but she said, we'd rather you, not come.
Exactly.
You consider doing lessons online. I had never done an online lesson in my life. I've been doing this for 10 years. Until she suggested that. I said, sure. I thought she was going to say, because I did have some parents say, we're no longer going to do lessons until this is over. And so I did lose some students. But she said that, and I said, sure. And now all of my students, which I have a lot, are doing online lessons, and it's been amazing. So that's a great thing financially. I was signed on to some projects that did cancel indefinitely due to this. But I'm just really thankful to be healthy and to be doing well. My own sister, who also lives here in Alabama, she actually contracted the COVID-19. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And pretty severely. And so, but she made it through. It's a serious thing. It's unbelievable how some people don't take it serious or think it's just the government or whatever. It's a real thing. We have to definitely take precautions. But and I don't know if you all know, Robert Alsop is in the film. We actually did a long scene together. Did he tell you all that?
I heard inklings.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it. He kind of told us, as we were doing this, he's like, oh yeah, I know Faith. Me and Faith are friends. I'm like, oh, cool. And he's like, yeah, it's great. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's
So
okay.
we're up close and personal. I don't want to give away any spoilers.
Right, yeah. You never told us any of that.
But honestly, you were one of the first names when Robert and I were thinking of doing this together. It's like, I got to get Faith in on this. This is totally up her alley.
Oh, thank you so much. This is so cool. This is amazing.
Let's see.
Yeah.
See if there's any questions fixed anywhere. Not yet.
Mm-mm.
So, but it's really awesome to see you out here and getting your name in the lights. And we may not be in front of 1 million people, but the 15, 20 that are active right now are happy to have you.
And we
Yeah.
hope that you spread this out.
Yep. Tell your friends all
that
weekend
sounds
long.
bad. Spread this out like hey, just
We are
share
CovidCon.
this. We are CovidCon, but
Yeah.
share this with your friends. Share it with your family. Let everybody see it. There will be
Mhm.
replays later.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so everybody can go back and watch it. Just make sure that we're sharing this so people can get in on this. With all the great
Sure.
guests we have. We
Mhm.
have Miss Faith Monique, and then next, at 6 p.m. we have John Anderson. We
Uh-huh.
had Al Cornell earlier this afternoon. That was wonderful. That was a
I
great
saw him a little bit.
interview.
That's awesome.
Right?
Awesome.
Yeah, he was great. You've been great. I mean, you still got 10 minutes. Whatever you'd like to
I know.
do.
Do you
It's
have
your
any?
show.
Do you have any projects that you want to start back up once things get going? Do you want to, reach out to some new places for roles that you didn't think you could now that you've had a little bit of time for some meditation?
Oh, I know.
Everyone's had a lot of time for meditation, so.
Right. You know what I've been doing is, we can't go to the movie theater or anything, but I've been watching. My husband likes to get the Blu-ray edition of films, and I'm always like, "Don't get the Blu-ray; it's more expensive."
It's
but
so
the-
worth it, though. If you
I
got a
know.
4K TV, it's yes.
I
It's
know,
like you're there.
and it's got all the special features. And I've been studying the directors. So the directors will commentate throughout the entire movie. Oh, and I literally have my notebook out taking notes. It's been amazing. And so I've been really enjoying that and just really realizing different roles. I mean, even comedy. I watched the movie the other day, Spy, which I'd seen before with Melissa McCarthy. And the director, I don't know his first name, but it's Feig. His last name is Feig. He's a big director.
Oh God, Paul Feig.
Yes, Paul Feig. I'm not even saying his name right. He said, all of you who want to be actors, when you're doing comedy, don't try to be funny. He said, commit to your character. Commit. And you don't want to ruin the moment with trying to make it something. Just commit to your character. And I wrote that down, and I'm like, I could do comedy. I could do all different types of genre. So I am one who, hopefully after the horror film, hopefully I'm not typecast. Of course, I'll just be thankful to get work. But I want to do all genres, sitcoms, horror, just all drama, romance. I mean, just all types of all genres. It's all super fun. And it's just so important that you become the character. One acting teacher, I love what he said. He said, acting should not be called acting because you're transforming yourself into the character, a real human, a real relatable person, not a character. You're not acting. I can always tell when actors are acting, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah, that's a deep rabbit hole to go down, though. I mean, especially method acting. That's deep.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, rest in peace, Heath Ledger. But I mean,
Oh,
I loved it. I believe he was
Yes.
the best Joker. But
Yes.
method acting can kill you. Let's just put
Yeah.
that out there. That's a warning. Method acting
We do
can
have
kill
a
you.
question
We do.
from Big Swag One from all the way from Twitch Land. When will this be released? And I enjoyed the interview.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It will be, I don't have a specific date, but the director, which is Charlie Steeds, he did say, again, over the summer, it will go through film festivals. And I believe he said early 2021, early 2021. So not a specific date, but definitely early 2021 for sure. Yeah.
And we also have a question. Is that a piano behind you? Could you play something for us real quick? You got a cool 8 minutes.
You got
You want to put a little something together for us?
Oh, I wish that is not a piano behind me. Does it look? Oh, it does kind of look like.
It looks like a baby grand.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's a TV.
Just kind of like a.
It looks like a stand-up piano. Yeah.
It does. It's actually a lamp, and a TV. And I'm at my mother's home. If I was at my home, I sure would play something. That would have been so fun.
Be cool to play show tunes, on the piano.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't have a piano, but maybe next time.
Hey,
Robert just chimed in on the phone, waiting for power to return. Sorry,
Yep.
Robert, that's at the moment, but we think we're handling as well as we can, right,
Yeah.
buddy?
Now,
I'm
Robert
usually
lives in Tennessee. Does he live in Tennessee?
He lives in
near
Memphis.
Memphis. Yeah.
I wonder if it, because we're in Alabama. Well, it's not as windy now. It was super windy.
Yeah, we
earlier.
just had a little rain in Middle Tennessee just a little while ago, so
Yeah.
it's cutting through pretty bad. So
And Big Swag
Yeah.
just popped in again from Twitch Land. Any projects on the horizon for you, Miss Faith?
I have a commercial that did get canceled due to the COVID-19, but just tons and tons of auditions, lots of auditions. That hopefully I'll hear from when all this is over, because there's nothing filming right now. One really, really cool audition that I had most recently was for a show called The President is Missing, and which will film in Virginia. And one of our former presidents is one of the executive producers. And so I'm really thinking, I would love to get that role. It was really fun and intense. So yeah, we'll see. Lots of auditions, and we'll see what happens. Keep working hard.
well, we got Larry Hoy. It's a two-parter, but there was a little bit of a misspell. I'm guilty of that as well. Faith, we would love to see you at Mid-South-Con 2021. It's a humongous convention in Memphis, Tennessee. It's a little bit of sci-fi, a little bit of authors, a little bit of horror, science fiction, the whole 9 yards. It's held at one of the larger convention centers out there, so it wouldn't hurt to say, hey, this is what I've been doing, and let me hop aboard, because it's just a little ride from Alabama to there.
Yeah.
So, so you might as well. It's a great con. I've been a couple of times. So.
That would be wonderful.
And conventions
sure.
are wonderful ways to get your foot in the door too. So
yeah, I'm not sure how to do you apply? I mean, I don't know how to do that.
You can apply as there's different ways. You can apply as, say, you have your own product that you sell. You could do it as a vendor. You can also go, hey, I want to get my foot in the door some more. These are the films I've been in, commercials I've been in, and from there, would you like to have me as a horror guest? Either, potentially, depending the size of the convention, it could be like a guest of honor thing, and which would be amazing. And that comes with some benefits depending on the convention, or just a standard guest, and you'll get a little 6x6 table, usually a little banner behind you, and you can sign autographs and, take pictures and fun
Talk
stuff.
with fans.
Yeah, it's kind of like what, Mike and I do for a living outside of regular work. We travel to conventions and do fun stuff. So, 16 weeks out of the year, I'm gone. So,
right.
So it's fun stuff. So, yeah.
We got another question here. Do you think moving to Atlanta or Los Angeles could be on the horizon? From Big Swag from Twitchland.
Okay, good question. Definitely a possibility. But what's really, really cool is that these days, your majority of your auditions are self-tape. So you do them at home. Now, obviously, there's a method. For instance, I have my cell phone here. If you're asked to audition, you don't take your cell phone and just do this. The audition, you need to have a camera. You can use your phone, but it has to be horizontal, not vertical. There's.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Which we learned all this in acting classes. You have to have a solid color background. You don't just go against the wall because there's going to be a shadow. Anyway, most of your auditions are self-tape. If they're interested in you, they'll call you in or fly you in. Obviously, if I landed a TV show or something like that, where I felt, not after the first season, we're not going to just uproot after one season, but definitely, that's definitely in the future. If I got a show, when you're filming a movie, you're gone for maybe 6 months or a year. So we wouldn't move. Our base would be here in Alabama. We wouldn't move for a movie. But a TV show could possibly, but I wouldn't move to Atlanta or LA to get more work. Not right now, because you can get cast from anywhere it's different than it was back in the day. It's just different now.
Yeah, it's a lot different now.
LA to make it big, or you don't have to be in LA to land a TV show. You can really be anywhere.
She's got a point about that. My buddy actually got cast for a ID show, Evil Twins, and he lives in Cleveland, Tennessee, which is BFE, Tennessee. And he got cast to play on a show. So she's right. You can do it just about anywhere now, and that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
amazing. That you don't have to move to LA or Atlanta or any of these
Not
big
anymore.
cities. You know,
Right.
right.
Right, not anymore. Now there are a lot of some of the casting directors do like you to be local, local hire, or to be. They do prefer you to. Of course, if I lived in LA, I'd probably be auditioning, you know, almost every day or most of the week, obviously. But we'll just taking it by ear. Right now, definitely no. There's no reason to uproot to get more work. But like I said, if a TV show ever moved me, we would be more than willing to definitely move for that. But yeah, that's a good question.
That's right. You tell them I want a per diem and I want my own house, you know, or
Right,
an
right.
apartment or something next
Yeah,
to the
per
set.
diem's the most
Mm.
most famous words ever
Yep.
for that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Until we've been working in cons too long.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
well, Miss Faith, it's been amazing having you here.
It's
I
been-
didn't think I would be on the screen this much, but since Rob is gone,
Oh, but you're so pretty, Blake. Come
look
on.
at me, so pretty.
That's right.
But it's been amazing having you here, Faith. If there's
Yeah.
any, you have like a IMDb yet or a website you want to promote? Do you want to
I
promote
do.
your piano lessons now that you're doing online classes?
Oh, that's true. I am doing online classes. Yes, if any of you have children, no matter where you are in the world, I guess now, my website is www.faithmonique.com. Fill out the form. There's a form on the website. Fill that out. I'll get your information in my email, and I'll email you some information. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Also, my IMDb page is, you can just Google Faith Monique IMDb. Just Google that, and that'll come up. You can see all my credits. Literally all of my credits, but possibly one. I have 11 or 12 credits, all in post production. Everything is releasing in 2020, 2021. So, but yes, please take a look at my IMDb. Just Google Faith Monique and it'll come up. And then again, my website for piano lessons is www.faithmonique.com. Yes, and Facebook is also Faith Monique. That's all the social media I have. I'm not a fan of social media.
She don't need the gram. She don't need the Twitter. You know, it's like,
I
hey,
I
don't.
don't blame you. I really don't blame you. If I wasn't doing stuff like this, I wouldn't have it either.
Me neither. I wouldn't even have Facebook. But it is I think it's important to have at least something to have, to form some type of platform. But yeah.
It's been a
posting an
pleasure.
ad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was going to get a picture of this screen of you cool guys.
Go ahead.
All right, go for it.
Yay! Awesome.
Awesome.
Everything is awesome.
Yeah. All righty. It's been a
Well-
pleasure.
Oh, I see something over here. You know what should I say? Is it a spoiler? I was to 330 pounds on her. In the interview, I said something was very heavy on me. Yes, and that is Robert. But that's all I'm going to
Oh.
say.
Where did you see that at? I don't even see that on our
it-
screen.
Oh, it's in the private chat.
In the private chat.
Oh.
I remember now what. Yeah.
That's a
Yep.
true story.
Mm.
Yep. I remember
Now
what
he's
he was
saying
talking
something.
about. Yep.
Yeah. Now we're just gonna keep that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It
There
was-
is what are those called again? Those are called I've signed one before. Do not. It's a DN. What is it?
DNA.
Yeah. DNA.
Actually, strangely enough, I signed one for the newspaper when I worked there because they were like doing announcements for video game consoles and stuff that were coming out. And some of them didn't have release dates. So I can't tell you about the Xbox that came out 25 years ago. So
Oh, wow.
Well, no, that's done expired by now. You know that.
no,
they do have
there was no release on it.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. So be careful what contract you sign too, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
But-
Right.
All right.
I think after 25 years, you'd be off the hook.
I know some sort of limitations there.
Right. Unless it said in
But-
perpetuity.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right, Miss Faith, it's been a pleasure. If you want to
Pleasure. Thank
stick
you.
around online, we're on twitch.tv/CovidCon, and we're also on the Facebook. Feel free
Awesome.
to meander around.
YouTube don't like us at the moment.
Yeah, we kind of broke
Really?
YouTube. Yeah,
I saw that YouTube. You some type
Yeah, a
of
TOS violation.
TOS.
with the
For
Hogan.
And that's
Huge.
crazy. That was on his IMDb page. And he had the rights to it
Yep.
because it's on his IMDb. And I played it, and they didn't like that. Nor did they like when we pulled the clip of him in Westworld.
Oh, I wish I wanted to see that clip. I don't know how to
Yeah.
find that.
You can.
clip.
He plays El Presidente. He plays the Brazilian president in Westworld just for that one scene where he's meeting with one of the big guys in the show, and he's sitting across from him. They're having a conversation in Portuguese, by the way. He did say that in the interview, and it's going back and forth.
That part of his interview.
Yeah, and it's just they didn't like it too much, and the clip was only maybe a minute or two, and they got really finicky about it. Yeah, it's like fair use, man, fair use. I mean, the actor's right here talking with us. He's right here. It's him in the clip. But he's like, well, he don't own the rights. And I could have put a disclaimer. We do not own the rights to this. We're just showing it because he's in the clip.
Right.
I know. I think I'm going to have to make a ticket for that here in a second.
Yeah. It's like, it'd be different if we were just showing it to everybody saying, hey, here it is.
Right.
And he's nowhere to be seen. But yet when he's right there in the video like you are, and he's right there beside it saying, hey, this is me.
Right.
You think they'd give us a little bit of fair play on that?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So.
Very interesting.
Very much. So we're getting all the kinks worked out as we're going along. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
Yeah, hopefully we have a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But we appreciate you for stopping by, Miss Fake.
No problem. This was wonderful. So fun. And so
sorry Robert couldn't be here. I really wish Robert was here right now. He'd be making us all cut up. So.
Right, I know.
As always.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he was on set too. Him and I think it was his wife.
Mm-hmm.
I think, or the other guy might have brought his wife. I can't remember, but yeah, they were hilarious. They were keeping us laughing.
Right, but thank you, Miss Monique. We appreciate your time today, and we hope you're staying safe, you and your family, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. And please watch us the rest of the day and see how you like it.
For sure, this is wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. Y'all stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
Take care. Bye now. All right. We are sourcing a Mr. John Anderson in just a moment.
The mysterious man.
You may have seen him in films like the new Jumanji film.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians of the Galaxy as well. All right. We're getting the new link sent over because our link here, ladies and gentlemen, expires every 3 hours and 59 minutes. So just because we have to, unfortunately, reboot and recycle. But it's been awesome having you all here. Numbers are looking pretty good for, pretty early in the day still. And it's going to be more and more awesome. Make sure you tell your friends, coworkers, spouses, former spouses, everything in between. Tell them all about it. And we can definitely make that happen. Let's see.
Need to drop that banner.
I'm running down the list right now. And done. All right.
There we go. So now you see our names. Hey,
look, I'm the 82 Skidoo again.
I'm Mike Mitchell.
Well, that's not a funny, fancy name.
No, it is a director's name, though, surprisingly. Good director. But as we're trying to source down our guest real quick, we want to make sure you go. I think Twitter is still live. Let me see if we got Galabon still on Twitter doing his D&D show right now.
Oh yeah,
so
we can jump in and do a couple of minutes of that while everything's going on. That should be awesome.
For sure.
And while that happens, do remember this is all free as of love of fandom. We don't really expect anything from anyone kind of deal. But if you are in the mood with your Trump bucks or whatever we're calling them nowadays, to donate a little bit to the guests that have shown up today so far and the ones that have yet to show up, please do a little chip in the digital jar. And let's see what we've got right now. Are we still live with Galabon?
Yes, we're still live with Galabon. He is still going. They're going strong, by the way.
And that
had over 700 views. Wow.
And that is a huge room, too.
Yeah, it is.
There's a ton of people in there, which if you want to go ahead and do that, covidcons.com will get you there. Let's see. Let me make this real quick.
For your rolls.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, that was the most important, though.
So it looks like they're in active battle right now, too, by the way. They're in initiative.
Yep.
Dang, something rolled pretty good on initiative at 23. My God.
23 is a high number for just about anything.
Yeah, I know.
Unless it's like a mirror world thing.
Right, Herc's going to pop out here.
Oh, my buddy James is playing.
Attack this one with his longbow.
Nice. James plays in my Thursday night game. Galabon does a Thursday night game, a Sunday game, and I think he does one on Saturday called The
Alright,
History of the World
and I'm gonna just
for
continue
D&D.
5, 10,
So
15,
check him out,
20,
DM Galabon.
25,
His Twitch
30.
link is right there at the top.
And I'm gonna hide over.
They're doing Red Company 5, a
Just
CovidCon
that
one-shot
far.
adventure that he wrote himself
And I'm gonna just
for
get cover behind on this side.
this convention. So let's check in with that right now while we're sourcing down our other guest. He might be fashionably late. He is in backstage.
In which we do not see, unfortunately.
I do not see him.
I just want to make sure that we had that, round 2 link, the E2B link, because unfortunately, again, we have to recycle the web address as well, which makes things fun for people that we tell them otherwise. So
it says, well, it posted it on the Twitch.
Feed is saying that they can't hear you either.
Somebody said they can't hear him.
They can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
No,
I can't hear you right.
I think they're
I can
talking.
hear GM. I just can't hear Chris.
Yep, same here.
Oh, talking about somebody in the
I was
game.
just saying on the Twitch
in the
feed.
game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow, somebody's actually watching the Twitch. Wow, that's cool. I mean, he's getting some interaction. That's amazing. That's what I hope that would happen for him.
That is
I do not
awesome.
see John here at the moment. Let me open this wide and see. No, he's not backstage. He is there. Backstage where? I'm looking at the
I'm
feed.
looking at the only backstage, unfortunately.
Right.
But
okay,
let's see.
is that better?
Let's see, let me
No, it's just
minimize.
us.
Pull that back up. Yeah, that's only us,
It's
unfortunately.
only us right now. That's odd.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, let's
Can you hear me
throw,
now?
Okay.
Yeah, they're talking in
Okay,
there.
good.
Sorry about
Had
that.
a phone
let's throw an
check.
ad up while we're this
Yeah,
as
can
well.
Sure.
everybody hear me again?
Please check out our
Yeah,
vendor
we
room
can all
too
hear
for
you.
all your
Yeah.
lovely,
Good.
geeky,
Okay,
nerdy
great.
supplies while
Diane
this con
Twitch
is going
hasn't
on. By the way,
responded.
There, yes, the
Yeah,
vendor list is humongous.
Mhm.
Like
Okay.
people
Now
from
he's
all
back.
over the
Yes.
world, you know.
He can hear you now.
Okay.
So
So
the vendor
we'll
alley,
post in chat.
let's see.
So 10 more damage.
I'll
10
run
more
through a
damage
couple
to
of them.
this
There's
guy?
Saturday
ahead, Rum.
Productions, which you had met one
Okay.
already,
And with that,
and that
10
would
more
be
damage.
Miss Chris Raven. She does custom
Boss
jewelry
is
and props. Let's
Wow.
see, who else do we got? We got
Okay.
miscellaneous,
Yeah,
etc.
for some reason it-
They do a ton of
Whee!
custom, like plushes
Okay, I
and
can't
puppets.
move my token at all.
Let's
I
go
can't move
down.
my token at all without
Blackheart
moving the entire
Leatherworks
map.
and Pegasus
Okay.
Publishing. 7 Star Press is
I
on
cannot
there.
Select move.
We
Okay,
got
hang
Bat's
on,
Bath.
I just
If
stopped moving.
some amazing
And let
like
me
bass bombs would be
double-check.
Bat's Bath.
Keep
Totally
saying,
awesome.
let him in. It says sound gone, guys. No, it's not. That's
Well,
weird.
it looks like it's
Oh,
assigned
because you're
to
probably
you.
hearing him.
Yeah, it's just moving the
But
entire
we
map.
just want to show a little bit of
down.
that going on right now.
Do you have?
So
Does he have permissions?
He should,
Let's
because
go ahead and kill that
You're-
down.
killed.
All right, can you hear me now? As the old TV commercial says.
Right. John, if you can hear us or see us, buddy, you're not backstage. We're not in the green room.
Yeah.
We can't see you. It's
Yeah.
just me and Blake here at the moment.
Yeah, I can.
So,
Yeah, it's only 2 of us, unfortunately.
yeah, it's just us.
Just
yeah.
my ugly mug. So
Well, whatever. But no, I mean, there's no. I mean, put it side by side. There is no.
there's no
Um,
third spot
Right.
on either side.
Even down here, there's
Even
no,
downstairs now.
Right, there's nothing. So make sure he's got the proper link. Robert, I know you're on your phone. Make sure John's got the proper link. We'll give him a few extra minutes if we
I'm
have
gonna-
to.
I want to.
it's
I want to pick up the system on my side and just refresh and jump back in.
Okay, go ahead. He's going to do that real quick. I'll stay here with you for a while. Sound going. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. You still see him? Well, he's trying to come back in.
Unfortunately,
Nothing.
only the 2 of us. It's
Let
the
me reset. Hold on.
link. So, and yeah, we can hear just fine on Twitch. So I don't know, like if it's an issue with live,
Shows my mic's working.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah,
Twitch on Twitch, they hear it.
yeah. Our webmat mistress can definitely hear us on Twitch.
Yeah.
And let's see if I can.
Facebook. He says there's no sound on Facebook.
You have to unmute Facebook manually nowadays.
Mm.
So that might be a thing.
But we're just still waiting on John. I'm not seeing him.
All right. Random panel time, I guess. Let's see here. Definitely not brought to you by Cheez-Its, but I will be eating those here in just a minute.
Not brought to you by Yoo-Hoo, but I will have a drink.
Exactly. Now, guys, get with us.
Sponsor
Nestle.
me, please.
I know
Sponsor
we need the next one sponsored so we can pay these wonderful people that's been on so far.
Yes, I would really love to. We
Yeah.
need sponsors. We need a beer sponsor.
I have a beer sponsor, but it's only product in kind. So, and since he didn't ask to be part of this, I can't mention his company that used to have a restaurant, wink, wink, nudge, nudge here in
Right.
town with the same name as his beer. So, but yeah, maybe next time. So, but
They can host the con suite.
there we go.
Mhm.
That would be amazing at that point.
There you go.
Let's see. Let me jump back in here and moderate you. Yep, we hear you Twitch from Larry Hoy. That's good for us.
Larry's been here the whole time, just about. So
I know,
we appreciate
Larry.
that, Larry.
I know. Thanks for living here with us, Larry.
Yeah, been here for what, since 1 o'clock? So 5 hours now. We've been going strong. Oh man, we gotta find John. John, where are you at, buddy?
Out in the ether, dude.
Yeah. So I got you back. Oh, Larry Hoy. Thank you, Larry. We appreciate that.
No, we appreciate that very much.
We do.
I know we've had Larry in here most of the time. We've had, let's see, we've had Zuli in here, like at least in the Twitch, one of our vendors and artists. Like we've had a ton of people show up just randomly. Like
Can
go ahead.
Got the invite. You want me to send it? Do I have him in? Let me check the con's email. See if I can just email it directly to John.
Yeah, see what that does.
See what that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I know you can still see me. I'm just over here working behind the scenes. Let's see. Looking. No. Okay, there he is. I think is that him? No, wrong one.
I think it's like Rob Anderson or something like that, or Rob Anderson, or the Rob Anderson. At least it used to be. I think.
These are no. I'm looking.
Pardon our technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying. It's been crazy.
Let's see.
Tom Proctor. I'm not seeing an email from Jen. If you're watching and you're listening, do you have John's info?
I personally do not.
I was asking if Jen did, because
I don't know him that well.
She's watching. Yeah, I don't either, but I'm just not seeing. I'm not seeing a sign in from him or. Oh, no email. Robert, if you can hear me, is there an email for him?
I know he contacted him via the phone, I believe, or
might
text
have to
message.
Call him real quick.
Yeah.
So,
John,
you might have to text him or call him. We've got a new link so we can get him on. But
let's see. Trying to think. Let's run random panel stuff. Oh, you're going to be doing 3D printing soon. You want to talk about some projects you have ahead of yourself?
Sure. 3D printing. So,
because I got to disappear for a minute. Be right back.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. But depending on what project you want to do with 3D printing, it also depends on what level of 3D printing you want to get into. Do you want to do, basic? Do you want to do? It varies. I'm also trying to keep up with everything going on right now. God, I'm kind of speechless. Starting off 3D printing, so you can get basic 3D printers for under $300 that can get you going with what you want to do. Anyways, so forgive me for the noise in the background, but I wish we could get Robert back. But no, you could do some basic stuff with 3D printing for the right price. Good starting printer is a TiVo Tornado. If you want to learn a lot, building your own printer, getting into it. A good starting printer that you can work with that's basic that you put together that will get you going is an Ender 3 Pro. Great. It's a learning curve, but it can do you good. Like I said, Robert, I'm not seeing him in the green room. We're both sitting here, and he's not in. But no, I mean, you could just do your imagination. Thingiverse, www.thingiverse.com is a great website for getting any ideas for 3D printing, which I can show that website off if you want to look at that real quick. Here you go. Let me do screen share real quick. Here we go. There is no audio, so I can just share it and show it. So yeah, if you want to get into the basics of 3D printing, this is where you go to. Of course, they have ads to support Thingiverse, but I mean, you could just, it's your imagination. I mean, there's so much, just, it goes deep. Like they got the whole, 3D printed masks going on. I mean, just little figures, just different, things to hear, like they do upgrades for 3D printers built in, tests. These are all tests for things. I mean, there's, sky's the limit for 3D printing, people. I mean, it's great. And don't get disheartened when you first start 3D printing, because it might be frustrating. You might fight with it, and then something goes wrong. You might fail a bunch of prints. A bunch of prints might fail, but in the long run, you'll be okay. So, just that's about as much as I can think of on 3D printing. Robert, there he is. There's Mr. Anderson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting patiently and everything. I'm going to now bring in Brother John Anderson. Hey, John.
Uh-oh.
How you doing?
My sound went out.
Oh, there you go. We
There
can
we-
hear you now.
All right, let's give that a shot.
I can't.
There we go.
All right.
I just my sound just went out.
We can hear you. Or you can't hear us.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear us. Okay. But we can
Okay.
hear you.
Volume. Okay.
Oh, he just dropped out again. I think he's
Yeah.
on his phone.
Yeah, he is.
So, okay.
So,
So
yeah,
he'll be
I
right
was
back.
actually on the phone walking him through the login process real quick.
Oh, good. There he is. All right, let's bring him back in. Let's see.
Again, there we go. Huzzah! We're
Can
back.
you hear us?
Boom. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
The
Well, let
miracles
me-
of modern technology.
Let me pull the
Yep.
shades down a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings and salutations.
Live long and prosper, sir.
Right. Peace and long life, my friends. How are you guys?
Doing well.
We're here and alive. That's the best I can say.
That's right.
Yeah, fortunate for both of those, especially with everything
Right.
going on.
Much to the chagrin of the rest of the world, you're still alive, right?
If we're playing that game, yeah.
For now.
All right. This is all you, brother.
This is your time.
Yeah, this is your, 40 minutes, or are we scheduled for an hour for this one?
Scheduled for an hour. We can give
Yeah.
him a little over if we have to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. What do you guys want to talk about?
It's totally up to you. If you want to do some, history from, going all the way back.
We
to
got our
your-
first hater. Do you want to roast a hater, John?
I do.
All right. Well, I can't.
Yeah.
Well, ooh, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. They dropped an F-bomb, but if you
Yeah,
want,
it's
to roast
okay.
them, roast them.
Roast them. What did they say?
Can you see it? Can you not see the comment? Okay.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Let's see.
I'll read it out. Hold on. I can do it for you.
Oh, yeah. No, I got you. I got you.
He's got
I'll read it. I'll read it in exactly the same voice that Nathan Payne does.
CovidCon sucks. Couldn't post anything to the page. Fucking lame ass shit.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah,
should I-
yeah, dude. Really?
We
Seriously?
can do it as Butthead. Oh, no, I lost it. It's gone.
Well, no,
Yeah.
we can. Then we can bring it back
That
up.
sucks.
There it is.
Oh, look at that. There it is. Like,
Yeah.
we did it as Butthead. Like, CovidCon fuck. Couldn't post anything to fucking Facebook. This is fucking lame ass shit.
But hey, we're gonna score.
From my bunghole.
Well,
I
I
am
tell you
completely-
all what, CovidCon sucks. Couldn't
Hold on,
post
hold on.
anything to the page. Fucking
on.
lame ass shit.
Bobby, I don't want to see that.
I am Cornelio. TV for the bunghole. Fire. Fire.
And now we're gonna do 40 minutes of this.
Right, yeah, right. The floodgate has opened now. That's going to be CovidCon does suck now because Beavis and
Oh,
Butthead just ruined
just got a
everything.
report. He is a vendor.
Oh, guess
Um,
who's not going to be a vendor anymore and will be blacklisted from the convention community.
Dude,
He might just be upset though, man. He might just be like, I can't post this to my Facebook page to, sell some Skrilla. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Like, maybe don't give the guy a hard time. Nathan Payne's probably a good dude.
I mean,
Everybody's
I mean,
stressed right now, man.
If you post a comment, now here's how this works. If you're on Facebook right now, you can post comments live to where we're at. You just know you've just
Oh,
done
sweet.
it. If you posted a link to your if you posted a link to your store or whatever, we could have put it on there live. We've been doing it all day, have we not, Blake?
Right.
I mean, we've been putting
we've been doing it all day.
ads all
They should
day.
have done that, man. What does he sell?
Right.
I wonder what if Nathan Payne, if you're still watching on Facebook, chime back in. What are you selling? Do you sell G.I. Joes? You know, I'm like a mark, dude. Like you could have had me at like
I know, like
Yo Joe.
double-ended dongs or something, you know, or they use abuse, you know.
There's our first hater of the day. He's
I
drinking the
love it.
Haterade Strong. I am
love
just
it.
reeling in it. And John's eating it up.
I'm not. I bet Nathan Payne's a good dude.
No,
I bet he's
I'm not hating on him to be a good or bad dude. I just think you don't come on our page drinking the Haterade after we're trying to do something for free for everybody that's trapped in their house, and we have great guests. You know, you're here talking to people, and you want to be a hater. I don't see the problem.
There's no logic to it.
There's no logic, right?
Sure.
That's illogical, Jim.
People are acting like weird and crazy right now, man. This coronavirus has got the whole nation like all, you know. So
yeah, pretty much.
I've given everybody a wide berth, so to speak. I'm Brother John, though, man. I pretty much love everybody, so it's all good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Larry
like,
Hoy.
you suck, man. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I probably do.
Yeah, no one gets half the battle.
Yo, Joe, knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, but so far it's too.
Somebody throw that up there?
Yeah, Larry Joy.
So
Hoy
far
did.
it's too evil versus whatever you got going on.
Hey, Larry Hoy, yo, Joe to you too, brother. Knowing is half the battle, man. The other half is 25% red lasers and 25% blue lasers, man.
Exactly.
And nobody ever hits anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I kind of feel baggish, man, because you were talking about vendors just a second ago, such as Nathan Payne. Maybe he had some Joes, maybe he had a little Star Wars action, maybe some Thundercats, maybe a little Masters of the Universe, something fresh, maybe a little Nintendo stuff section going. Who knows, man? But post that up, man. Post it up, Nathan. We'll try and help you out.
Yeah, post the link, man.
Post the link, man. Let's go buy stuff from Nathan Payne.
Come on, I don't care if it's My Little Pony. Let's get it on.
Let's get that stuff up there, man. Let's
drop
all the
John's
COVID-19 drop John's banners.
We have banners for you.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, we do have banners.
Yeah, so we've been rambling on.
Yeah, sorry about that, but
No,
we're having a good old
good.
time. That's the point.
Saturday banners.
Right.
John,
That's
I
the
actually
weird
met
part
you. I met you at Conapalooza year before.
You
last.
did.
I was with the
Conapalooza is amazing. I think I was there last year too, if I remember right.
There we go.
There you go.
Talking meat.
John the Talking Meat. Trick Talking Meat. That's all right though. It's close enough.
I can edit that.
Right. We did get another question from Larry Hoy here. So Cobra or Stormtroopers, who's the better shot?
Oof. Red shirts from Star Trek.
Yeah.
Zing! I heard a bing. I guess that was the correct answer. I don't know.
Right.
No, if I'm gonna have to say, man. Well, Cobra did hit stuff. They just didn't hit anything good. You know, it's like you always had like the guy parachuting out of the Rattler at the very end. You know, so it happens. And then there was two. Just the two of us.
Yeah, just like the song says.
We can make it if we can. Just the two of us.
But yeah, what were you up to before shenanigans started with the whole COVID-19?
You know what, man? Not a lot of anything. The con season was just went to Tupelo Con. That was pretty rad. And then, of course, the quarantine happened. But the side note, though, is Tupelo Con was really rad. I got to go to Elvis Presley's birthplace. That was dope.
Awesome.
They even have the outhouse that the king himself used as a child. Still functional, still there.
You have to pay like $10 to go in there and drop a deuce or something? Or?
No, they didn't let you pay to go drop the deuce because I wanted to get a picture inside. I did get a picture next to the shitter, but no, I did not get a picture dropping a kingly piece of evidence behind.
Yep.
But that was cool. We had some movie stuff starting up. I got an indie film about to hit called Deadlines from George Denick. He was a buddy of mine that we did a little indie horror vampire flick. So I need to probably call him and find out what's the deal with that. See if where we're at with that one. It's gonna be good stuff.
Oh yeah, good stuff. How are you holding up mentally during all this time? Something that we should be asking everyone at this point. Because you travel probably 30 weekends a year at least, kind of deal, doing your job.
Yeah.
And
30
now,
40 weekends.
And then you're just boom at the house. So
right now, I don't know. Hey man, let me see if I can flip this camera. I am actually sitting at my sister's farm. We were hanging out at one of her cabins. There you go. So it's not a bad place to be.
Not a bad place at all.
I am on a 50-acre farm with a lake.
Yeah, I think you have me beat in the little home with all the dogs.
There's my little cabin right there.
yeah.
I'm
He's
hanging
got
out.
the best. He's got the best quarantine spot in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, if you can hear, I don't know. There's woodpeckers and locusts, and it's nature. It's awesome. But that's where I'm hanging out right now. Me and the wife and the kids are we're all chilling out here. It's a balmy 70 degrees outside with a breeze.
Oh, oh no.
Life is hell. Trust me. I would actually rather much be back at my house. If you would have caught me like tomorrow, I'd probably would have done this interview from the Batcave, and I could have showed you guys some GI Joe collections.
Yeah, we are hoping.
Is that another question, Anna?
Yeah. Well, it just says yes. Tupelo.
Yeah, Tupelo Con was great. Yeah, rock and roll. Were you there, man? That's awesome. I was a Ravager. Yes. I remember you. Very cool. Very cool. Always got a little extra love for the Ravagers when I see them at the shows, man.
Actually, I think that's what we actually named your panel here. Was I was a Ravager.
I was a Ravager once. Yeah.
So
hopefully we'll get to do that gig again. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, with convention stuff in full non-bloom, now you're being creative and hanging out at the house. And are you dabbling in any writing or any fun shenanigans like that, or just kind of relaxing?
Actually, I've been hounded by many to start a YouTube channel. I'm a grown-ass man who still plays with toys and acts like a 12-year-old juvenile child. And people are like, why aren't you putting this stuff up on YouTube? I put it up on Facebook for free. And everybody's like, you could be making like 20 cents a day by putting it on YouTube. Why aren't you?
God, you're so rich. 20 cents a day. Goodness gracious.
Man,
the algorithm might not like you when you get 2 cents.
I'm going to be ghetto fabulous. I'm going to be like riding high, getting myself a Fago at the gas station, a Moon Mist, if you will.
Moon Mist?
Yeah, see, right. And some of you good Northerners, man, blue Moon Mist, Fago Moon Mist is.
Yeah, that one's good. I don't like red. Red tastes like Robitussin.
Yeah, it does. That's Rock and Rye. That's disgusting.
No, not Rock and Rye. There's Moon Mist Red now.
Oh, right. Oh, no, yeah, I think I have had that.
My corner store has like a ton of them. And I'm like, I've never tried this flavor. Pull that one off the... Rock and Rye tastes like Robitussin too, but that's not the point.
Jazz and raspberry is pretty disgusting too.
I'm sorry, I like the cream soda.
Yeah,
cream soda is the bomb. The orange soda is the bomb.
Yeah,
the problem with Fago though is it goes flat after like 12 seconds.
Yeah, you gotta chug and then you're done.
Yeah. Or you just pour it on yourself, Hey.
Or if you're one of those Juggalo kids, you could throw it at the neighbor's dog.
Hey, in COVID-19 news, they actually canceled the gathering of the Juggalos this year.
They did.
Yeah, before some places have opened or closed their own states, so that's pretty sad. So
right, yeah. Well, I mean, I give it up to Jay and Shaggy. They probably should have closed the gathering of the Juggalos. It's probably safer that way anyway.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what they said. I saw the little tidbit on TMZ, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't want to risk one Juggalo or Samurai's life," and I'm right behind it. So
they're. Yeah, it's like it's hard enough for them to get fans in the first place, man. Let's keep all the ones we can get.
Keep the ones that can
no,
live.
No discredit to ICP. I used to love those guys.
Oh yeah, I listened to that stuff back in the day as well.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has an ICP phase at one time. it's funny, man.
Anybody watching, man? Drop a comment, like, subscribe, and ask John some questions because we can't do it all day.
I know
we can answer anything for you.
Exactly. Let's see. Let's open this one. Okay. Those are just tickers. Don't worry about the tickers that run through the bottom. It's only going to be the big pop-ups.
Am I missing something down there? Okay.
Nah.
Or did you just want to see my giant forehead again? Yeah.
Hey, I rock a 5 head too. It's okay. So.
No, there's a Widow's Peak and then there's a canyon, and that's pretty much what I got. But this forehead's begging to be a damn Klingon at some point. I'm telling you.
Oh, that's the dream. Definitely have the landscape. So do I for Klingon
we can do
territory.
That.
I need that, but I don't want to be the lame ass new Discovery Klingon. I want the old school Mr. Worf turtle head thing going. You know, the shell
with the 3 mating turtles on the front. Yeah,
right, like the Christopher Lloyd special there from Star Trek 3.
Yeah,
search for Spock Klingons.
So we got a comment on Facebook. Somebody said, "I just postponed our con scheduled August 22nd. A comic art attack in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Things are up in the air right now."
And that's pretty far out.
That's a drag.
That is pretty far out. Yeah. That's the.
Well, I mean, it's good. That's 2 days after my birthday. That's a drag. I would have went to Art Attack. I always try when I go to a con. I always try and find at least one artist / vendor to buy some swag from.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe it'll be like, and I think everybody, if you go to a con, yes, it's cool to buy retro G.I. Joe figures. It's awesome to get some Star Wars love. It's awesome to pick up bootleg DVDs of Insane Clown Posse concerts. See how I brought it all back full swing.
Yeah.
But if you're there, you should always at least try and buy one piece of art from a local artist. They're struggling, and that's not just during Corona-19, man. Show them some love, man. Help them out.
Exactly.
Let them know that their art is awesome, and buy yourself a cool picture of, like, you know, Lion-O kicking the shit out of a stormtrooper.
And Robert, yeah, you read that right.
Oh, it's Robert.
Robert used to mosh to ICP. Can you imagine Robert moshing to ICP? You know Robert as well as we do.
I've actually been to several Insane Clown Posse and Twisted shows, and I can agree with Robert.
So here, we've got another comment from Larry Hoy. So I see Hydra and Cobra represented at CovidCon. How much evil can we fit into one video at a time?
It could be a whole lot more evil, but I don't know. Have you played any villains, Rob? John, sorry.
Have I played villains?
Yeah.
Stranger Things. I guess I was kind of quasi a villain. I was a Hawkins Lab henchman. That was pretty cool.
Cool.
What have I done that I was a henchman? Oh, I was in a horror movie called Hellfest. I played an axe murdering clown in a horror film. It was one of the best calls I ever had. It was like, you know, you're 6'8". Yeah, I'm really tall and skinny, you know. And they were like, how do you feel about playing an axe murdering clown in a horror film? I'm like, do I get to murder kids? And they were like, yeah. I'm like, why the hell are we talking about this? Yeah, I want to do it.
Why am I not there already?
Yeah, right. Are we going to battle semantics here? Let's do this, man. So yes, I got to play a psychotic clown. That was pretty rad.
Excellent.
And hopefully I'll get to do more villains.
Oh yeah.
And I guess technically the Ravager I played in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I was a mutineer, so I was against Yondu. And I got killed like 3 or 4 times in that movie. So yeah, I guess I'm a bad guy.
Didn't you get sucked out the door, out the window?
No, I was one of the guys throwing Tommy Flanagan out the door. I was one of the mutineers, the pro Taserface gang.
Taserface.
Taserface.
Call
that
me
scene took an entire day.
Are you serious?
I will tell you. Yeah, that scene took an entire day because, well, first of all, Sean Gunn and Michael Rooker and all those they're all like hilarious. So it's like hard to get a take without somebody snickering in the back of the room. Lots and lots of fun.
That's awesome.
There are a few alternate takes on that too, if I remember right. But the one that made the movie was hilarious, man. Good stuff. Villains are fun. Villains are
we
cool.
would try to play that for you, but we got TOS banned from YouTube for playing other people's stuff that they had permission.
Yeah,
so.
That's bad.
Yeah.
The House of the Mouse probably would not particularly care for you to do that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, YouTube didn't like it too much, you know, especially when Al Cornell was in the video, in the movie, the parts. It was off his IMDb. We pulled it right off his IMDb. It shows at the beginning, you know, it says Al Cornell, Logan, you know, and it's on his IMDb page. Right. It was only like a 30-second clip, and they got mad. And we had Tom Proctor, you know, his stuff was all owned by him. It was on YouTube. We played it, you know. So the whole first 2 hours of our show are not on YouTube.
Gone.
It's like it disappeared. Because it literally ends right at Al Cornell's interview, like right at the end of it where we're saying bye to him. And then it plays from there. I'm like, thank you, YouTube, for cutting out 2 hours of good stuff.
Yeah, right. Well, don't play anything I was in, I guess.
Yep. So
we're gonna talk more about Toys and Joes and on all that stuff, I guess. It's funny, man, because I've gotten I go to these cons and more often now than not, people don't ask me about the movie stuff anymore. They're always asking me how the toy collection's going. How's the Joe collection going? And I'm like, well,
how big is your
solid.
Joe collection?
I stopped counting after like 2,000 figures.
Nice.
No, wait. Do you have the carrier? Do you have the carrier?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I've totally got an aircraft carrier.
It's in the box.
No. I actually modded it though to make it bigger.
Oh God.
It's a multi-level aircraft carrier with lights and windows and sound effects, and I repainted it and restripped it. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Nice.
If I was at my house, if I was in the Batcave, I would totally flip the phone around and show it to you. But no, I'm actually.
We might be able to swing you in tomorrow. Never know. You could probably take a few minutes and just show us the Batcave.
Hey, after 5 o'clock, if you guys want to call me, we'll make that happen.
Awesome.
That's awesome. We appreciate that.
I call it the Batcave. It's really just my garage where I keep all my crap because the wife doesn't want it upstairs.
That works.
I had to hide like $600 worth of Joes this week in the mail. Oh no, I didn't order that.
Yeah.
I ordered those a long time ago, honey. They just got here late because of coronavirus.
Like, oh man, someone accidentally ordered GI Joes again.
Oh damn! Well, I mean, if they're here, I might as well keep them. I don't have.
The kids
a
got
Tiger
on
King.
Alexa. I'm sorry. The kids got on Alexa and ordered a lot of toys. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Like
Yeah, well, no, that's funny because we have a 17-year-old and a 12-year-old, and the 12-year-old doesn't care about any of that stuff. If it's not Fortnite, who cares?
That is the thing nowadays.
It is
sad.
the thing now. The bane of my existence. I did buy a Switch during the coronavirus, the quarantine.
I'm amazed
I
you
am
got
playing
one.
Nintendo Switch. Huh?
So I'm amazed you
Oh,
got one. You can't find them anywhere now.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I guess everybody decided that they needed a Switch to survive quarantine. But
Right.
luckily, about a week and a half ago, I stumbled into a Walmart and there it was, and I was like, "Well, hell, I'm going to play Animal Crossing." And
My wife is right now playing Animal Crossing.
Okay, send me your island code. I'll come hang out, man.
We'll do that. We're both on the same
Yes.
island, so I'll definitely do that.
Oh, okay, right on. My island is Beef Nut, so if you want to go to Beef Nut Island,
Beef
come
Nut.
on over.
We're Kokomo.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I was like, I think Nintendo is a little stricter because when I had Animal Crossing on GameCube years ago, it's like you could pretty much get away with robbery. You know,
Mhm.
you can't call an island pussy fart anymore without getting really into a lot of trouble. This is a PG thing. Is this a?
Nah, it's PG-13 ish.
13-ish.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not too terribly bad, but
No.
yeah, but I'm enjoying the game immensely. My
This
kid,
is great.
he's 12, he's playing it. He's got a Switch, so we've been going back and forth to each other's islands.
Comment from Facebook from Eva Maya Guadalajara. We won't tell on you.
Oh well, thank you, Miss Eva. That's awesome. And hopefully she's not watching this on her phone over there on the other side
Playing.
of the farm.
She says she's playing that while watching you. I guess Pirate Cove is her island. I guess. So she's playing it right
sweet.
now.
Yeah, see that? Look at that. Hey, message me, man. I'll come hang out at the island for a minute.
Yeah.
This has become CovidCon has become Animal Crossing Con, where everybody's just going to be switching.
I don't really video games. I just got a new laptop and it has a decent processor and RAM and stuff, so I might start on PC. But I haven't really done any sort of console gaming since, like the Dreamcast. Honestly, like all my like roommates and stuff had video game consoles, and I'd play every once in a while. But yeah, not really my thing anymore.
Robert still has no power.
Robert still has no power. He called me on the phone a few minutes ago.
Well, he's on the phone watching this right now, so we're trying to handle it the
Right.
best we can.
Yep.
He's like, John, don't embarrass me on CovidCon, man. Don't
I
say
think
any
we're
of that crazy
embarrassing
stuff.
ourselves. What are you talking about?
Right. Like, I'm a grown man who spent the last half hour talking about Animal Crossing, Juggalos, and G.I. Joe figures.
It goes
I think we did
together,
pretty
man.
well for ourselves.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't get that much worse than that, man. Like, I'm not really that interesting. Everybody's like, oh, wow, I bet your life is amazing. I'm like, it is like a day or two out of the year. It's like everybody else.
It's like when I get to film some stuff, yeah, pretty amazing. When it shows up on
it's
TV,
awesome.
when I can say, hey, I'm in this Blu-ray, that's amazing. But otherwise, I play with GI Joes.
So we actually got a question from
Sure.
from Larry Hoy again. Cobra Commander versus Serpentor versus Destro.
Are you asking which one's better?
Yeah, that's what I was
I
thinking,
guess he's
Larry.
assuming like
it's like
who's the
Death
coolest.
Battle.
Oh, I'm going Cobra Commander all the way. I'm OG, dude.
Yeah.
Serpentor was the fake leader of the GI Joes. That was just money, like trying to move hands to make more figures, man. Cobra Commander was the original Joe, the villain of the GI Joes.
All right,
Yeah,
speaking of
we
G.I.
can't-
Joe,
Sure.
the movie. What was your take
Which
on the
one?
whole movie? All of them. Just put them all together.
The Rise of Cobra. That movie was so bad it hurt my feelings.
And there was Retribution.
The second movie, Retaliation, had The Rock in it, and that dude's really rad. That movie was all right. That was acceptable. And the new Snake Eyes movie is coming.
Right.
So cross our fingers. Let's hope that's awesome. And even if Snake Eyes movie sucks as far as the G.I. Joe movie, that's fine. At least we're going to get a lot of ninjas on screen. That'll be dope.
Hey,
Anything that's got giant ass robots or ninjas, I'm in.
and if they ever need like a 6'8", 6'9" robot ninja guy, I think I know the guy
Sure,
for the
John.
show.
Yeah, if you need seeking tall, skinny, ugly guy with crooked teeth and a toy collection, I'm your guy.
Be like, yeah, you could be like those like brick finders dudes and be like, all right, here's my YouTube video for figure number 1, 2, 3 of the series, and do like brick finders does, and just literally do a project on every single part and every single piece you have. And then you
Yeah, I
take
don't know,
20
man.
cents at a time.
I
Somebody's
try.
commented. Let's see. Vernon Smith, the real G.I. Joe, Sergeant Slaughter.
That is true, and I have actually met Sarge several times. I associate with him quite frequently on Twitter. He's a hell of a good guy. And if you have not been to Augusta, Georgia for Joe Fest, I highly suggest that this year. He will be there again. The Sarge will be in the house. He will put you in a cobra clutch, make you stand and he will make you do push-ups. He's great, man. I love Sergeant Slaughter.
I would love to hang out with him and the Iron Sheik at the same time. Because Sheik
You know what, man?
crazy.
If you follow Sheik on Twitter, man, that guy, he'll make you humble old country way. We'll do the edited version.
Yep.
So we've got another comment. My daughter and I hit FanFest Nashville 2020 in January, which was weak. That's a different story. Mac, it was cool. And Low Mill Comic and Art Convention. Then
Yes.
all hell broke loose. And then the cons we planned intended to this spring and summer started canceling. Bummer. There went all of our plans.
Yeah, actually, I've been to Low Mills and I have been to Mac. Those are both awesome, like old school retro cons.
Yeah.
For me, okay, so like I don't know how old you guys are and how old everybody is watching at home, but when I was a kid, it was like a Ramada Inn, a shady hotel next to the airport off the freeway.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like just a big room. It was one room and it was just a bunch of old, fat, sweaty guys with comics and maybe like Scotty from Star Trek in the back of the corner or, some comic book artist. And those are awesome. Those are the old school shows. And that Mac show was kind of like that, minus the fat, sweaty guys with comics. They're all awesome guys with comics, and they all wear deodorant. It's fantastic. You should definitely check it out. Mark Ballard runs that show. He's a hell of a
guy.
Ballard.
I've known him for
great guy.
Now. Have you seen his hair lately? It's like up here.
Oh, yeah. No, he's totally going full on Billy Joel Pompadour from the 80s, man. It's sweet. Sweet. Yeah, Mark Ballard's one of the coolest dudes ever. If you guys have an opportunity, definitely go to Mac 8, I guess, will be the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we'll see him back there. Maybe Mark Ballard will have me back for this cheap, shameless plug we just threw him at COVID.
Right. I was going to say he might also have one at the fairgrounds again real soon next year.
Yeah, he had a record show thing, too.
Oh,
Yeah, did he have like
December,
a record show?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah, he did it. A record show and a comic show, same day, and he got the biggest building and split it down the middle.
Sweet.
It's like football fields and football fields. Large.
He does one in Clarksville too. So he does Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I did the Murfreesboro one, and I did the one he was with in Low Mills in Huntsville, Alabama. That was pretty awesome. But little cons are cool. Don't dismiss them, man. It doesn't have to be Dragon Con. It doesn't have to be San Diego, man. You can have a great time, man. And I find also too at the smaller shows like that, you get more personal interaction with guys like Sergeant Slaughter or Ming Chen or George Lowe or any of those cats.
Yeah, I did a convention from a different runner in Clarksville back earlier in the year before everything went down. And I just walked up to Greg the Hammer Valentine, sat down next to him, just started shooting the breeze with them.
Isn't that like the coolest dude ever?
One of my favorite heels of all time, the nicest guy ever,
Of course,
I've
Robert.
done several shows with Valentine. He's awesome, man. Good
Robert,
dude.
I was there, fat and sweaty.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Go, Robert. I'm going
Robert.
to bounce for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, great. Gonna leave me alone with
He's
John?
got something
Leave y'all
better to do.
alone.
No.
You're going to leave me
scared.
alone with this guy?
It's called
what's
a
wrong with
biology
this
break.
guy? Come on now. God.
All right, I'm going to take you with me to the potty then. Let's go. All right.
All right.
Ain't like we ain't all done it with our phones.
Yeah,
He's dropping anchor. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Hope everything comes out. Well, I hope everything comes out okay.
Right. But no, John. But no, it was great seeing you at Conapalooza too. Now I was kind of sad I didn't get to make Conapalooza last year. Actually,
Conapalooza is probably one of my favorite shows too, man. That was man.
Rob does a great job. Rob Metcalf.
Rob is an amazing human being, and he's a lot of fun, and he puts on a hell of a fun show, man. I can't say enough good things about Conapalooza. If you guys are up in northern Tennessee, hopefully he'll have it back this year. Hopefully,
Kingsport, in Kingsport,
yeah,
he should.
Kingsport, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll be over by then, and we can all get back up there and rage one out again. I bought a onesie this year in case I go back this fall. So.
Nice.
There's a onesie party every Saturday night, man. I had to borrow and if you can imagine a 6'8" white dude running around in a Adventure Time onesie.
Could you imagine?
Right, but now I have my own Batman onesie, so I'm ready for Conapalooza this year. It's gonna be dope.
I feel your pain on finding stuff for tall people. I'm 6'5", and it's hard to find stuff for tall people.
Yeah, you know. Right. No, it's you know, I do a lot of shipping with Duluth Trading Company and Dickies because they will do custom pants.
Oh, my flight suit! I had to get it made by Gibson and Barnes because you can't find one to fit somebody my height and weight.
That's for your Ghostbuster, right?
Yeah, for my Ghostbuster costume. Yeah, I had to get it made through Gibson and Barnes. That was like a $300 costume. You know, it's a legit flight suit.
Man, 'cause I've been wanting to get a legit Enterprise flight suit, and the only ones that sell the blue Boeing is Boeing. Boeing is the only place that I found that makes those blue ones. And those are like $600 a piece, man. So
no, really?
Yeah, because they're blue. And yeah, so sooner or later I'll have to rock some Captain Archer action.
Nice.
I'm actually getting married this fall.
Really?
And,
congratulations.
Yeah, and it's actually Vulcan Park is where we're getting married in Birmingham.
Right.
And we're having a Star Trek themed wedding. So
nice. Well,
awesome.
live long and prosper, sir.
Peace and long life.
That's right.
Nobody ever knows the other half of that.
Right. Peace and long life. Actually, I do kind of love the fact that have you played STO, Star Trek Online?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I bought a Switch, but I'm a PlayStation guy through and through.
Right. I had it originally on PC, and you go to Planet Vulcan, and there's the statue of Spock, you know, standing there like this. Breaks my heart every time.
Right.
So it's just great.
I think they did that online too. Didn't they do that right after Nimoy died? They erected a statue of Spock.
Yes, they did.
I thought that was super cool.
I mean, that's the good thing about. I mean, think about this now with video games too. Like when Robin Williams died, he was a big World of Warcraft player. So a lot of and they actually put a NPC in World of Warcraft that's based off Robin Williams.
No kidding.
No crap.
I'm not a Warcraft guy. I you know.
Warcrack. Yeah.
I did see the Warcrack. I did see the new PS5 yesterday online. That looks dope. I have to have one of those. That thing is like full on Star Trek. But that thing looks futuristic as hell, doesn't it? That controller alone, I'm like, man, it looks like a batarang.
Right.
I want one.
I got one of those. No, I do too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I got a batarang lying around somewhere. But I was saying the controller. What really amuses me, just the looking at it, is amazing. But the haptic feedback system that's in this controller, that you know, you pull a bow, and as you're pulling it, you feel the resistance on the button. Like there isn't you just press a button anymore. So when you're holding down the button as you're pulling like a bow, you can feel the actual button push back against your finger.
This thing is going to be so super insanely cool. I cannot wait for PS5.
You know, have you seen
Sony?
Ready
If you'd
Player
like
One?
to send me one, and I'll shamelessly plug it for you, Sony.
CovidCon will sponsor the PS5. You know, just go ahead.
Yeah,
we'll put ads everywhere.
Give a starving artist a PS5, man.
Right. But
everybody says, "Oh, why do you do all these cons? Aren't you in all these movies?" I'm like, "Yes." Have you ever seen my name on the poster? And they're like, "No," and that's why I'm doing all the cons.
Yeah. Got to do something. What other shows and stuff were you in, John? While we got you here for a minute, besides, you know, we know you were on, you know, Stranger Things. We know you were on Guardians of the Galaxy. So, what other things have you been in that you know that you've done roles for?
Where have I seen your
there
face?
He is.
Yeah, he's back.
How was it?
It was great. Everything I wanted it to be and more.
Drop an anchor. Well, let's see. I was in Tag. People asked me about that one quite a bit. That was probably one of my favorite movies to do was Tag, simply because in the scene I went to the audition and the lady in the wardrobe was like, "You look like and I'm quoting now, is like, you look like a fucking nerd from the comic book store." And I said, "That's convenient because I am a fucking nerd from the comic book store." And she said, "That looks great. Wear your own clothes." So in the movie, I'm actually wearing all my own crap, like my own bowling shirt and stuff.
Wow.
They're like, "You're an alcoholic comic book nerd." I'm like, "Great. That's not too far stretch."
Especially nowadays with everything going on. Shit.
Actually, you know what? I tell you, I don't drink. I'm a straight edge guy now.
Good deal.
I quit smoking back in December, so it's good
that's
stuff.
hard for me. No.
You can't just quit, dude. You gotta. Your brain's gotta tell you it's time, man. No gum, no patches. It's not gonna work unless you just know it's time to stop.
Every evil genius needs a little crazy looking pet. This is a Walter.
Sure. Again, it's killing me that I'm on this dock instead of my own house because I'm sure my little rocket dog would be around here somewhere.
Where's your fishing pole at, John? Come on now.
No, I'm not going full on Andy. We're not going full on Andy over here. But let's see,
See if I can
tag
get extra views.
Jumanji. People ask about that one.
Yeah, what'd you do in Jumanji? The
I was the
first.
school teacher. Both
Oh,
movies.
okay.
Yeah, you were the science teacher, weren't you?
Right.
Yeah, something like that. You can
Yeah.
catch me at the end of the movie. There's a lot of movies that I do where it's like it's a little bit like Waldo, but with more me. Where's Brother John today?
Where's that giant dude at?
And I'll be eating like some macaroni and cheese on my couch, and I'll get like 30 texts. I just saw you on DC Doom Patrol. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. How was that? I very rarely get to watch the stuff that I did. I mean, and I used to watch interviews with like Harrison Ford and some of these guys. Like, no, I never watched Star Wars because I was always like, man, I'd watch Star Wars every day if I was in that movie. Hell, I watch Star Wars every day now. And then everybody asked me, like, when's the last time you watched Guardians of the Galaxy 2? I'm like, I don't know, probably a week after it came out.
Yeah, like I saw it twice. Once in the premiere, and then once just kind of whenever I felt like it.
Yeah, right. I watched, I think, it on Blu-ray when it came out, and I haven't really picked it up. Not that I hate it. It's just like, I was there. I get it now. It's like, yeah, if you're there for 3 or 4 months. And
Yeah.
it's kind of a different deal.
Like I would imagine you kind of get burnt out on doing your own thing as an actor, and then everyone asking you, "Hey, did you see yourself?" It's like, yeah, I look in the mirror every day.
Sure.
So,
No, it's cool. I mean, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't fun to go to a movie theater and you're standing there, and I live here in town, and somebody go, "Hey, I know that guy," and like they don't even know I'm sitting 4 rows behind them.
nice. You should be the one next on the screen. I know that guy.
Right. My kids will be with me, like trying to duck their head down in shame. It's great.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
They all think I'm lame. My stepkids think I'm lame. All their friends think it's awesome, but they're like, no, he just sleeps and farts all the time. He's an ass. Our stepdad is a 42-year-old man with a toy collection. I mean, come on.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, you have like
He
600 children.
Driving a Beamer. He could have been driving a BMW, but instead he's got a basement full of Thundercats.
Oh.
Kevin Smith is bringing it back, man. We'll see what happens. Or no, it was He-Man. He's bringing back
He-Man.
He-Man, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm down.
I've still not seen the reboot yet.
The Skeletor art looks amazing.
Yeah. No, I mean, from what I'm understanding, he said it's going to pick up right after the old series left off from like '86. So we'll see what happens.
Ooh, and that's gonna bring some interesting stuff then, because I would love to see the little kid who has basically Reed Richards powers. The Starlight Kid, or what, I can't think of the kid's name. But yeah, I want to see that then.
Franklin Richards.
Yeah.
Most powerful being in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, Franklin Richards. Yeah, powers. But that's basically what the kid had in the He-Man episode. And of course, it was untapped power because, it would just blank out the screen if that was legit power. But yeah, I would love to see something with that. Maybe an evil twist. And, actually, I want to see another legit Thundercats reboot, because the one that came out like 6 years ago was pretty amazing. Like, the art was awesome. Had a couple of guys that I know, voicing it. And
You're talking about the newest one, or the one you're talking about 6 years ago?
Not the chibi ones.
The one that came from like Adult Swim, right?
Yeah.
That was cool.
Right, not that like weird anime.
Yeah, not the one with the little squished characters with the fat arms. No,
it looked like a Powerpuff
like
Girls version of Thundercats. Yeah.
Speaking of that, you being in the industry, John, have you noticed that? Have you noticed that, like, especially if you watch those animated series now, they all look like Steven Universe, like the art styles. What is it?
Yeah, well, they all started, and even before Steven Universe, I think it started with Teen Titans.
There he
and
is.
Teen Titans is a great cartoon.
And he's gone.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, and he goes.
And he's gone.
He's gone.
And I'm not knocking it, man. Maybe it's just because I'm an old man. Anime was not really my genre. Hey, what's up? What up, yo?
I got the main computer rebooted.
Look at that
right
steampunk
now. I'm on the little laptop right now.
Everybody's been talking about his hat all day. I love it.
Right.
Hey, my hat's pretty cool too.
Your hat is, yeah. He's old school.
Yeah, but he's like rocking the steampunk ecto goggles there.
And Star Wars.
And the Holy Trilogy, of course. No, but I don't know. Man. But yeah, you're right. I think like even G.I. Joe a few years ago came out with Renegades, and it was like this anime kind of weird, big-eyed anime thing. It's like,
now the story on that one in the website.
What, Renegades?
Yeah, Renegades the one with where Cobra Commander committed genocide in the first episode?
No, that was Resolute. That was dope as
Resolute.
shit. Renegades
I
was
love
the one where like
Resolute.
Cobra Commander had like the little weird half mask, and
Oh yeah.
they were the GI Joes were like the A team basically.
Yeah, Resolute was amazing.
Resolute should have been the show they went with. If Netflix was keen, they'd jump all over that shit and get the Resolute back on there because that show was like an adult contemporary version of GI Joe.
Yep.
Like Major Blood
Right.
was killed in the first 5 minutes. Bazooka
Sir.
was dead in the first 5 minutes.
Yep. I just
I
love
need you
the
to go
idea.
into the web page and download the picture of Alan Gilbreth that says pandemics and other things underneath, and get ready to put it up.
All right.
Can do. As I'm working,
Do it,
as you can
Charlie.
see, John. I'm working.
Yeah, I see that.
Gotta work.
Yep.
Gotta work. It's not all fun and games.
Here,
Oh, I know. I could talk to you all day, but that we will though. You need to hit me up on Facebook, John.
Yes.
Let me.
John's a great
I
guy.
keep-
I met him at ShadowCon, and he's been a trip to know.
Oh, and Galabon's been
ShadowCon
doing
was so
great.
much fun, man.
RGM's
ShadowCon
been
was a
doing wonderful.
great show. I feel like he looked like the dude from Boondock Saints over there in the bottom corner. Like you should just have like 9 of the same handgun all the way down a vest, you know? Just,
Nice. Yes.
have we seen that?
This is my
everybody up with
CovidCon
Boondock
look.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's all like handguns all the way down.
Right. Like their father was like this gun-toting maniac. He was awesome.
Too
Can't
bad
remember
the
that
guy's
kid.
passing away. He was a hell of an actor.
Well, a hell of a comedian too. He did that show with Suzanne Summers, didn't he? Was that
Yeah.
8 is Enough or something like that? We're really, really showing how old the nerdiness goes. Hey, look at that.
That's got it. That's Alan Gilbert.
Got it.
Like Lashana Holland Jones out in Facebook land says, I'm old school. I prefer the animation style of Rob Lamb, He-Man, She-Ra, and Darkwing Duck.
Well, Shauna, I totally and wholeheartedly agree with you. That was the jam when I was growing up. And even like when I had my nephew when he was a little kid, he wouldn't watch the newer Transformers, like the Beast Wars and stuff like that. He wanted old school Generation
One.
1. Peter Cullen, Optimus Prime.
Optimus
badass. Right, John Wayne voiced Optimus Prime. That's where it was at. Kids today don't understand how much better we had it back in our day. Of course, I guess that's part of being an old man now.
Yeah,
because
and
everybody says that.
Yeah, I've met Peter. Awesome dude. Yeah, totally great guy. So, but
I
yeah,
would love
John?
to meet Alan Oppenheimer.
we need you to pimp some stuff out for us real quick.
Right.
You got any
Sure.
websites, Facebooks, Twitters, Instagrams, smoke signals?
John Anderson actor on Facebook. If you could like the page, that helps me out. It makes me seem like I'm a way more popular actor than I really am.
Blue check mark.
Get my rating. Yeah, right. Go to John Jacob Anderson on IMDb and get my star rating up again. It's kind of a weird business now. They don't really care where you went to school anymore. They don't really care how talented you are. How many followers do you have on Twitter? How many what's your star rating on IMDb? I'm like, I don't know enough. Brother John 1701 on Instagram. I usually just put up pictures of GI Joes and stuff that I'm screwing around with in the house. Like I just put up a video of me killing a TV with a batleth recently.
Nice.
For all you fans, I don't know if I put that up yet or I'm about to, but I came across a Klingon batleth and I'm like, well, this is just begging to destroy things like a watermelon and some other things.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go through a series of stuff.
Well, John, we
blow shit
really
up with it.
appreciate it, man. Thank you for stopping by. We're going to try to get you in tomorrow, too, if you're at your Bat Cave. Show off your toy
Sure.
collection. See if we can squeeze you in for a few minutes between sets and see if you want to talk for a
Sure.
few minutes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hit me up.
Yeah, we surely
We're
will,
not
John.
exactly not a whole lot going on in the world right now, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Hanging out.
That's fair. But thank you for hanging out with us and talking to everybody and everybody that came to ask questions. We appreciate it. And, John, we appreciate your time, man.
Everybody out there at CovidCon, stay inside, stay safe, wash your ass, don't mess around. This is not a joke. Stay inside, man, and get better, and we'll get through it, and we'll see you at the next con. We'll see you at Conapalooza. We'll see you at, Mac 8. We'll see you at, Scares That Cares. We'll see you at Joe Fest, and so on and so forth. It's going to be awesome, man. We'll get through it. Be
All right.
careful, stay safe.
Well, thank you,
And
John.
everybody,
We appreciate
peace
your
and
time.
long life, as they say.
Peace and long life. That's right, sir.
Also,
Thank you,
Vader
man.
time.
See you guys.
Yeah, have a good one. That was awesome.
Yes,
John is
indeed.
a trip.
Good
So
job.
now Want to announce our next guest? Robert popped in and popped out. So
Yeah, it's going to be live from the front lines. This is going to be kind of interesting because we're only going to get to show a photo here-ish.
yeah, I can go ahead and pull that up.
Go ahead and pull that photo up for me. And then we can
Yes,
get Mr.
sir.
Brother John.
Yep, he's still down there. We can wave at him. He sees us.
We can have him hang out with us for a bit.
Yeah.
Since he's on his phone. But yeah, let's get that graphic back up.
Let me pull it back.
And then I will pull Mr. Allen up front.
That's
so, ladies and gentlemen, you won't actually see a moving picture of Mr. Allen Gilbreth because of the condition that he is in as far as his locale. It's kind of a top secret thing at this moment, so we do apologize for the non-motion picture. But I want to bring him in and have him explain some of the shenanigans that's going on.
Let me fix this. I have to leave it on my screen when I do this. Give me a second.
That's fine. I'll bring him in.
There you go.
Mr. Allen Gilbert, how are you doing today, sir?
How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for coming in under these interesting conditions.
Oh my gosh.
Pandemics and epidemics is definitely hitting home as far as everything goes. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself, first and foremost, for the audience that may not know you outside of the Southeast region?
Outside of the con world, who the heck am I and why am I supposed to be interesting? Is that basically the idea?
Absolutely.
Well, let's see. All right, for the topic that we have today, I am a plant and maintenance director for medical facilities. So basically, I'm the guy that makes stuff work. So if you need a respirator, I'm the guy that makes it pump air into you. I'm not the doctor who tells you need a respirator. I'm the guy that makes it work for you. I'm the guy that keeps the roof on you. I'm the one that builds your hot zone, patches your wall, makes sure your toilet flushes, and all of those little things that make medicine actually work.
So we are definitely saying you are a necessity during this outbreak.
All the other stuff I do, I am a ne'er-do-well, sort of an actor. I write stuff, I do things, I teach things. Occasionally I'm a pirate, occasionally I'm a werewolf. I'll throw in the, go to my IMDb page, like me, pop over to alangilbreth.com and, get on the Twitter feed and all that good stuff.
Absolutely.
But yeah, in the cover of Daylight, I am I'm the guy that keeps your hospital running.
And we thank you for that. Especially my sister is actually right now a COVID ICU nurse, and
I feel her pain. Oh my God!
One of the toughest things that she's probably ever gone through, seeing all this go down. So we highly appreciate you and your service that you're providing to the hospitals, probably nationwide at this point, with technologies and IT and everything else that you're helping out with.
It gets a little interesting. I was demonstrating how to put up hot zones earlier this week, so that was for a lot of hospitals. You see these things in the movies, but not a lot of people have actually done it in the last 20 or 30 years.
Oh yeah, like even with like SARS and Mad Cow and everything, the U.S., honestly, it looked like they didn't care as far as hot zones and, parameters and outbreak and everything like that goes. And now we're having to do it for the first time since, polio, pretty much.
You're pretty close. We really haven't had forced vaccinations since the 60s. I'm trying to think of when that actually stopped. It may have been gone as late as 1972, where they would just show up at school and line everybody up and go, "You're getting a shot, whether you wanted one today or not. Here you go." Of polio, I'm going to definitely show my age. That was something every time you went to the doctor as a little kid, man, you got polio drops. You got, they were really serious about making sure that everything was updated.
Yeah, testing your reflexology and everything else too. Yeah, just to make sure that wasn't a thing. I actually have a great uncle that actually suffers from polio because by the time the family could actually get support for it, it was already too late. So.
Wow. Yeah, the minute you usually find out you have it by you catch a cold on day one, and on an indeterminate time later, could be day 2, could be day 30, your leg stopped working or an arm went limp, or I mean, what a just shockingly terrible thing to just wake up one morning and you can't move your leg.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, there's even more devastating things like flesh-eating bacteria and things that hopefully won't become a pandemic or epidemic at this point. And you're probably very aware of those things in the medical industry.
Well, the thing to the flesh-eating bacteria is it's happily fairly easily taken care of with antibiotics. The problem is if it starts on you someplace you can't be treated.
Gotcha.
So let's say you were to, I think probably one of the worst case scenarios where you were on a cross ocean trip on an airplane, and it started, that little spot started bothering you, and the next thing you know, it's getting worse and worse and worse, and you're not going to land for 8 more hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Or
Kind of trapped.
Like international water cruise ship situation. So yeah, that would be horrible.
The cruise ship has got a doctor and a medical and some antibiotics on board. Now, it's not a cruise ship, of course, as we have seen graphically, is not designed to have 600 people on board get sick.
Yeah. We saw that with, what was it, 10 years ago? It was it SARS, where 326 people ended up with it on the Grand Marquis, something like that. I tried to do a tiny bit of research before I came to talk to you today. But yeah, it's like, Yeah,
a cruise ship is such a wonderful idea, but it is such a petri dish.
Yep, it's an incubator.
Yeah. And here's what usually happens. And people kind of forget this. Of a lot of people, now some of us that go to conventions all the time, we travel all over the place. So I know you just had John on earlier, and John is both, as a conventioneer and a guest, and his job, he travels. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, make their annual trek to something like Dragon Con or Mid-South Con, or they go out to California to go to the the really, really big stuff. And what they don't think about is you're from Wisconsin. You're used to Wisconsin bugs. You're used to those little critters that, they don't bother you in Wisconsin. But you're going to take your critters and you're going to run out to sunny California, and you're going to go get in a crowd of 300,000 people. And remember, each one of them all brought their family bugs with them. So either you're going to wind up patient zero because nobody in California has any resistance to what you brought with you, or, which is what we usually call con crud, of everybody catches some kind of cold because you bump into somebody that's got some variation that you're not used to. So I'm seeing Robert online. I look directly at him and go, and how many times at conventions do we wash hands, alcohol gel up, and then we have the con crud report, usually Wednesday, Thursday after the convention? Who's coughing, who feels like dog, it's just, welcome to minor, what you would call micro epidemics.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, the micro ones are the most interesting ones because it all depends on what traveled. We'll say mild upper respiratory infection, not to be outdone by COVID-19 at this point. But like, say me, I get upper respiratory infections all the time. My body just doesn't understand what the hell to do with them. And so, like, I'll get an upper respiratory infection, I'll get a breathing treatment and get on some antibiotics, and in a week I'm fine. But if you cough near me and you have even the inkling of one, I'm going to get it again. So I'm susceptible to concrete all the time, and I get it all the time because I travel all the time.
There you go. And it's just, we just accept that kind of as an everyday kind of thing. Now, my topic today, before it's just, talking about COVID, because I know everybody is freaking tired of COVID. You have heard COVID, 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 COVID. You can't watch Nickelodeon and not hear about COVID. So, I'll throw in we'll get to COVID at the end of this. But, the United States has not been immune from what I would call the social history of a virus.
Yeah.
Of a lot of bad things have happened to human beings ever since we showed up. There is always some critter, some bug, some virus, some bacteria that thinks we're tasty. And throughout history, these were just horrific things. And the only thing that really leaps into my mind that everybody would have it in their head is any form of Monty Python skits involving the Middle Ages, because people weren't bathing. Can you imagine what we smelled like?
So sometimes that was a delicacy at that point.
Yeah,
be like, someone who doesn't smell bad? Amazing. I will take them for a wife.
You're all right. You're dead on. You're dead on. Why? What is the most popular month of the year for marriages?
May.
May, June brides, the whole thing.
That was after they had their yearly bath.
Well, because of all the rains and stuff in March, everybody had pretty much been cleaned, so you didn't smell so bad. So now you could get married. Isn't that just kind of a horrible thought?
It's, interesting.
So it's just you look at these things and go, wow, this is not good. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Let's set the Wayback Machine and let's get way back there, and let's pick on smallpox. Let's go back to prehistory with humans, all the way up to basically what we would consider the Wild Wild West. Smallpox was horrifying. It was just, people died of this. If you didn't die of it, it scarred you. It left these horrible pockmarks on it. We are left today with the curses, a pox upon you.
Mm-hmm.
And, smallpox is really the birth of modern medicine. So, all the way back in time, these things kept going around. And, smallpox was also pretty durable. I'm thinking of the Great American West here. A lot of indigenous people were wiped out from blankets. The blankets had been used at the smallpox hospital, and everybody got better. The hospital closed down, so they gathered up all the blankets, and we didn't have basically modern cleaning capabilities. In those days, you basically hung stuff out in the sunshine and got out there with basically looked like an overwrought tennis racket and beat the bejesus out of it and got all the dirt and stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know that didn't exactly clean it real well.
And if there was ever anything like solid on it or liquid, they just rubbed it down with either boiling water or regular water, and then all the goodies soaked into all the bacteria and viruses and stuff soaked into the moisture there and thrived.
And, then we bundled them all up, and if dry was a preservative for your particular brand of critter, and we went and donated this out, then, the people you gave it to, if they'd never been exposed, wow, it just took off like, it literally took off like wildfire. Of one of the kind of the vanity aspects of smallpox was that people discovered that basically the milking maids never seemed to catch smallpox. But milking maids were kind of renowned for having not the most lovely hands, because they always wound up infected. Now we're talking European history here, guys. Would wind up with something called cowpox, which happened to be a first cousin to smallpox and could be carried from species to species by touch. So, of course, they're working on the cow's udders. They're milking the cows. They would wind up with the cowpox on their hands, but yet they would never suffer from the ravages of the big bad disease, the big smallpox. And to think that there used to even be something called pox parties, where especially young ladies would, dab a needle into a cowpox sore on a milking maid's hand and, basically stab themselves in the leg with it so they could get a mild case of cowpox and not become infected with the big bad smallpox.
Talk about vaccinations.
That's
that's kind of where the idea.
There's other ways to stab the
that's
milkmaid.
one of the crudest versions of vaccination that I can think of in history.
Yeah, I mean, not but to think that you're all going to get together and giggle and have tea and crumpets and sit around and infect yourselves with the disease so you didn't die of something worse later.
Unfortunately, in this day and age, there are chicken pox parties and things like that all the Karens out there will get all their kids together and be like, well, little Billy with 3 L's and 2 X's and 3 Y's in their name has chicken pox. Does anyone else need to get it real quick? And they'll have the kids wrestle and do everything. And then lo and behold, you got 16 kids named Braxton with chicken pox. And,
but it does work.
It works.
Get it over with.
It's like logically insane to do nowadays, but it works.
Well, no one said this stuff had to make perfect sense.
I know.
I was also looking at, and Robert, I'll tell you how much prep I got to do, because Xfinity in their wisdom decided to turn off all of my internet from home.
I lost power for a few hours earlier.
No, well, what else happens when you're trying to do a virtual con?
Same thing as what happens when you try to do a physical con.
Well, the good thing about it is we have 3 different people running this in 3 different actual locations, so that helps that part.
It's awesome. So let's see. Yeah, I see. Hi, Eva. I see you down there. Ugh, con crud. You are correct. Ugh is right. Let's see. What other little darling things do we have during history?
Eva, you can go to the con suite on the website.
Mm-hmm. We have a con suite online.
All right. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, see. All right. Let's pick on something else that everybody had for a little bit. Let's pick on polio. Polio showed up. We find polio in mummies.
Not daddies?
Well, just mummies, because daddies didn't last. So the mummies hung around. So, let's see. Some of the Egyptian mummies, they've popped up, and, with some of our new scanning capabilities, they've looked at it and kind of gone, holy moly, this one had smallpox. And then, this one's got bone deformities that wound up, they have, because they had polio. Measles. Measles, another really old disease that every time you got a lot of people together, it had a tendency to show up. And measles is another one. We thought we had pretty much beat until and how much hate mail do y'all want tonight? Y'all want plenty or some?
I don't care.
Okay, well, let's start picking on the anti-vaxxers then. Um, they started not getting their children vaccinated. Suddenly, guess what happened, guys? The measles flared back up. And so, if you don't want this stuff, I got news for you guys. Modern medicine is a beautiful and wonderful thing. And I say that being on the recent recipient of a lot of modern medicine. So,
And you see what Larry wrote there?
I popped over. I'm sorry. Ah, yep. Bring out the dead. Bring out the dead. That was I believe that was the plague wagon.
The Black
And
Death.
yep, that was the plague wagon. And as I recall, I think Eric Idle was the one doing the cry. Not that I've seen this movie 8,000 times. Can you help me out? He'll be stone dead by Tuesday. Oh, I feel happy. I'm going for a walk. So, everybody loves movies like Camelot and all these great, reproductions of the medieval ages. And I just remind everybody, you got to watch. I hate to say it, but if you want to see what history was really like, you gotta watch Monty Python because, well, it wasn't all that clean.
No.
Middle Europe, especially when we started really populating like London, the word hello of this is purely this is hardly a scientific etymology of the word, but it is rumored that the word hello came about from lookout below. And when you were on the third or fourth, tier, I hesitate to call it a story because those buildings weren't that great. Your chamber pots and stuff, they didn't have plumbing in those days. So they would just kind of, chuck
Let
it
it
out
loose.
the window with a lookout below or hello. Hello. That's coming out the window.
Every sperm is sacred.
Oh, wait a minute. We're talking chamber pots, dude. This is where the lady should walk to the inside when walking down the sidewalk. The gentleman should always walk to the outside, and that way the lady didn't get stuff thrown on her from above. The guy did. And now you know why everybody had such great hats. Let's see. What do I know about the children's song Ring Around the Rosies, a pocket full of posies? And at the end of the song, we all fall down. Yes, I am very familiar with that one. As a matter of fact, with a little what we call gallows humor in the hospitals, that has been making the rounds lately. So, and I'll also throw in, cockle shells and several bells, and how her garden grows was how she was blowing up her political enemies. So I'll throw that one in there too. And Robert, I think you're being asked for a second rendition. So.
Every sperm is sacred.
Yep.
Every sperm is great. When a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate.
Yep, you and the Druids. There we go. Let's talk about some other horrible things throughout time that have managed to hit us, and let's dive into the Black Death. Let's look at that. The evil Fu Manchu going to infect everybody from Asia. Ghost ships would show up with nothing alive on board. At first, nobody really caught on that it was, it was linked to rats. But it became being linked to rats, and everybody figured out if you were really, really nasty and had lots of rats around, that was the problem.
And some
And
people were eating the rats on the boats too.
well, when you ran out of the other provisions and Doug didn't look very cooperative, you had to go with what you had.
You either had to eat the rats or the first mate, one or the other.
Well, the problem with that is the rat wasn't actually the problem. The problem with the fleas. So when you killed the rat, where did the fleas go? Over to the human. Not the happiest place. Which throws in that tiny little bit of pirate history. Why did pirates often wear animal tails? In hopes that the fleas would infest the tail and not the pirate. Even the Great Fire of London, was accidentally helped provide a way of getting rid of the plague in London because it burned down all the stuff that was too close together and took with it all the rats and all of the fleas and unfortunately a whole lot of people and a whole lot of buildings. When they rebuilt it, they gave themselves a little space. So congratulations, guys. Welcome to original social distancing. Stop building on top of each other.
Well, the earth is just shaking off fleas is all that's happening.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Here's a trivia question for anybody out there in the live comments. You know somebody who's a relative, Lord Mayor of London, when that started. That was Lord, what a mess. Why did they call them in New York? Why did they call them brownstones? Let's see if anybody grabs that one. From an earlier hint when I gave y'all about the derivation of the word hello.
They were painted in a different direction.
Well, it's just one of these things people have to think about, and you kind of, I didn't really want to think about the world in that particular way, but, think about it. New York is way north, right? So it probably, got a lot of snow and stayed frozen for months on end.
We have someone who may know the answer. I just got to wait for her to say it. So, Windrunner, it's all on you. Let us know.
Oh, yeah, we're sitting on pins and needles.
And Bill Webb.
Hi, Bill.
Your great-grandfather or whatever was the Lord Mayor of London during that time?
Okay.
That's quite a thing to roll out there. Windrunner, you win. You are correct. So let me paint this lovely scene for everybody. So you build your houses up high enough to be above the accumulated frost and snow and all that, but because there was no plumbing, there were no drains, that stuff, everybody would just chuck it out into the streets and it would pile up to the level of the homes. So you didn't have the stairs during the winter. And of course, it would stain the bottom with, brown. But just picture this. Picture the end of March. How horrible could it have been to be in a place like that when it all began to melt?
Ooh.
No bueno.
That is why New York was one of the very first cities in the entire world to get plumbing, to basically get street drains.
Do the way the Romans did.
Well, the Romans were pretty smart. Obviously, we didn't keep the learning for some reason. All right, here's your next pandemic trivia question for fun and profit. Somebody name me one of the other top 5 cities to get basically municipal drainage. And does anybody know why? And it has something to do with, well, where I'm at. And everybody's going to go, in a hospital? I was like, well,
That's a good one. I definitely don't know that one.
Oh, I'm sure somebody out there is going to pop up and grab it.
Like, I understand the necessity in this day and age, especially, but I don't know one of the first ones that would cash in on it.
Yeah, New York. New York was one city, and then another city not too close to New York was in like the top 2, top 3 to kind of go, we need to drain this.
Talk about draining the swamp.
You're dead on the money, Robert. Do you know which swamp?
If it was in New York?
No, it didn't say the city was in New York.
Oh,
let's see.
That'd be New Orleans.
You would be incorrect.
Yeah, that came way later. Yeah, they came way later on. Let's see. Swampy.
Virginia area?
Nope, not Virginia.
Ooh. Yeah, we can't even get a state right. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see if anyone pops up in the comments in the next, give it 30 seconds or so. Because they are, like, kind of stunted for, like, 15, 20 seconds at a time. Larry Hawaii says Chicago.
Chicago was not that long after for similar reasons because Chicago was also built in a swamp.
Joanne Miller says Georgia.
Georgia. Atlanta was much later. Yeah, Chicago has an issue in the fact that the swamp wants to come back.
Yeah, it's like destroying the water table and stuff there.
Yeah, Chicago with all those with that great lake sitting right there. Chicago's going, we're supposed to be marshy and stuff's supposed to sink.
Yep.
If y'all build those great big giant buildings. Washington, D.C., a lovely guess, and the British did burn it down for us a couple of times, but not the one we're looking for. Memphis, you are the winner again, Windrunner. Memphis, because we were the land of yellow fever. This city got wiped out. That's why the Walter Reed Hospital was here, studying the lovely epidemic of mosquito-borne diseases. And Memphis was one of the first ones in the country, besides New York, to get municipal drainage.
Wow.
You can still go down to A. Schwab's and find all kinds of malaria and yellow fever stuff.
Now they just got to let politicians down the drain.
Oh, don't tease me. Don't get me started. I'll really get you some hate mail. But basically, guys, you got to look at this thing. The whole world, everything in the whole world has been out to kill us from the very beginning. So I know everybody's freaking out, and I'm sitting here going, all right, guys, if you're under the age of 40, you grew up in the United States, you have been shockingly blessed.
Oh, yeah.
That, one, we got, we got this wide open spaces. We haven't really, we don't really have the kind of congregation that you see, let's say, someplace like Hong Kong, where there's just no place. There's no space between the people. And you begin carrying on some kind of critter that wants to jump from person to person. And, here we go. And even most recently, you would think it wouldn't be that hard to stop a disease carried by another animal. So like a mosquito. Mosquitoes throughout history have proven that they will be here long after we are gone. Because so far they are, they're resilient. We haven't managed to handle them yet. let's see, what is it? About 100 some odd different types of diseases carried by mosquitoes. Of course, I'm saying this just as it's getting nice and warm and everybody wants to go outside.
Oh yeah.
So, we got dengue fever, we got encephalitis, we got Zika, we got just all kinds of bizarre stuff.
Has
And
African sleeping sickness made it here to the States yet? Through
there
mosquitoes?
have actually been a few reported cases over on the East Coast. I haven't heard of one lately. I haven't looked it up lately. But, just to kind of point out, guys, how close this has come, in the 1930s, St. Louis has their own St. Louis encephalitis named for them because of mosquitoes. And that was in the 30s. You got grandparents out there, folks, that were born in the 30s.
Oh yeah.
Of another type of encephalitis was actually discovered in the 60s, and West Nile virus managed to show up from, guess where? The West Nile. It showed up about 1999. So it's relatively new to our shores.
Actually, I had encephalitis and spinal meningitis when I was a baby, and I surprisingly have all my limbs and most everything else intact. So I'm super, blessed or scienced or whatever we're playing the game today, that I made it out as I did. So yeah.
It's let's see. Think about the ice and earth melting, that white thing. Well, yeah, Joanne, you have brought up another interesting fact. Let's pick on dear Tutankhamun, as they like to, So here we went, and our lovely British explorers, intrepid folks, go from England down to Egypt, and they actually managed to find an intact tomb. And people go, well, of course, nothing could survive that long sealed up in a tomb. Well, how about substances that don't rot, like honey? Honey kept to its own devices. I think the oldest sample of honey found to date is around 3,000 years old. So, if honey can make it 3,000 years, and cute little water bears, and I'll go into them more if somebody wants to know about them, the cute little water bears can survive 50, 60, 100 years locked up in a museum exhibit, add water and they come back to life. Joanne has definitely hit with, well, now we're melting all this stuff from the North Pole, and we're exposing things that have been hidden, frozen, moved away, if you wish. Heaven only knows what could be hid up there.
There's no telling, honestly.
And we're putting it back. Yeah, we're putting it back.
I would say like the stuff going on in Russia where the permafrost is melting and they found animals that had been there, 3,000 years, that had diseases in them that we didn't know existed.
Yes, exactly. And could have a belly full of insert plant here. So they've already proved that the germs and things were alive. Yeah, Joanne, I was just trying to make the example with honey that even something you could still eat 3,000 years later could be in a jar, floating around in somebody's tomb someplace. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a little.
Why do I get all the fun topics? I just, at work, I talk about life safety. I'm talking about blowing people up. I come to con and I'm talking about how we're going to die. It seems to be.
Hey, Alan, you chose the topic. You chose the topic.
I think the topic chose me.
When we called you on the phone, we're like, hey, Alan, you want to do a panel? And it's like,
sure.
What, for CovidCon? Yeah, well, I'll do something like epidemics and pandemics. And we're like, sold.
There we go. Okay. Let's see.
Well, Alan,
Yeah.
I know that you haven't yet, so tell a little bit about who Alan Gilbreth is and
Oh,
what
boy.
Alan Gilbreth has done and what Alan
We already
Gilbreth
did.
is
We did it in
going
the
to be
beginning while you
doing.
were gone.
You was asleep, Robert.
Nah, I wasn't. Do it again.
Do it
Hope I'm
again.
not the only one that
He
missed.
just likes to hear it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, as I tell people, I was when I'm trying to train people to do a con for the first time, or they publish their first book, or they were in their first show, and you look at them and go, people want to know why you are interesting. Why are you the person sitting at the desk? Of the reason I'm talking about disasters and epidemiology and all that lovely stuff today. No, I'm not a doctor. Yes, I work in hospitals. I work in nursing homes. I remodel these things. And I am persistently exposed to wonderful modern hospital superbugs like C. diff, basically a great way to poop yourself to death. Mercy.
You
There's
have died.
MRSA, there's VRE, there's all kinds of good stuff in there. So I'm the guy that makes the equipment and the building work.
You are Mr. HIPAA.
As a matter of fact, just to be kind of a jerk about it years ago, I do apologize to everybody in medicine today. They have to study a book called HIPAA in Daily Practice. It is by C. Dinkins and A.F. Gilbreth. Hi, I wrote that book. So, yeah, it's kind of funny, and in hospital meetings and stuff, somebody will go, "Well, just ask Alan. He literally wrote the book on the topic." So,
Well,
let's see. I chase ghosts. I hunt. I periodically go looking for things that aren't supposed to exist. I've been in animal rehab, recovery. I have been animal rehab's always fun. Of work with critters, do things. I occasionally beat pirates with swords. So,
you adjust people too.
and Joanna says, I am the guy I cussed at. Yeah, I am probably responsible for a lot of cussing, Joanne.
So
But
let
I like
people
to tell
know,
people
Alan,
it
where we
wasn't
know
from the
each other
government,
from.
and I was here to help. So, Joanne's like,
Alan,
study that. Yes, sir.
let people know where we know each other from.
Is that prison still open? Checking, let's see. When did I meet you? It's about 1,000,000 years ago at Mid South Con, I think.
10.
10? Just 10 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like so much longer, Robert. It really does. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like dog years.
As occasionally, you got these things. I either am one of those adventurous kind of people when somebody goes, "Hey, let's go see if Bigfoot is out there in the swamp." I'm the one that goes, "Let's go." So I'm either highly adventurous or I have a distinct lack of fear and good sense.
And I hear that you're going to be doing some new radio shows. What are those about?
Oh boy. Yeah, there's a lot of new radio coming up. Welcome to Stewart Media. I have been best known for Geek Tank Radio. Of course, I'm the villain on Geek Tank Radio for years and years and years. The other one has been the Fix It Up Show, where I have been the resident expert with the lovely and infamous Mr. Joe Thordenson that everybody will know from Memphis Comic and Fantasy Convention. He and I have been doing a DIY Fix It Up show for iHeartMedia for quite some time. And we are now jumping ship from iHeartMedia and moving to Stewart Media. We will be in Memphis on the mighty 990 AM and 107.9 FM. And I am now one of the new hosts of the brand new Tool Talk. So I'm greatly excited about that. And I am also going to be one of the experts in Nerds of Wisdom.
Joe Thordenson. Somebody said one time he's a very, very lucky guy.
Joe is actually a mutant. I will tell you now. I mean, we're talking mutant in the X-Men sense of the universe. In the simple fact, his superpower is to not be tased.
I would like to hear more.
Well, for instance, Joe is looking to meet Joe is looking to meet the celebrity du jour at DragonCon or one of the other major conventions. All he has to do is announce that he's going to do this. He will go through the wrong door somewhere, walk down a back hallway, run into the exact celebrity he's looking to run into. He will walk away with their private phone number, their agent's number, and a promise that they're going to get together at the next major event. And somehow or another, he doesn't get tased. This includes and I'm not name dropping, but I mean this includes presidential candidates like Ted Cruz to Stan Lee. So it's the darndest things. I would be in cuffs and tased, drooling into the carpet somewhere. Joe just wanders through with a smile on his face, and it is just amazing. He is a very, very fortunate. Now,
I
see,
would not only
Robert
be
and I,
tased, I'd be in jail somewhere.
yeah, Robert and I go walking through together, and people move small children, close doors. There's just something about us, my friend.
Joanne, the vendor page will be up through tomorrow. The vendor room will be closed on the Monday morning after the con.
Yep, so make sure you take screenshots and do all the good stuff so you can keep track of everything. Just like a regular convention, and we will make things disappear.
Just like a regular convention, is there some horrible way to die you people would like me to cover?
Flesh-eating bacteria.
You can tell us a con story about a little old lady that liked to drink.
Wow, you didn't narrow it down, Robert.
The blue stuff.
Oh my gosh! Oh golly! Wow. That's just very frightening. That would bring up the hallowed words of Shorty, Mr. Bergman, who has unfortunately and tragically left us a few years ago. If you were friends with Stuart Bergman, better known as Shorty, it was a lot like having a pet Wookiee. It was big, it was furry, and it loved you unconditionally and would do anything for you. However, Mr. Bergman was fond of making a substance known as the blue stuff. What exactly was in the blue stuff was a little nebulous. There was a list of ingredients that goes around periodically, but I assure you it was a very fluid list, and I'm sure at other times has included nuclear waste, solvents, cleansers, a variety of things that you should never put in your body. But this was several years ago, and trying to think of the actress's name, Lieutenant Yar, Denise Crosby, was the celebrity, and one of the secondary celebrities was a lovely lady by the name of Susanna Lee. And she was quite the lovely, proper British grandmother. And we were sitting around conversing with her in the early stages of the convention, and she was just adorable. This was just these are those con moments when things are kind of quiet and not a lot's going on at the con tables, and you can just kind of sit around and visit. And this lady was classy and just delightful and just wonderful. And what a great time we had. And let's fast forward to evening. And we are now eating, and I'm going to toss another Memphis convention standard under the bus, Mr. Carlin Stewart, of because I saw Stewart appear in the doorway of kind of the green room where all of the celebs were gathered and having a quick bite to eat and visiting among ourselves. And I was sitting at a table with Kimberly Richardson, Denise Crosby, Susanna Lee, and so I'm sitting there with all these fabulous people around me, and appearing in the doorway is our beloved Shorty. He's wearing his jacket, so that means he is now packing, which means he has cups on one side, and he flips it open, and a bottle of blue stuff on the other. And because we're sitting there trying to have a kind of a quick nosh and all that kind of stuff, I kind of point at him and kind of make the motion like, if you come in here with that stuff, I will have you drawn and quartered. And he's looking at me from the door, and he catches Carlin's eye and flashes the jacket both sides. And suddenly Carlin announces, "Hey, there's Shorty. He's got the Romulan ale." To at this moment, Denise Crosby leaps straight up in her chair and says, "Romulan ale? I must have this. It is of my people." And I went, no, you don't. You don't need any of this. This is brain damage in a bottle. And I was outvoted immediately. And suddenly, here is Stewart handing out little cups of blue stuff to everybody involved. And suddenly, the little darling Susanna Lee, the little British grandmother, pipes in, "Well, wait a moment. Don't I get a spot?" And I'm like, no, you do not need this. No. So she gets her cup. Everybody does the usual, over the lips and through the gums, look out stomach, here it comes. And everybody drops their cup of blue stuff. And, I'm happy to report that Denise Crosby responded like any good carbon-based life form. There was
what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, there was a slight gasp. And it's, whoa, the eyes bulge, the face turns a little red, and she manages to gasp out the words, "smooth." Well, I turn, and it's too late because our lovely Miss Lee, from Elvis movies and Bad British B movies and all these wonderful things, knocks her back. And she doesn't respond at all. She just kind of freezes in place for a few seconds, which in my heart felt like 12 minutes. And I'm like, great. I'm sending a British jewel back to the crown in a box. We killed her. She's not even wiggling. After a few seconds, she does actually move. She looks around and she goes, "Oh, that was quite lovely. I think a spot of that went through me to the carpet." I have no idea what that actually means.
Oh,
she didn't gasp. She didn't react like any normal human being. And I literally looked at her dead in the eye and I just went, "Oh my God, how tough are you?" And later that night, after numerous more libations, blue and other such, we were sitting around playing Guess the Mega Celebrity She Got Liquored Up With. And she wouldn't use their full name. She would just use their colloquial name. And, she'd be like, "Oh, Dickie would be back and he threw the most lovely parties."
That would be
and everybody's trying to figure out who Dickie is. And, everybody got who E was pretty quick. Well, then E would call and he would be so depressed because he wouldn't be there at the party. And then you're like, okay, well, we got E. E's Elvis, obviously. And, but then she would talk about, Dickie and the little swan boy and the this and just like, and Simon's mother used to call and fuss because he ate something pork on the show, and Simon shouldn't do that, and of course it's just this cavalcade of megalithic stars today. Well, back in the day they were just They were actors making their bones, right? But she's talking about Dickie would come to America and make the little cowboy movie. And everybody's, I'm just sitting there just shaking my head in pain, going, "Oh my God, seriously?" The little cowboy movie would have been A Man Called Horse, and Dickie would have been Sir Richard Harris. How Dickie threw the best parties, and you're like, "Oh my God, I just it's a I'm just you just sit there and kind of go, it's a night. It's Sir Richard Harris. Oh, Dickie threw the best parties. And just went, oh my God, really? So
that is amazing.
Yes, Robert. Welcome to Con Stories in the middle of pandemics.
Tell some of the other names. It's hilarious.
Oh, Simon. His mother never used his Yank name, as she called it. Can anybody think of who Simon could be?
Let's see.
Simon was a replacement actor for many TV shows over the years. And his most famous role, he's still a replacement actor. But the thought...
What was his last name?
Goldfarb. Simon Goldfarb. I promise you've seen him. You've watched at least
100 movies with Simon Goldfarb in it.
At least 3 or 4 that are stuck in your mind.
Okay.
And I'll throw in the word Jaws.
Okay.
And I won't say a shark. I'm going to tell you the original Jaws. Also a truly lovely actor. But the thought.
He was also in Folks.
And he was such a lovely person, people might have even called him a saint. And the fact that his mother would call Raising Cain because she saw him do something, yes, Richard Kyle was Jaws. Awesome. And a truly, truly sweet man. Oh my gosh, what a nice guy. If you ever shook hands with Mr. Kyle, you discovered what 4-year-olds feel like shaking your hand. Because he shook your hand up to about the elbow.
Dang.
He was
Go ahead and tell
huge.
him who Simon Goldfarb is.
All right, well, Simon became later known to Americans as somebody, Roger Moore.
Nice.
The fact that James Bond's mother would call to give him Jewish mother grief during filming was a thought that has cracked me up for years.
That's good.
He even made fun of it in a commercial not too many years ago. He answered the phone, and I mean, this woman is just giving him absolute grief. Yes, mother. Yes, mother. Yes, mother. It was hilarious.
Well, Alan, we have a wonderful little belly dancer coming on to perform for a little bit. If you want,
she'll be far more interesting than I.
Well, you can stick around on the computer if you have the time and watch her, but we're gonna send you on off your way. And it was great having you. You're always welcome. We've gotten into a little bit of trouble once or twice together, and probably will again.
Oh, I promise we're going to again. Absolutely.
Later, brother.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Guys, I'm about to go to work. So I got to go work in the front lines myself, and I will be back later, probably when I get home from work. So.
Okay. Be careful.
Handle it for me, big guy.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We are fixing to bring up Nico Mew to do a little performance for us. We're going to bring her up, let her do her performance, then we'll let her talk a little bit, and we're not going to say anything. We're just going to let it roll. Okay, you ready?
Hey guys, I'm Neko Mew, also Harley Quinn right now. So I'm just gonna start my song and dance. Can't take another second of this bed. Making up stories and saying I'm better off dead. They want me to be this perfect thing. Like everything is fine, like everything's okay. But I'm not close to perfect, I'm not close to sane. I'm not the one to worship and I'm not the one to blame. But you made up your mind and you put me on your stage. Just take it all back, I'm not the king of anything. Can't take another second of this pain. I've tried to be the person all of you want me to be. Maybe I'm okay with who I am. I know I'm just a child, but I'll try to be the man. But I'm not close to perfect, I'm not close to safe. I'm not the one to worship and I'm not the one to blame. But you made up your mind and you put me on your stage. Just take it all back, I'm not the king of anything. I'm not the king of anything. Okay, so there might be a commercial or something because I'm using YouTube. Yeah, so that gives me a little bit of time. So everyone out there, you're not just watching me dance. You're gonna dance too. Get up off your couches, wherever you're sitting. Stop sitting. Stand up. You're gonna learn some belly dance. So let's warm up first. Roll your wrists. Yeah, awesome. Close your tired eyes. Now your neck.
Get off the big screen, Robert.
And open them. All these heavy thoughts will try to weigh you down. Other way. This time, way up in the air, you're finally free, and you can stay up there, right next to me. All this gravity will try to pull you down, but not this time. When the sun goes down and the lights burn out, then it's time for you to shine brighter than a shooting star. Yes. Shine no matter where above. You're holding your elbows. Darkest night with a brilliant light, 'cause it's time for you. There you go. Cross to the other side. Brighter than a shooting star. Shine no matter then across behind. Now you're gonna bend down, touch the floor. Now roll back up slowly. When the fire starts and fan the flame so hot. Alright, and now you're gonna reach your arm up. Let this part stretch. This part's scrunched up. Let your colors burn and brightly burst into a million sparks. Other side. That all disperse and illuminate a world that'll try to bring you down, but not this time. around the ankle. Feel the darkest night with a brilliant light, 'cause it's time for you to shine brighter than a shooting star. So shine on wherever you are tonight. Brighter than a shooting star. Stretch your arms up. Roll your wrists while they're up there. Tonight, 1,000 heartbeats beat in time. It makes this dark planet come alive. So when the lights flicker out tonight, you gotta shine. Hold your head, but don't pull too hard. Inside. It's time for you to shine. Brighter than a shooting star. Shine no matter where you are. Feel the darkest night with a brilliant light. Roll the neck again. I need you to shine. Brighter than a shooting star. Shine no matter where you are. Other way. Brighter than a shooting star. Shine no matter where you are. All right, so now I'm going to teach you belly dance stance. So you squat a little, tuck in your butt, arms are out like this. So that's how you're going to stand for this next thing. So we're going to be doing hip bumps, which is where you push your heel into the ground. So when you push your heel, this pops up. So push your heel, this will pop. Push, push. Might take a second, just keep feeling it out. Push, push your heel. Push your heel into the ground. I go a little faster. Notice the top half of me is not moving, it's just down here. Yeah, I keep going. All right, now shake it out. Now we're you're gonna squat a little, tuck in your butt. You're gonna go right, right, left, left with your hips. 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, right, left, left. 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 Normal. Right, left. Okay. Now we're gonna walk with it. So you're gonna go hip, 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 hip. Back. Good. Shake it out. Now we're going to try to walk and do the hip, 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 hip. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Hip, hip, step. 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 Back. All right, shake it out. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, I'm just going to do another dance for you. Yeah. Slow motion, like it's saying silver potion, and all I'm out in the open. So follow me into the dark, bring up a piece of your heart. 10% for money and cars. Come on wherever you are. All temptations are, all temptations are. My heart is racing, the sensation are. I was born diamonds out, my time is coming. I get so feeling so supersonic. I try to stop, but it just can't stop it. Dancing in dreams, dancing in dreams. I was in the mix, I blow back the kids. That boy want this, that boy gon' miss. But if for me, I bet he get the gist. Holly, catch quick body. Run, like I'm riding a Harley. But I'm in a Barbie, sorry, not sorry. Didn't say big, but none of them saw me. Now your people wanna call me. If it is about that chicken, the most wanted and got you. All your diamonds is missing. All you thought I was kidding. This a suicide mission. You need to make a decision. On what side is you picking? See if I wanna take this. 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 Girls like me don't make this. Girls like me don't make this. Girls like me don't make this. The show is beginning. All the devils are singing. Climbing up on the chandelier. Can't stop me from swinging. So follow me into the dark. Bring up a piece of your heart. 10% for money and cars. Come on, wherever you are. Okay, so now, what did I decide? Okay, so now I'm going to teach you snake arms.
Here are the top 10 things you can do if you think you...
All right, so this is called snake arms. You go elbow, wrist, down. You can do this one sitting if you feel like it. Elbow, wrist, down. Elbow, wrist, down. Elbow, wrist, down. Elbow, wrist, down. Other side. Elbow, wrist, down. Elbow,
wrist, down, elbow, wrist, down. Now we're gonna put it together. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. Right, left, right, left. If you want to kind of sway the rest of your body while you do it, you can. You guys doing it? You getting it? All right, now we're going to go forward. So you like this. If you want to do the shoulders. Alright, now we're going to do, my screen went weird. Okay, sorry. Alright, so out, hands down, elbows up, scoop. Okay, now go back. Now go back into normal snake arms. Slower is actually harder. So if you're going slow right now, good job. Move with it. Now front again. All right, so now we're gonna do, let's see, we're gonna do chest bumps first. So what you're doing, you're gonna follow me. 5, 6, 7, 8, go right, back, left, forward, right, back, left, forward, right, back, left, forward. I'm going a little faster. 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, back, left, forward. All right, check it out. Now we're going to do the other side. 5, 6, 7, 8. Left, back, right, front, left, back, right, front, left, back, right, front, left, back, right, front. All right, ready? We're gonna go faster. our hips. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. Right, back, left, front, right. Stick your butt out. Left. Tuck in your stomach. Right, back, left, front, right, back, left, front. Now shake it out. Do the other side. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go left, back, right, front, left, back, right, front, left, back, right, front. Now you're gonna smooth it out. So you're just gonna go around. It's called an omni. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go around. You see how my legs are kind of switching, like your knees are bent. You're just going around with your hips. Other side. Other side. All right, shake it out. Top part. Round. 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 All right, good job, guys. Okay, so now I'm going to perform again. Let's see if it's going to do commercial or not. Come on, music. Okay. All right, perfect.
Drag me to death like a lit cigarette. Took my last breath like the smoke from my lips. I've lied for you and I liked it too. But my knees are bruised from kneeling to you. I've had enough, but you're too hard to quit. We've had our fun, now your sugar makes me sick. I've lied for you and I liked it too. But my makeup's ruined and now I'm laughing through my tears. I'm crying through my fear. But baby, if I had to choose, the joke's on you. The joke's on you. God knows I'm trying to be kind, but I want you to slow it down, baby, be fine. The joke's on you. My heart's gone bad, now it won't be for you. You had your life, now I won't play the fool. I've lied for you, and I liked it too. But I'm black and blue from living for you. You struck the match, burn me out so fast. Look what we had, now it's turned to ash. I've lied for you, and I liked it too. My makeup's ruined, and now I'm laughing through my tears. I'm crying through my fear. But baby, if I had to choose, the joke's on you. The joke's on you. God knows I'm trying to be kind, but I want you to slow it down. The joke's on you.
Okay, so now, yeah, what are we doing?
What's up, guys? Mr. Beast here, and I'm hosting a $250,000 charity rock, paper, scissors tournament consisting of 30.
Okay, so now I'm going to teach you my favorite move. My cat decided to join us, first of all. This is Nevaeh. Okay, anyways, distraction. Okay, so we're going to learn Maya's. You can put your arms up, actually. You're going to go up, out, down. Up, out, down. Up, out, down. Up, out, down. And you can't really see my feet, but I'm going up on my toes, sort of. Balls my feet. Up, out, and then your foot goes down. Up, out, down. Go a little faster. 5, 6, 7, 8. You can go lower. Back up. Faster. Alright, check it out. Now we're gonna do upward Mayas. So you're gonna like scoop. 5, 6, 7, 8. Scoop. Scoop. A little faster. Good. Alright, shake it out. Alright. Now, we're going to put them together. So we're going to go down, back up. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. Go down, down. Up, up. Down, down. Up, up. One more time. Down, down. Up, up. Alright, shake it out. Now we're gonna do it faster. 5, 6, 7, 8. Down, down, up, up. Alright, let's do 2. So we'll go down, 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 up, 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 up. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. Go down, 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 up. Okay. So now I'm gonna perform for you.
Double serum, 2 serums in 1 with 21 potent plant extracts, including turmeric.
You turn me up, still speculating, never enough. But you must feel I'm unrestrainable. I'm uncontainable. Any moment, I'll have you begging, don't turn your back. Or can't you see that I'm untamable? I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing all I heard in my head. Whispering and whispering again. Hearing it all and see me as a threat. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might get with love. You may be a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't the pain. Think you might get with love. You may be a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, psycho. You make me a psycho, psycho. You won't stop me, don't bother trying, never enough. 'Cause I'm unshakable, I'm uncontainable. I always search for light and darkness. You'll never think I'm weak, 'cause I'm untamable. I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing all I hear in my head. Whispering and whispering again. Hearing it all makes me as a threat. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might be with love. You may be a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't the pain. Think you might be with love. You may be a psycho, a psycho. You may be a psycho, psycho. You make me a psycho, psycho. All I hear it in my head. Whispering and whispering again. Hearing it all makes me as a threat. Push you to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might be with love. You make me a psycho, psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't the pain. Think you might be with love. You make me a psycho, a psycho.
Okay, so now it's going to be time for everyone to cool down. So we're going to go and start stretching some stuff out. This cool down will be the last thing that we do before the Q&A stuff. Hope you guys had fun dancing with me. Roll your wrists. Arm in front. Other arm. Arm behind. Other arm. I go down to the floor. And roll up. Okay. Now roll your neck. Other side. Look down. Look up. side. Other side. Stretch your arm up. Let this stretch. And this is stretching out. Other side. And roll your ankles. Roll one of them. Roll the other ankle. Point your toe. Let your toe. All right, so yeah, so that was a cool down. Yeah, I'm done with my stuff. So we can do the whole Q&A thing. And yeah. Let me turn music off. Okay. All right, so yeah. This is my cat Nevaeh. She's cool. She has her own Instagram. It's Nevaeh _Mew_Mew. This is pretty important information she wants all of you to know. But yeah, I'm ready for the Q&A stuff whenever that is. Okay, cool.
All right, I can jump in. I'm trying to sort some tech as well, but
Okay.
how did you get started in belly dancing? Did you go to a show and was wowed by it, or what brought you in?
So yeah, there is a girl named Rachel Einman. She had an Alice in Wonderland show, and I'm like obsessed with Alice in Wonderland. And so I dressed up and did the cosplay contest and everything. And then I met Amber Lee, which is my belly dance instructor. She lives in California now. But I met her, and she just started showing me different belly dance moves because there was like a DJ and everything after the show. And so I learned some stuff there. And then I realized, like, I need to take these classes. I also had really bad knees and back. I was in physical therapy for my knees. I was like in a wheelchair for a while and stuff. And she had told me if I do the stance correctly and everything like that, then everything will get stronger. And that was no joke. I definitely, my knees and stuff aren't as bad because I belly dance. So
That's amazing.
yeah.
Let's see. We got someone from Facebook land. We got Becky Bennett Blackburn. Did you make that hip scarf?
Did I make what?
The hip scarf?
Oh, no. So, well, sort of. So these little dangly things are just dangling from this skirt. It's just like a sparkly skirt. But I did make my pants. So they're cool.
Excellent.
Pants I made. My top is like a lacy thing that I made. I don't know if you can see the little, oh my God. No, the darkness, whatever. But I made the top too, whatever.
Gotcha.
So no, everything but this skirt I did make, yeah.
That is amazing. Do you also cosplay as well?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Excellent. Let's see. Trying to wait for a couple of questions to pop in.
Cool.
Let's see. Do you have any belly dance idols right now?
Yeah, Zoe Jakes from Beats Antique. So majority of the music when I was teaching was Beats Antique.
Oh yeah, I know all about them. They're amazing.
Yeah, they had a brunch in the beginning of all this crazy, and I got to be a part of it. That was fun. But yeah, so Zoe Jakes is a huge one. There's this girl named Ebony. She's awesome. And there's a girl named Sonia, if you look her up. Also, Rachel Bryce is great too. But honestly,
awesome.
Amber Lee, my instructor, is like, I look up to her like crazy. You know, she moved to California to pursue her dream of performing, and that's what she does. So
that's awesome.
yeah.
Let's see. Do you do the traditional sword on head style, or
The
have you
what?
tried that yet? Where you place a sword on your head?
Yeah, so I've done that before. My friend Heather has a sword named Jasmine that I've used before. It's actually pretty fun. I haven't performed that way yet, but I've played with it.
We have a interesting question. What other costumes do you have? This is from my unique name on Twitch.
Well, I have. Okay, my computer's being weird. Okay, I have a lot of other costumes. So I kind of started a thing not that long ago, maybe a couple of years ago, where I would take a character I care about and turn them into a belly dancer. So at Mid-South Con last year, I taught belly dance as Heath Ledger's Joker. So I even had the scars and everything. It was legit. So my face was everything Joker, but everything else was a belly dance outfit. I had the tie and everything. So that was really fun. So that's why this year I was like, well, I'll be Harley this year. Plus, I love all the new Harley stuff coming out. So, but yeah, cosplay. I mean, my very first cosplay ever was Tiny Tina from Borderlands. And it's funny because I didn't even play the game. Someone was just like, she has tea parties and she poisons people and she's a little crazy. You should be her. And I was like, all right, cool. So I just made all the stuff and showed up and didn't know what to expect. But since then, I've done a lot of other things. So usually I'm Harley at Dragon Con every year. I'm a part of the photo shoot that happens with all the Harleys. It's fun.
Amazing. Are you part of any troop yet, or do you plan to start your own troop?
So I do have my own troupe. It is just a group of girls that I teach every week. And we actually have a show coming up whenever it happens. I'm not sure the date because, all the craziness. But it will be at Black Lodge. And I'm calling it Nerd Out. So it was supposed to be at Mid-South Con. The concept is that all these girls are going to dance or perform to something they nerd out about. So, for me, Harley Quinn is one of those things. We have a cat choreography. It's really fun.
I nerd out about the Dewey Decimal System. How could I dress up for that?
I don't know. You'd have to figure it out.
All punch cards, baby. All punch cards. Let's see. Let me check the comment section, see if anything else is fun going on. Let's see. What have you been looking forward to as far as upcoming real in-people conventions go? Are you looking to get back into action, or are you going to be a little stand back and see what happens?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that by Dragon Con time things can happen, but I mean, it's possible it won't. So that'll be sad. So the closest thing I can have is my show. And that'll just happen whenever everything is safe and cool and stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like Dragon Con. That would be great, but we'll see.
Well, as we saw with San Diego Comic-Con and Anime Expo, it just might not be a thing, but who knows? We may even have a larger, bigger format of something like this, but with Dragon Con, since they already have Dragon Con TV.
Okay, cool.
So you might be able to join in on something like that.
I would love that. Yep. I want to do a belly dance class at Dragon Con anyways, so it's a goal.
That is amazing. Let's see. Are you an essential worker, or are you stuck at home during all this time?
I am stuck at home. I work for a catering company, Carrington's Catering. She does stuff at the farmer's market, but right now, the farmer's market isn't happening. Yep. So I've been teaching belly dance classes on Facebook Live every Thursday and just asking for donations. And the place where you can find that is Neko Muse belly dance classes, and it's a group on Facebook. Anybody can join it, and then I just do stuff Facebook Live.
Awesome. And we have Cat Cam.
Yeah, Kitty. She's awesome. Look at that face.
Here. Come here, Walter.
Oh, you have kitties too?
No, he thinks he's a cat. That's actually a tiny dog.
Oh, puppy.
That's Walter.
That's cute. But yeah, and then also I'm in school for welding. So yeah, we're gonna start online classes, which is kind of crazy because
That's a little strange.
a bunch of science. I don't know.
Yeah, you're going to get in on some union action then soon.
Heck yeah. Jesus.
All right. Let's see. We got about 10-ish minutes. Let's see what we can do. Yes, Cat Cam. Hey, it's okay. We may actually gain a ton of viewers. People love cats and dogs.
It's very true. I'm sorry. She just wants everyone to follow her. She's special.
Hey, animals are awesome.
Yep.
So, let's see. What do you do for hobbies other than belly dance and performance art?
I'm a photographer, so occasionally I'll do weddings and stuff like that, and then like engagements and things. But I also just really love going to the zoo and taking photos of all the big cats. Yeah, because the way my camera is, I can zoom through the fence and everything, so it looks like I'm right with them. So I prefer photography for sure. I do painting, usually acrylic. I have a degree in graphic design, so occasionally I play with that, make flyers, things like that.
I dabble in Photoshop and stuff as well. So.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's see here. If you weren't to pursue belly dancing as you did now, what other maybe theatrical or maybe non-theatrical events would you be doing? Would you be an artist more full-time, a photographer more full-time?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm in school for welding, so I want to do that full-time, but that's not right now. But yeah, if I wasn't doing belly dancing, I would totally be doing photography. I would just run with that, do a lot more weddings and things like that, because I really do enjoy it. I'm one of those weird photographers that actually likes weddings.
Oh, yeah. I got a couple that are like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I wish we had some more chatter, and I'm the only one right now. So let me go in here to Twitch land and see if anything else popped up.
Yeah, we've got a lot of options.
Let's see. Earlier in the show, a lovely person named Dawn stopped in to say, "Hey, you look great."
Thanks, Dawn.
Let's see, and let's see, and Renee also popped in. You may know Renee as well.
I do know Renee. Hey, Renee.
So yeah, they stopped in briefly and said hey while they're watching.
Yeah, so that's another thing. Actually, I'm part of the goth crowd in Memphis. We have a night called Dystopia that happens at Black Lodge, and another night called Arcana that happens at campus. And, of course, right now everything's crazy, but it will start back up. And, yeah, so they just reminded me by tuning in. Yeah, goth nights in Memphis are fun.
All right. Yeah. WX Man Brother in Twitchland asked, how long have you been belly dancing?
7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. So
that is a dog's age almost.
Yeah, it's true.
So, let's see. Are there any techniques or styles that you are experimenting with as far as belly dance?
So the style of belly dance that I do is called tribal fusion, which means, I don't know, it's kind of more like snaky and like dark and ticky kind of moves. If that makes any sense. But yeah, and also I really like that it's tribal fusion because the fusion part means I can throw in what other style of dance I feel like doing. So I don't know if you noticed, but I threw in some random ballet stuff to prove a point for part of it. So yeah, so I can kind of do what I feel.
That's awesome.
I also really like props and stuff. Obviously, I had a veil fan and a mallet, but I've been trying to do hoop lately.
Hoop and poi and stuff like that?
Yeah, I do poi. I also perform with fire. So,
awesome.
Fire fans or palm torches and things like that are what I usually do.
Yeah, a little dangerous for the living room tonight, but maybe we can. Maybe once this is said and done, we can get a show with everyone again. That may be outdoors.
I would love to do some fire and cosplay.
Let's see. I see Dark Souls hiding in the background still. He's slowly but surely getting ready. But yeah, if you have anything you need to, shout out or give anybody, props for, hanging out and being here tonight, any upcoming online events, as you said, you do Thursday belly dance practice and such. Just give it a shout out and
Okay. So I've been doing those belly dance classes on Thursdays at noon. But it's great because it's Facebook Live, so I mean it gets recorded, so you can do it any time. And like I said, I'm doing it for donations because I'm like not working. So there's that. And I just have a bunch of photography and cosplay things that I've been posting. I've been hosting a few Alice in Wonderland tea parties on Zoom for the fun of it.
awesome.
I'm Alice. This is Dinah. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I've got a lot of plans for a lot of things coming up when we can be in real life. Like I said, my show, Nerd Out, just look for it. It's going to be at Black Lodge whenever stuff settles.
Awesome.
So that'll be pretty cool, and I've got a lot of people involved in that. So, yeah. And then also, I just recently got hired with Bendy Beast Fitness. And she owns her own pole studio that's opening up soon. But right now, everything is online classes, and I'm her belly dance instructor.
That is cool.
Yeah, so she's really freaking cool. Bendy Beast Fitness. Look it up on Instagram and stuff. You'll be happy. Take a twerk class or something,
That could be fun. Let's see. We got one last deal. Septi 14 asks, have you done any new paintings lately?
Yeah. Okay, so this is appropriate. So, have you guys watched Harley Quinn, the new series? That is awesome.
I haven't seen it yet. I really want to see it.
Oh my god! Just get the thing where you have free 7 days and watch all of it. So this is King Shark. I drew him and painted him. So yeah, he's one of the characters. He's one of the villains in the Harley Quinn series. So,
gotcha.
He was tedious, very, very tedious, but it was fun.
All right. It looks like I have food here, and all the dogs are going crazy. So.
There, stop.
And Robert's on stream now, so I gotta go.
Well, Nico, I am back. Sorry it took me a little bit to get back here.
Oh, you're fine.
I wanted to say thank you for a great show, and it was great having you. It was great listening to you tell some of your story. And if we have one of these again, you're more than welcome back.
Cool. I'll do a totally new character.
Cool. So you can just you can hang out and watch some, or just whatever you want to do.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. Hey, John.
Hey there. How's it going?
Good, good, good. Let me get my headphones working correctly real quick here.
How's it? It's not me, right? You can hear me okay?
Can you hear me, sir?
I can indeed.
Okay. Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's where the issue is.
Good times.
Oh, yeah. You still hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, for just a second, and talk a little bit about your books a little bit and about you a little bit, and then when my tech gets back, he'll get the little pre-video set up for you.
All right.
And we'll go from there.
Sounds
So,
good.
welcome, Mr. John Wilker. He is the writer of a set of stories that I've actually come to like quite a bit, and I liked them quite a bit enough that I asked him to be on. So, I will turn it over to you, sir.
Thanks, sir. I'm John Wilker, calling in from Denver, Colorado. Like Robert said, I write science fiction novels. I write the Space Rogue series. I just launched, what is today, 25th? 10 days ago, the 6th book in the series. I have no intention of stopping anytime soon. I've got the 7th book already written. The 8th book is kind of being outlined. And yeah, I'm chugging along. I've got a couple other series that I'm getting started on now that I've kind of gotten into a rhythm with Space Rogues. I've decided to take some time to write some other stories that have been rattling around in my head. So I'm doing those. But yeah, I started writing the Space Rogue series in 2016. I've done NaNoWriMo, probably 10 years, and only have so far in the last 10 plus years kind of won it twice. Space Rogues was the very first time I won it. And I was writing it, and it was a light kind of work schedule. I didn't, November was pretty easy for me. So kept writing it, kept going and going. The moving average I kept staying ahead of. Normally I'd be, 3 days in, and the moving average would pass me. And so then I'd close the file and do something else with the rest of November. But I finished it and was like, hey, I wrote a novel. I should figure out how to get this thing published and get it out into the world. So I did. And folks like Robert liked it and bought it. And so here I am, still making them. People still seem to like them.
So what did you do for, or even possibly still do for a living?
I'm actually a conference organizer. I run my own conference company. I do mostly software development conferences. I have 3 a year that I run, and then about 2 more typically that I do consulting for.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is I'm in IT myself.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I work for a large DoD firearms contractor for the government, and I'm a senior senior IT specialist.
Nice. A lot of us IT people out there doing all kinds of stuff on the side.
Okay, let's see if I can get your video pulled up here. Just a second, sir.
All righty.
Looks like my tech's having a little problem on his side with it, so let's see what I can do from my side.
All right. And I still have it somewhere if we need to.
YouTube.
How's today been going? I popped in a few times.
Oh, it's been going
Very
pretty
exciting.
good. I think we've had a pretty good crowd. People have sort of enjoyed this. It's not the regular run of the mill what most people expect of this. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's do a screen share.
Bear with us for just a moment. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my new laptop doesn't seem to like to actually be laptop.
Good times.
It's like, I want to share this screen. No, you can't. You got to share from this window. Well, I don't want to share from this window. Well, I'm sorry, that's all you got. I'm like, well, okay then. We'll be that way. Let's see. If I can share from this window then. Let's see. Boom. Boom. Let's go backwards in time. And now this should work. Let's see. Brave tab. Boom. Share.
Yay!
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. So you got your volume going. Blake, you got the volume turned on it?
It didn't ask me. So
remember, when you share, you've got to click that little button, that little check mark in the bottom corner.
Oh yeah, all this like future stuff. There we go. Let's see from the top.
Hi, folks. I'm
Okay.
Walter, science fiction author living here in Denver, Colorado. If you can't tell from what's behind me, I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. So when I started writing, I guess it only made sense that that's what I would start with, science fiction. So here we are. I remember as a little kid scrambling to get a snack and go pee and be seated in the living room with the family in time for Star Trek: The Next Generation to come on. And so that's kind of my earliest memory of really digging into and loving science fiction. I've been writing for as far back as I can remember. I didn't actually get into it professionally, I guess you could say, until 2016, when, as always, I was participating in NaNoWriMo, which, if you don't know, is National Novel Writing Month, where you write a novel in 31 days. Normally, I'd start up a story, fall behind in the first week, and give up. I've participated in NaNoWriMo for probably 10 years and have only finished it twice. But 2016, things just lined up. I just kept going, and by the 30th, I was typing the end, and here we are. So today I'm going to read a few passages from the first book in the Space Rogue series, and this is the book that came out of NaNoWriMo 2016. So you get to see where it all started. I really love writing this series. Book 6 launched just a few days ago, actually. Book 7 is written and off to the editor and is up for pre-order. It'll be launching middle of October. So if you like what you hear and want to learn more, there's plenty of books in this series for you to enjoy. I hope to keep writing them for as long as people keep reading them. I love watching these characters grow and take them on adventures and things like that. So I'll keep writing if you keep reading. So with that, we'll dive right in. The first thing we're going to read is the first passage from chapter 2. Will, our main character, though you'll see that it quickly becomes an ensemble, is working out how to make money. Space capitalism is alive and well as it is here on Earth. And so keeping a spaceship in the air and in space is expensive. And so Will points out to his new crew that it's time for them to take some work and get going. So here we are. A job is a job. 2 days into FTL, Will has the computer assemble the crew in the lounge again. When he arrives, everyone is already there waiting. Okay, right, Will says. We're all here. I have to say, This is the first time since I got the ghost that it's been more than just me for more than a few days. It's kind of nice, so, don't screw that up. He looks right at Benny, who affects a stricken look on his large-eyed face. What? What I do? Benny screeches, then dodges a pillow launched by Zephyr. Settle down, you animals, Will raises his voice. And Benny, whatever you are, you're part plant, right? Because I'm green? You racist prick? Benny plops down into his chair, glaring at Will, then Zephyr and Maxim, then back at Will again. I'm kidding. Calm down. You're so sensitive. Will smiles at the two Paylorians, then winks at Benny. Look, we need to talk about the job I accepted. Zephyr and Maxim look at each other. What job? They say simultaneously. Then they look at Benny, who just shrugs. I was with you two on Fury, remember? How would I know? It's the job that I took while you two were shopping, Will says, before getting chased by your former colleagues. The job we'll need to do to get the ship's accounts back to a point that doesn't make me lose sleep and that lets us get ramped up with what we need, now that it's not just me. Okay, so what's the job? Zephyr is leaning forward, hands clasped, interested. A snatch and grab from one of our employer's rivals. There's a small station in the Barsoom sector, mostly a depot for folks to store things away from the prying eyes of authorities. What authorities? Maxim asks. All of them, Will answers dryly. Apparently most of the major crime bosses and syndicates rent space on the station. Only they know where it is or how to get aboard. What are we stealing? Benny seems interested. Valuable? Tech? No idea. I try to ask as few questions as I can where Xerix is concerned. Here's what I know. The station is in the Barsoom sector, sitting out in open space. From what I'm told, there's a central reception area, well guarded by a private security firm, that answers to none of the clients. Whatever it is that Xerix wants, it's being kept on the station in a section one of his competitors owns. A hologram begins hovering over the coffee table and then rotates and zooms in. Will continues. Xerix gave me a transponder ID that, once we're in the hold, should help ID the crate we want. But first we'll need to get to the right hold. Apparently there'll be trace isotopes that we can scan for, but only in close, and I mean like door-to-door close proximity. We'll have to go door to door, find the right one, before breaking into it. Will looks at Benny. That's where you come in. I thought I'd have to hire a hacker when I took the gig, but thanks to a lucky turn of events, here you are. He smiles at the surly Braylac. I can do that. You don't even know what's involved, Zephyr says, looking over at Benny. Doesn't matter. I'm that good. The little hacker leans back in his chair, crossing his arms behind his head. Will smiles. That leaves the three of us. We're the muscle. I can get us into the central reception area, but from there, Benny will have to hack in and lead the way. If possible, I'd rather this be more of a burglary than a fight. If it turns into a fight, we're screwed. Zephyr and Maxim look at each other, then at Will. It is Zephyr who speaks up. Well, I doubt you were worried, but we're in. I wasn't, since it wasn't optional. Okay then, step one. We case the joint. Will zooms in further on the hologram. This map is as accurate as any that exists, I'm told. Technically none exist. This was pieced together from various visits. He points to a lower portion. This is the docking section. The station can handle 4 ships at once, but according to Xerix, the protocol is only to allow 1 ship to dock at once, or 1 ship to a dock at a time. Maxim points to something. It looks like only 1 lift connects the 2 sections. That's a dangerous choke point. Will nods. Agreed. Hopefully, if needed, Benny can hijack the lift controls. At this, Benny nods. The view moves up to the reception and vault area. It's a large circle, 2 levels tall. In the center is what looks like a control console marked as security. The lower level has 11 vault doors. The second tier has 12, equally spaced around the perimeter. The 2 levels are connected by a staircase. The team spends the next 3 talks looking over the plans, talking through ideas. Then a beep comes from Will's wrist comm. We're getting close. Let's go see our prey. He stands and heads towards the bridge. The others follow. Now that the crew is kind of gelling and sorting things out amongst themselves, and they kind of have an idea of ultimately what they have to do for the rest of the story, now they have to stock up. Will has lived alone on the Ghost for a year or 2, so it's pretty sparse. He very much lived a bachelor lifestyle aboard the ship. It's a mess. There's never enough food beyond just what he needs to eat for the next few days. Now that he's got 3 people living with him who need clothes, food, weapons, he also needs to make improvements on the Ghost because he's missed a few of those scheduled maintenance emails that we all get from our car dealerships. And so there's quite a bit to do and parts to buy and things like that. So that's where we jump in for the next reading. Benny and Zephyr. Arriving at the pedestrian archway of the spaceport, the crew of the Ghost comes to a stop to one side so as to not interrupt the flow of foot traffic. Will looks around at them. Okay, meet you all back at the Ghost. If you get there first, the computer should let you in as long as you have your wrist comms. Gabe, until we get proper comms unit built into you, you'll have to stick with Maxim to get back onto the ship. If everything goes as planned, there'll only be a few talks. Zephyr, remember, you're in charge of the funds. Don't spend it if you don't have to. Does that mean we can steal things? Benny chimes in. Both Will and Zephyr answer together. No. Will pauses then. Well, no, you know what? No stealing. Too risky. The rest of the group splits up, heading into the shopping district, leaving only Zephyr. Looking down at Benny, she extends a hand before them. Lead the way. Benny stalks off down the main walkway of the shopping district, head up, marching with purpose. Zephyr shakes her head, smiling. Feels good to have friends, even annoying ones. The walk through the first shopping district takes Zephyr and Benny some time. As they leave the general items shopping area, they hit a fork in the main road. Off to one side is a massive stall selling clothes, food, other goods. The other fork leads to the technology sector, as is evident from the neon and the holographic buskers. Benny makes some kind of cackle laughing noise and increases his pace. Zephyr follows. The small hacker ducks into a shop that clearly sells something electronic, but Zephyr can't tell what that might be. She follows him inside and sees Benny deep into a negotiation with the store owner. He had maybe 15-tick lead on her. How was he already negotiating? This isn't even this year's model multiplexer, he's saying. Why should I pay the list price? Because it's brand new, the shop owner replies. He's some type of lanky being, Zephyr sees, with 4 arms, not a single hair on its body. Oh, and 2 tails. It's brand new and old, Benny counters. Take 20% off if it's sold. The shopkeeper crosses both sets of arms, uncrosses them, then does this 2 more times. Fine, you little monster, 20% off, but you must also buy your data cables from me. Benny smiles. Deal. He looks over at Zephyr, clearly signaling, pay the being. She sends over the payment from her wristcom. The shopkeeper hands Benny a bag, looks at Zephyr. Thank you. As they leave the shop, Zephyr looks down at Benny. So what did we just buy? Benny laughs. A state-of-the-art, albeit last year's model, multiplexer. It's the... She raises a hand. Well, I won't understand, will I? He looks at her and smiles. No. He turns and heads deeper into the technology shopping area. A few stops later, Zephyr has her hands full of bags, a box under each arm, and is looking around frantically. She whistles, Hey, Cargobot, come here. Cargobot rolls over, queries Zephyr's wristcom, then answers, Hello. The charge for cargo services is 1 credit per talk. Would you like to pay by the talk or for the entire day? Zephyr looks to Benny. How much more do you need? How much credit do we have left? He grins and rubs his hands together. Looking at the Cargobot, Zephyr sighs. We'll pay by the hour. Follow us. She looks at Benny. 1 more stop. Make it count. I like heist shows. I loved Leverage when it was on. It was one of my favorite shows. And you'll see some very Leverage-esque influences in Space Rogues 1 in the heist scene. And I'm not reading that part because it's long and would take forever to read, but it's very exciting. I enjoyed writing it. I think a lot of people really liked how I laid it out. So if that's your thing, you'll really love it. The other thing I like about heist shows and heists in general is that you get to see what the big reveal is always what was the point of the heist. What did the crew steal? And then a lot of times the heist shows what they stole ends up not being a giant ass diamond, but a complication. And for the crew of the Ghost, it's very much what they stole is a complication. What's in the crate? The crew is standing around the crate, now placed in the middle of the cargo hold. Will looks at each of them. You know we shouldn't be opening this, right? Benny looks up from where he's kneeling next to the crate's control panel. Did Zarek explicitly say not to open it? Will sighs. No, he didn't. He also didn't say go ahead and rummage through the thing I'm paying you to steal either, so, maybe we don't. Maxim chips in. Then it's settled. We open it. I think it's fair to see what we risked our lives for. Also, I'm bigger than you. Will shrugs. Fine. Benny, can you open it? Ideally, so that we can close it back up and there's no evidence that we touched it. Benny scrunches up his face in what is presumably a look of indignation among Braylac. I just hacked an entire space station, a super secure, secret space station, including the armor suits of the guards. You know what, though? This shipping crate might be too good. I might not be able to hack it, he shrugs. Will kicks him. Don't be a dick. Benny rubs his leg. So undervalued. He plugs his wrist comm into the data port on the crate. 2 seconds later, with a hiss, the crate opens. The lid slowly lifts up and away from the top. Benny backs up, trying to look inside. What's in it? What's in it? Will, Zephyr, and Maxim look up from the crate to Benny. Together, they all three say, a robot. Inside the crate is a Mac Black robot, curled into a fetal position. That is the only way it would fit inside the crate. Its legs are long and thin. It must stand just over 2 meters. The entire thing is black except its joints, which are the dull gray color of whatever material the thing is made out of. Benny waves his arms and nearly screams, cool! He takes a long running leap and lands on the edge of the crate to look down into it. Can we keep it? He looks up at Will. No, we can't keep it. Close the lid. We saw what was in the crate. Will stalks out of the cargo hold. What's wrong with him? Maxim asks. Zephyr shrugs. Who knows? She looks down at the form inside the crate. What do you make of this? Maxim frowns. Looks like a service bot of some type. Definitely upgraded. Look here, that's not standard. He points to a module welded to the bot's shoulder, the only other thing on it that isn't matte black. Wonder why it's in the crate. And why it's so valuable, Zephyr adds. And what that thing it does. She looks at the shoulder attachment. Benny looks at the 2 Palorians. Let's find out. He reaches in and activates the robot. All three take a step back. The bot inside the crate begins to make noises, faint whirs and clicks. Slowly, it stands up inside the crate. Its featureless face rotates to each of them in turn, yellow optical sensors spinning and focusing. Once standing, it's just over 2 meters tall, with long, thin arms and legs, and a sleek but boxy body, a mix of angles and curves. The head is roughly oval-shaped, but the only features are the eyes, nothing else. Most bots the team have seen distinctly look more biological, presumably to help make their owners and operators more comfortable. This one was clearly not designed that way. There are 2 shorter arms tucked up against the body, perhaps for more fine motor control than the larger arms and hands are capable of. Hello. It again turns to each of them one at a time. I am Engineering Service Bot GBE-102002. Its voice is neutral and largely genderless, slightly deeper than Zephyr's voice. Where am I? Who are you? I am not detecting any Peacekeeper comms. I am no longer on a Peacekeeper vessel. This is not a question, it's more of a statement of fact. Okay, there we go. I hope that gives you a little insight into the crew of the Ghost. I chose passages that highlighted their interactions and personalities because I think that's kind of where the book and the crew shine. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of action. There's chases and fleet battles. The heist has lots of action in it, but on all that. But I really wanted you to get to know the crew a little bit more because I think that hopefully will encourage you to want to know more about them and things like that. So if you have any questions, I am here in the channel to answer any of those. And, I hope you will take a look at the Space Rogue series, grab book 1, and by all means, let me know what you think. You can reach me via my website, johnwilker.com. You can email me directly at me@johnwilker.com. Thanks a lot.
Hey, John. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Let's see if we have any questions that have popped up. And I guess you back, Blake? No?
No.
He went to the con suite.
There you go.
Hey, this con suite delivers. All right, be back.
They're
Okay.
even better.
So, once again, thank you for coming.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
And I don't see any questions. So let's tell us about where you got the idea for the Ghost and the members of the crew.
So I watch a ton of science fiction, obviously.
I
And
felt
so
like the
I definitely
Braylac was actually Rigel.
very much. It was Rigel. And did you ever see that old sci-fi movie, Paul, where
Toll?
they got it was like the one Paul, Paul.
No, I have not.
I can't even remember the two actual actors that were in it, but basically these two losers stumble on a little green alien and rescue him from Area 51. But he turns out to kind of be a dick, and he's, sarcastic and rude and likes to get high and all this stuff. So between Rigel and that alien, that was kind of Benny. Like, looks like what we all have kind of come to expect from a little green man, but is also just a mean little turd.
Paul was a Simon Pegg film.
Yes, that's right.
I remember that.
Yeah, most people probably don't remember who Rigel is.
Yeah, I have rewatched Farscape a few times, and I sometimes catch myself when I'm writing, because I'll watch just random stuff from my collection, not putting too much in, and I'm like, oh crap, that's literally just the plot of this episode.
I just thought it was a dream. I dreamt it. It's not plagiarism at all. It was a dream.
Yeah, an homage. But yeah, and the rest of the characters all just kind of came as they went. Will is just kind of my kind of generic Jack O'Neill, John Crichton, Buck Rogers kind of guy. A little bit of all of those, Han Solo, just kind of the loner human kind of stuck out there. I liked the idea. One of the things I liked a lot about Farscape and that I wanted to capture in Space Rose was that, he's out there wandering around seeing stuff, and people are like, oh yeah, transporters. I took one of those yesterday to go grab lunch, and food replicators. Oh yeah, even low rent apartments have them now, and all that kind of stuff, where he's just like, oh my God, this is all. I was watching Star Trek before I got in my capsule, and they showed it, and now you guys are all just like, yeah, whatever, sure.
Yeah, he's a human when people would rather have humans for pets than anything else.
Yes. Yes. And at one point in one of the books, a human as a pet comes up as an option, and the other character's like, no, oh my God, that's disgusting. Why would I want one of you?
But yeah, I sort of felt almost like the ghost could have been the Leviathan, but it wasn't organic.
Yeah, and I wanted it to be small. Like it's kind of an RV, a well-armed RV.
Oh, like in Spaceballs.
Yes, not RV shaped though. but along that vein, like it's not very large. There's it's only. I just had a guy that's doing some new, more better than my doodle deck plans, and he kind of mapped it all out. And I think he said it was about 62 feet long ish, something like that. So it's not a big ship. It's got a lot of weaponry on it, but it's not big. So it's very close quarters for everybody.
Well, Galabon from over in Twitchland goes, very cool, John. I see book 1 is on Audible. Any plans to add more as audiobooks?
Yes. We've gotten a little bit behind, obviously, but my narrator, Casey Johnson, I should have book 2 on my end of Audible a week from now to kind of go over and listen to and make sure everything's right. And then it's usually like 15 days once I approve it. So book 2 should be, I'm definitely not promising, but I'm hoping that it'll be done in May and released on Audible in May. And then book 3 he's already also working on. So those 2 should come out within a few months of each other. And then he's got to start work on 4 and beyond.
Wow. So are any of your books even close to being optioned for screen?
God, I wish. No. I have no idea how that happens. I signed up on a website. Oh,
Well, if you go back to the guests and look up a gentleman by the name of Justin Sloan, he might be able to give you some pointers on that.
Nice. All right, I'll go back and rewatch for sure. I think it'd be awesome. I would absolutely love to see the crew of the Ghost on a big or little screen.
I think yours would more lend itself to animation more than it would live action.
I would love that. That would be awesome.
I mean, Alva Alsop, who's actually my cousin, because being a truck driver,
nice.
he loves good audiobooks.
Awesome. I'm very much flogging Casey to get them done. We've been sitting on it, and just other stuff as it comes up. But yeah, he's got 2 pretty much wrapped up and just needs to get it to me. So that one definitely is sooner rather than later. The rest are later. But definitely planned. I've got him booked for at least number 4, because I have to go in and like make up the contract bits and stuff through Audible's back end. But he'll be booked out for at least all of them. Yeah, ACX. Yeah,
ACX. Yeah, I actually joined that because I'm an actor myself and do some voiceover, but I haven't been able to land anything on it yet.
It's definitely tricky. Even for me, like I did the royalty split deal because I didn't know how it would work, and I'm not making a full-time living off the books yet or anything, and that definitely limits some of the scope. A lot of narrators do the pay per hour option, but yeah, it's definitely tough on both ends, getting the gigs and finding the narrators.
Well, are you writing any other series, or are we pretty much sticking with the Ghosts setup right now? Are you going into any other heist type with different worlds?
Yeah, so I actually have 2 other series that I've started. Was it last year? I think it was last year. I had a little bit of downtime and had an idea kicking around in my head. And so I started a non-sci-fi series, kind of action-adventure, thriller-ish thing. Right now, tentatively, until I get the covers and stuff done, titled Expedition Inc., which follows a crew similar to the Ghost. It's not sci-fi, so everyone's human and it's set here on Earth. But they live on a converted yacht that was impounded from a drug lord. So it's a nice big luxury yacht that they've kind of turned into a science lab on the ocean kind of deal. But they kind of are treasure hunters for hire, basically, and kind of just tool around. So I've got the first book in that series.
That sounds like an old series. It used to be called Salvage.
Oh, I've not heard of that one. There was a series called Adventure Inc.
Salvage 1.
Oh, okay. Nice. I will go find that. It definitely
it's an old
I will
TV
not
series.
claim an original idea. Ah, nice. Okay. It probably is very similar to this. This was an idea a show I had seen. I was like, it'd be kind of cool to have a boat to just cruise around and do adventures and get paid and have museums buy stuff that you find underwater. And so just kind of decided to see if I can make a book out of the idea. So yeah, I have the first one done. So that'll probably come out next year.
Cool. Oh, so you've got the Ghost, you've got this Expedition Inc. You do a little bit with some corporate gigs. Are you you're in Denver area, correct?
Yep, just outside downtown.
Okay. Do you use the Colorado relaxation methods?
I do not partake. No. There's a joke here that with all of the transplants moving into Colorado and Denver in particular, whenever someone asks like, "Oh, how long have you lived here? Are you a native?" You're like, "No, not a native. I've been here, 15 years." Like, "Oh, okay. Well, you're here before it was legal, so that's all right." I'm not just a pot transplant.
I was wondering how you were dancing around that. Like, do you do the thing with the and the
No. I asked flat out. Hit the Colorado relaxation methods.
Yeah.
It's like yoga
Yeah.
for your lungs.
There we go, Pops.
He relaxes enough for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, the one good thing about it is I have never seen somebody stoned get into a bar fight.
That is true.
It's probably, yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. Way too chill for that. I'd be like, nah, man, it's okay. Pass the pub mix.
He said
transplant. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Let's see if I can think up any questions while everyone's goofing off. Let's see.
You've been stoned and been in a bar fight. Were you drunk too?
Uh-oh, moving very slowly.
Bad combo.
Well, I'll let Blake ask you a couple questions.
Let's see.
Because he knows how to read.
Let me
I
do
think
this.
he knows how to read.
I worked at a newspaper for 12 years, and I didn't learn there. So, let's see. Let's see. Favorite type of, let's see, character in sci-fi. Who do you go to? Like, if you had to choose one archetype of character, what kind of archetype would you go with? Would you go loner? I would go loner personally.
Yeah, it'd probably be the loner, and it wouldn't be the as much the dashing. It'd be the Han Solo kind of
gruff
for his own. Yeah.
Okay, same question, but
possessing no particular special skills.
Yep, same question, but fantasy now. You can go high fantasy. You can go urban, whatever.
I'd be a wizard.
A wizard. Yeah, I think I would be
only because the necromancer.
Yeah, I'd be like a necromancer.
Nice. I think either that or the wizard both are good because you don't have to get up close to fight anybody.
True.
Bad guy starts coming, raises zombie, lightning bolts.
I see figures behind you. What all do you collect?
Mostly they're the Eagle Moss Star Trek starships, but then I have stumbled. I try not to fall down too many rabbit holes. My home office is not a very large room. All those little white shelves are on all of the walls that are surrounding me. But I have some Pacific Rim Jaegers, and then there's a company that makes little, I don't know, maybe 3 inches tall, kind of G.I. Joe size or shorter Transformers. And so every once in a while I'll pick up one of those. So I got like Brawn and Jazz, and on the shelf that you can see really the shelf but not what's on it, I have a Starscream. But yeah, so it's primarily the starships though, because they've made some that are kind of cool to have physical models of.
That's awesome. So Alva says, so kind of Dune type Heron?
I don't know. I'm not that big of a Dune fan.
I wasn't ever a Duneologist either, so everyone around me can quote Dune left and right, but not me.
Yeah. I am in the same boat. I'm like, yeah, I don't understand. Like when all the screenshots of the new movie everyone was sharing those, and they're getting super excited. I was like, I still don't get it. Those are cool actors.
I know. I was like, oh man, he looks nice, but who are you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's. Let's see. Any other hobbies or any kind of newly constructed things since all this isolation has gone on? Have you become like an artist? Have you built, a giant monolith in your backyard? What kind of things have you done?
I mean, the monolith is coming along, but not a ton. I worked from home already, so this wasn't a huge change in my lifestyle, which for better or worse was good, I guess. That I already was here and stayed in most of the time, so that part wasn't a big adjustment. But the weather has been shifting now, so my other kind of outside hobby is gardening. So my garden is getting ready to be planted. Denver has a very hard and fast rule that you don't plant before Mother's Day, and I've broken that rule a few times, thinking, "Oh, it's 80 degrees, it's gonna be nice," and I'll
then the
put all
next
my little
day it was
seedlings
freezing.
in, and then yep, it
That's
freezes.
Tennessee.
Hail comes and destroys it. Like, yeah. So they're still in the kitchen, but the garden is getting prepped and things like that. So that's kind of my outdoor activity to help stay sane and get outside and get some sunlight.
There we go. You grow anything in particular, or just like a nice victory garden?
Yeah, pretty much just run random stuff. I'm actually not a huge vegetable person. My wife is. So I like to grow things, and then she gets to benefit from that. But usually tomatoes, peppers, squash. I'm trying Brussels sprouts and arugula this year, which I've never done. So
awesome. I will admit
See how
I
that
have
goes.
not read a single one of your books. I do apologize for that. I should have did a little
Shame.
research. So will you ever put some of your love for gardening into your books? Because space could benefit from some interesting plants, vegetables, maybe a vegetable that is a mutant that eats someone, or
There you go.
Something fun.
I haven't put gardening in. I don't know why. I'll have to put that on my list. I do kind of keep a list of random things to put in. It's chock full of pop culture references because Will is very much kind of a child of. Well, he's not a child of the 80s or 90s because it's set slightly in the future, but basically the equivalent. He likes old TV and things like that.
Kind of the Tom Paris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. He's definitely shouted Leroy Jenkins before rushing into a fight.
Nice.
The crew likes to binge TV and movies, so they've watched Quantum Leap and the Avengers movies, and
That's awesome. That's a good ragtag group of people and
It's
non-people.
It's fun to
Yeah.
watch these things in words and how they tear it apart, because everything that they're seeing, they can do. And Will's like going, no. This is art. This is science fiction. Huh?
yeah,
It's like, no, this is Tuesday.
yeah. There have been a few exchanges. Yeah, there have been a few exchanges where they're just like, "That's just so implausible. Why would you even do that? That makes no sense." And he's like, "But it's a movie and it's science fiction." Like, no, that's just stupid.
Nice.
But yeah, I think I really see a lot of Farscape in your work, but I think, like you said, that's sort of on purpose. And did you know that Leverage is coming back?
I just saw that the other day. I was so excited. I haven't gone back and rewatched. I have them. I haven't gone back and rewatched yet, but I probably will just to bone up. It's been a while since I watched the old series, but I was so excited. And then a bunch of the same actors and cast are coming back. Which
Everybody
is awesome.
but everybody but Timothy Hutton. I think he got caught in the wrong hole.
Oh, is that?
Mhm.
Nice. I am very excited to see that again.
All right, let's see.
Well, if there's anything else you'd like to just talk about, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to hang back, and we'll pop this into one of the room parties or the gaming room and just let people see what's going on. And you can give us some commentary from the background if you want.
Sounds good to me. The only thing I was going to throw out was if anybody's interested in picking up any of the books from my site, johnwilker.com/shop. You can buy signed paperbacks or just get the ebook files. I created a discount code, CovidCon, capitalization stuff doesn't matter, and that'll take 25% off. So
John,
if anybody
That's
wants
amazing.
to grab any of those,
John Wilker.
Wilker.com/shop.
Adding it in
Code
right now. We'll do it live.
Nice. There's a ton of other merch stuff, but I couldn't apply the discount code to that because that's handled outside of me, the books and everything else I have.
CovidCon 20, you said?
No, just CovidCon.
CovidCon. for what? 15, 20% off?
20%.
25.
Oh, even better.
Whew.
Yeah, on the ebook files and the signed paperbacks.
Let's see here. All right.
Boom.
Excellent.
There you go.
Sweet.
That is good stuff. We do appreciate that, and hopefully you'll get a little bump off of that as well.
Okay. Well,
Wouldn't
let's
complain.
let me do a screen share and grab. Let's grab one of the house parties, Blake.
There is not one that I'm aware of.
Oh, there is.
At the room parties?
Yeah. It's
Yep.
DJ Adam has his going.
Okay. All right. The boxes are in weird spots then. No, he's off. So.
He's off?
Yeah, because it said.
I thought there was one running. I guess go to one of the gaming tables.
All right. Let's see if anybody's there. Because we just hit a weird spot. Story of our life here.
Yeah.
I think Gallabon's.
Joys of live events.
Yep. Let's see. Yes. Let's see, a Dark Banshee should be up and running. Let's see, Adam worked us down. That doesn't link to anything. Alright, we got Galabond. He is active.
Okay.
Right now. Says he's live.
Jackbox isn't running?
I don't see it anywhere, sir.
Let's see.
Saturday at 3:25. Let's see. Oh yeah, he's live now.
Some like canned music.
Yep. Yeah, he's live. Here, let me sort the link. One moment. Boom, boom. Boom.
So,
Nothing.
John, have you done any actual sci-fi cons yet?
Yeah, I did. I just kind of got started doing them last year. I did Mile High Con. I had just a co-op spot. And then I had a table at Rocky Mountain Con. I had a table at Starfest, which is TBD. And then I had one more this year. Oh, probably I applied back for Mile High Con again. But haven't heard back, obviously, as they're trying to figure out if they're going to happen and things like that. But yeah, I decided last year to throw my hat in the ring and start trying to get out in front of people a little bit more.
Well, you might reach out to California Comic Con coordinator, since you're over close to California. She's one of our staff for this con, but as a living, she normally helps set up actual real cons in California.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll reach out. Yeah, definitely would love to do some non-Colorado ones for sure. That'd be fun.
Yeah, she's in San Jose, I think, area.
Oh, okay, cool.
I am ready when you guys are. Yeah.
Roll it.
Whoa, 85%. Way to go run, Epic Boy. You get double forward.
So this is called Jackbox. This is playing with Patrick.
Yep.
It looks like it's a trivia type game. One of the games.
Oh, neat.
It's a multi-person trivia game. You can literally log on. There's like a little code that's covered up by our ticker up here, unfortunately. But I can pull it from the actual. It is LWKA. And if you can go on the Jackbox TV, type in LWKA, and you can actually join the mass of people that are playing the game. Now, sometimes they max out at like 10 people or whatever, but then there's sometimes where it's just like majority rule. And so it's that game that everyone used to have. You don't know Jack.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, gotcha.
That is it.
And then and then someone like, is there a built-in host or?
The host usually in the digital version will be the person on stream, because there's like stream app like capabilities with YouTube and Twitch, and so
okay.
you'll buy the pack of games for like $29, and then you'll be the host. And then what will happen is you'll still play, but they won't see your screen, just so no one can cheat. And it's pretty neat. I've played against some people online in the past.
Hey, cheated, man.
Well, the way we have it
set
set up is we have an audience and a player link, and the audience link goes just to the YouTube for them, because that's where he's streaming it to. The player link actually goes to the Jackbox.
Yeah, that's what I just said, buddy. But yeah, it's a trip. There's like one where you're doing like, it works really well for like poets and authors. There's one where it's a robot rap battle, and they give you like little keywords to use, and yeah, it's pretty epic.
Nice.
Have we heard back from our next guest, Dark Soul?
Not yet. I have tried to call him 3 times and left him voicemails. You want to try to call him?
He might answer my phone, as he doesn't have my number probably anymore, since it's been like 3 years since I've called him last. But let me give Mr. Santiago a ring real quick. Let's see. Contacts. Coming up.
Moving boxes. I got a crap load of them right now.
What percentage of people do not label their moving boxes?
Oh, monsters. That's who.
18%. What do y'all think? Higher or lower? All right.
What percentage of people do not label their moving boxes? Most people I know.
Do not label?
Oh, really?
21%. I've got big points for that guess. You got it right. Well done. You get points.
Yeah, 3%.
Who's next? Ooh, I remember seeing good surveillance for this yesterday.
Clubs. Fraternal service organizations membership rates.
What percentage of people are current members of fraternal service organizations?
I think it'd be higher than 50%.
I'm not even sure what that is. Fraternal service organization.
Yeah, I would think it'd be higher. There's a lot of service folks, plumbers, and I assume that's what that would include.
Everyone pick higher or lower.
And nothing from our next guest, Dark Soul. We have an hour to fill.
Everybody said lower.
Saying lower. Okay, let's see the right answer.
Whoa, way down there.
6%. That's a low number,
crap.
but you know the first rule of Fight Club. Might explain how we missed a few people. Let's see who got it right. Ooh, points for you. Okay, who's up next?
Let's see here. But yeah,
College fraternities. Okay.
actually, I'll do this.
Sporks. Not with the utensils occasional usage.
What percentage of people have used sporks more than 10 times in their lives?
I hope a ton because I use them all the time.
As I say, yeah, that seems like that should be almost all of us at this point.
Yeah,
Probably used it more than 10 times in the one school year.
I know, like it has to be like 60%
I
at
couldn't
least.
tell you the last time I ever used a sport.
Yeah,
I don't even know they still
yeah,
made
it's
them.
got to be high.
Running out of time. It's unanimous again. And the correct answer is
Really?
67%.
Nice.
67%.
The trade is sporkers.
What? Wow.
Good call. That was close.
Oh. That seems a bit high to me. Who are they asking?
All right, I have a good one.
Have another
Well,
fill.
I went to school before then, so they didn't give us sporks. We got forks.
Now they don't trust kids with forks.
I know, don't trust them with much of anything.
Hey, Blake.
Yes, sir.
Jennifer said we should go ahead and run
I forgot how you guys are
SNES
much younger than me, so
on screen for the hour if he does not show up in time.
Okay. How do we stream that? It literally links back to our webpage. I don't have a link for this. Okay, hold on. Galabond is D&D. But I can do that.
Snappy and bitey. Actual Crocs.
Okay, Galabon is D&D.
Next up, breathe it in. Most important meal of the day, folks.
Breakfast.
It says breakfast, but for me it's dinner.
What percentage of people are allowed to have sugary cereals?
Is that because you don't eat breakfast?
Exactly. I get up and go straight to work.
It's not as important. Well, there you go.
I wish we didn't leave you just hanging watching TV with us, John.
That's all right.
Higher or lower?
Hey, at least you haven't seen this show before, so that's a bonus.
This is true. Yeah, I've never heard of this. I did just start playing, and this is not new. What's that? Cards Against Humanity style game on the phone. Evil Apples.
Yeah. Evil Apples is a good one.
Yeah. I've had a lot of fun with that.
Hey, you're a better guesser than our trained rats. Nice job.
I definitely had sugary cereals as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite was Fruit Loops.
I was a Fruity Pebbles guy.
Oh, yeah.
Fruity Pebbles always hurt
I
my
can never
mouth.
get into Fruity Pebbles.
We embedded microchips in hundreds of subjects and found the most popular answers to this question.
Final round.
President added to Mount
Let's
Rushmore.
see.
Whose head do most people think it should be? Let's see what we have. You'll need to pick the three most
We got the sign up link for
Wait a minute.
Discord.
Go.
Lincoln's already on Mount Rushmore.
Answer the question
Hmm.
will affect who gets points.
What the heck? Why would Abraham Lincoln be in there? He's already up there.
So good that they wanted him up there twice.
Yep. That good old saying,
Well, that's stupid
twice
of
as
people
nice.
out there.
Yeah.
SNES is working on his technical issues.
Okay. We can hang out here.
And the winner is.
Every game has to have a winner, and our winner is.
Like I'm in sixth place.
There we go. We can see each other at
This
least.
man won with 17,700. Way to go, buddy.
That was a
Good job, everybody. All righty. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in tonight. I appreciate it. Like I said, go check out that convention site, the online convention, CovidCons.com. Check that out. All righty. I will be back tomorrow night, 8 Central Time. As usual, be playing Jackbox games again. Hope everyone had a good time tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. As usual, remember to like and subscribe. It helps me out. Hit that notification button, let you know when I live stream, which is every night. And if I upload another video, which I sometimes do, and we'll be doing more of here soon. All right, have a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whenever you're watching this. As always, thanks for watching.
And then there were 3 and no TV. Oh, let's see. What is here to do? Because I just called. I'm going to text my 10 o'clock person who has totally forgotten about us and probably already went to bed. Let's see. Let's see here. Where are you, Santi? All right, let's.
This is definitely an impressive lineup. Kudos to you guys.
Oh yeah, and this was like totally like on the cuff, on the fly. We sat down at CC's and we're like, "Hey, what are we gonna do now that there's no cons anymore?" And Robert's like, "Man, let's host an online one." And
There
that's
you go.
kind of what we're doing, slightly.
Very nice.
Let's see. That's not a thing, Jennifer. Let's see. All right. Sending out a text real quick. All right. Let's see. So we do have some SNES action, I do believe. Let's see. And I need a link for that, and I should be able to get everything up and going. Let's see. Alright, hold on. My stuff's going crazy now, as always. Such is my life. Come on. I don't need that live stream. I need the actual. Oh. That runs now. That does not. All right. Sounds like we got a Robert on a call. An important one. There he goes.
Yeah, off he goes.
You know it's serious when he starts moseying around the house. All right. Yeah, thanks for sticking it out with me as my new co-host.
Absolutely. There you go. Yeah, my pleasure.
I don't want to keep you from, food, family, or business. So when you gotta go, go. As
No
we
worries.
as we say in the performance and theater stuff, don't want to mess with your dime.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm gonna see what shenanigans I can get into. Let's see. It's 10 o'clock.
And so the gaming stuff, other than right now, has normally been going on in the backgrounds.
Yeah, we have like the actual website has like a section of different game rooms that you can randomly click on, like a door icon, and it'll take you to a random game. Some stuff's already offline. Some stuff is, coming up.
Oh, nice.
And then also our vendors. Let's see if I can pull this up digitally, show everyone. Let's go meta. We'll do box in a box bonanza here. Brave tab.
There you go.
Welcome to CovidCon. If you haven't been welcome by now you're super welcome. So got the website here. Boom, got us live right there. We broke YouTube probably again with TOS violations, but it's okay. Here goes our guest of honor. There's some guy that looks pretty familiar over there on the left.
He looks pretty familiar. Yeah.
You got a twin brother rolling around here. Here's our costume guest of honor. Here goes our cartoon guest of honor, Mr. Greg Cravens. And then here goes our schedule for the day. We're doing pretty good. We've made it all the way down here to this guy right here. And we have 3 hours left before tomorrow. I think we can stick it out. But each one of these should do a little something else. So like live stream on Twitch. And there's us again. Our Facebook link. Our first half of our show. So yeah, a little bit of everything. We got our room parties as well. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. This is where our room's already knocked on a door. There's a couple different ones. So looks like big suite room doors. We got the gaming room.
Yeah. Very meta.
Yeah. And it's like old, dungeon crawling kind of feel to it. Like, almost like the, what was that? Like Hexen and stuff like that. Some of our esteemed guest listings. Again, repeated the front. Vendors. This is where things get fun. If you want to see tons and tons of buttons and graphics, this would be where you go. So, everyone from Saturday Productions to Miscellaneous, etc., like they've been promoting the hell out of their product, which is awesome this weekend. You got Anime Coast. Like some of these people, this is what they do for a living. 40 weekends a year.
It's an impressive vendor.
So normally
that's amazing to see some of the folks that do cons just like that.
Mm-hmm. And some of these people, like, I always run into the same woman and her husband when we do the local stuff here in the Mid-South. And I'll run into her, like, out of the 16 shows a year that I do, I probably run into her 8 times, and she's just like, how you doing? So, we talk shop.
Oh, wow.
So, a little bit of everything. We got from, the art of Brian Silverback to, hey, we got that John Wilker guy over there. We got, G Toys, got a ton of great artists and dealers. And then we got, some little knowledge-based stuff on the bottom. And I wonder if this video will play. Because we do have our con suite. For those of you who may not know what a con suite is, in the southeastern United States, especially in the smaller conventions, once you get past about 1,000 people, they shut it down just because it costs too much to feed people. But some of these conventions, like Mid-South Con, Shadow Con, let's see, like Conuga, places like that will have actual, like, edible, like, sandwich food or sub sandwiches that you can make or pre-made for you. There's all sorts of fun stuff. So we included our own digital con suite. So enjoy.
Who provided the fridge?
So, yep. That was...
You didn't have the volume on.
Oh, well. It's fine. They'll go online because they need a second snack. But I was just hosting just a website. but it was Dark Souls. It was Rob's. So
At the end of it, I said, just go to your own fridge.
So yeah, got a little bit of everything going on there. I'm gonna stop this screen. We're trying to figure out some technical difficulties on the side of our SNES guy, who is going to be doing some awesome 16-bit glory. Let's see. Still going.
Sorry. All right, now I better hop off.
There you go. All right, it was a pleasure. We'll leave your ticker up, give some time for people to get some coupons, and grab some great books. And
sweet.
Yeah, we'll catch you later, sir. Have yourself a great one.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, you too. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely, man. Thanks. Should I just leave the studio? Is that the easiest?
The easiest way. I'm going to dump you too. All right. We got 52 minutes of filler. All right. I used to do podcasting. I don't know why this is so difficult. We used to talk about everything and nothing at all for like 4 hours at a time. Actually, we did a bad thing. Look at the ticker on the left. 5 hours. I don't know what we lose a little bit of show. So we're going to sign off and back in. And we are going to miss out on some show. Or don't. I can't hear Rob.
Just let it run.
Let it run?
Let it run.
Okay. All right. We're not going anywhere. We're here forever. So, but it's okay. We're supposed to stop every 3 hours and 59 minutes ish. But we got carried away, which is amazing. But we learn for next time. And who knows when next time's going to be with all the shenanigans going on. Maybe sooner than you thought. It would probably give us 3 to 4 months, and we may have another one of these for all we know. And we'll have some awesome guests yet again. Maybe some updates from guests. And we'll see what happens from there.
Well, one of our guests wants us to possibly do some work with him on a different bit of format, but the same type of idea.
Yeah, we'd be more than happy to do that. Set up a time and a place. I'm working some, so I'll have like Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays off. So
I work all the time.
Yeah, well, with all the shenanigans, like my necessary job, returning people's AT&T boxes and stuff where you shouldn't be leaving the house anyways. Yeah, I won't get into that. But yeah, it's necessary for me to return those AT&T boxes and return the other stuff. So I'm working 4 days a week right now. So we'll see how that goes. But I don't know. 52 minutes of filler is pretty interesting.
Jennifer Swan has a question.
Absolutely.
And I'll let you field it.
All right. Group idea, and it was over buffet pizza. Kind of when the first inklings of, oh my God, shenanigans is happening. No one should ever go outside ever again. And we decided to go out for a bite to eat. It's like, well, we might as well go to a restaurant before there are no more restaurants. And so we hopped into a CC's and got a bite. And all of a sudden we're like, well, what the hell are we going to do whenever there is no more conventions? You know, I'm hopefully not forever, but in this state that we know right now, no more conventions. And we're like, well, you know, we could put online stuff together. And we're like, well, how's that going to work? Well, we can ask people to, you know, log before we found out about, you know, StreamYard and all that good stuff and Zoom and all those good things. We're like, well, you know, we could have people come on and, you know, report back, you know, what they're doing and tell them about themselves. I go, well, why don't we just have people record it? We'll find a way to actually get it on the air. And now we got this, and there's only been a little bit of shenanigans, so we're doing pretty good.
Well, we had the idea. 48 hours, we had almost a full roster of guests.
Yeah, I think we had like 20 people at that time. So yeah, we did pretty well.
Yeah, I have a tendency of voluntolding people things.
I noticed that, especially when you, yeah, I've only told a couple of people on my team too, unfortunately. So let's see. Jennifer also asked, did you guys know or expect lockdown to last this long? How much longer do you think this may last? Some states in the United States are into June. I think it's Vermont or one of the northern states is already June 1st. And this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So supposedly Tennessee, at least Middle Tennessee, Davidson County, the county I live in, is on this like 1 step forward, 2 steps back program. Like if we go 14 days without an increase, we can move up and then open up like barbershops and strip clubs or whatever it's going to be. And then, you know, if nothing spreads from that in an increase, we can move up a little bit more. And then like sit down restaurants at half capacity. Like there's this whole like humongous like PDF file that you can read. And then if that's better, you can move even further forward, which is this way in my hands. You can even move forward and start opening. Like we have like a little beach with a little water slide and stuff in Middle Tennessee. And we have like a wave pool and things like that. And we have the water parks at Opryland Hotel, which is strange because it's not a legitimate public water park, but I won't go there either. But those will open up, and then, you know, along with those, like the park system will open back up, and you'll be able to have gatherings larger than 50 after that point. But anytime there's an uptick, you have to go back. Not all the way back in some cases once you get far enough, but in the first 1 or 2 stages, you have to go back to everyone stays at home. So
I honestly won't be going to a buffet for another year or two personally.
Man, you know, I'm going to stick my head in and see what the, you know, landscape looks like. But honestly, it's going to be interesting because every state's doing something a little different. You know, some are saying everything open, boom, go to town. I think Georgia is kind of like that right now. And they're just like, okay, free game. And I don't like that idea at all.
Hey, Jennifer, how is it in California?
California.
She's in Sacramento.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, but here in Tennessee, it's just kind of weird. Rob and I know we're on 2 parts of Tennessee, you know, west and central.
I live between 2 parts of it.
Yeah, you travel between 2 parts as well. Let's see. Boom. What other experiences do you have from CovidCon? Give it back. Give it back. Mine. Okay.
Okay.
Mine. What other experiences do you have with Comic Cons? Have you hosted any cons before? Wow, we're about to get into the drama scene with me. Once upon a time, see evil logo. I was the host of potentially 3 events in the Middle Tennessee area, and we were entitled the Supervillain Summit. We had some notable, quotable people and staff who are unfortunately noted and quoted saying or doing stupid stuff, but yet hasn't been proven. So that was quickly squashed. But I have helped with other conventions. I volunteer with HalloCon, which is hallocon.com. They are a horror and, you know, convention. A little bit of fantasy built in there as well. They're really cool people. Joe McKeel and all their team is pretty solid. That's out in the northern Georgia area, a little past Chattanooga, Tennessee. I've worked as a guest handler for like Geek Media Expo and Middle Tennessee Anime Convention. I volunteered there as well, hauling chairs and people and things. I've been lucky enough to be on a team with one of the guests for like ShadowCon and Mid-South Con. I have helped volunteer with Ernest Day at Montgomeryville State Park. Help move some stuff around there for a couple of people. But I do a little bit of everything with cons. This is the first one that's got lifted off the ground and actually things are happening and people are on screens other than me. But yeah, Rob's definitely done some con stuff.
Is it my turn now? Okay. I have ran 2 pirate fair / conventions. I began and ran for 10 years the Mid-South Buccaneers, which was a pirate, not really reenactment, but more of a pirate fun. Hello from the living room. That's a very special person right there saying hello to me.
Oh, I thought it was to me.
That's the person that keeps me in line.
She's the one who created the honeydew list.
Yeah. I have been part of the staff on Mid-South Con. I am currently on the Masquerade staff for Mid-South Con. I am the pre-event coordinator for ShadowCon. That means I control all of the fan tables and such as that. I've had some interactions with some cons in Arizona before I came out here, and I've done a little bit of con stuff with Blake and a couple other people in the Middle Tennessee area. So, yeah, I've played with it a little bit.
Just a dabble. Let's see. We got... Looks like we have an inkling of Twitch action going on with Galabond right now.
Okay.
I don't hear any audio, though. That's the only thing that scares me a little bit from his channel right now. Let me make sure it's just not me.
We could always ask Jen if she wanted to come back in and talk for a bit. She's still out there.
Out in the internet ether somewhere.
Yeah. Hey, Nico Mew, would you like to come in and chat for some? Well, California Comic Con coordinator is our mysterious behind-the-scenes support. She is the one that created the website, and she's also been very, very instrumental in keeping us from losing our mind. And it has been an honor to work with you too. And if we do something along these lines again, love to have you back.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, she's pretty much kept everything sane as far as the website and things go. I tried to log in. I'm like, oh my God, it's broken. I don't know what to do. And then she's like, okay, all done, fixed. I'm like, thank you so much. Because yeah, things are definitely not my friend when it comes to website things. Let's see. I'm waiting on... Well, we may be...
I just asked Jen if she wanted to come back in and chat some.
Gotcha. I'm waiting on... Actually, I can do this. I'm going to fall out for just 1 second so I can hop into Discord so I'm not dual talking to people.
Okay.
Let's see. Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
Now you talk.
I'm big and ugly on here. I scare myself. Somebody help. Somebody help. Oh man, this has been a blast. I have really enjoyed doing this. I was a little nervous when we started whether or not it would go off. I think everybody has really stuck in there and everybody has helped a lot with this. Um, wow, I feel like I'm sitting here talking to myself. Do you want me to sing? I can sing. If you don't want me to sing, come in.
Don't sing. I came in.
I asked if y'all want me to sing, and Blake definitely does not want me to sing.
No, thank you. Trying to fix an issue.
Well, this has been fun. There's been a few hiccups, but I mean, this is the first time that may not be the first time this has ever been done, but it's the first time that I have seen it. It's been done under this format, with almost as if you're walking into a actual physical convention. We've tried our best to let you have doors and tables and everything as if you had actually went in. We even gave you a con suite. And make sure you check out the con suite before you leave, though. You got to check it out. It'll fulfill you. Oh, let's see what I can put up. Let's go to YouTube. Oh, okay. There we go. We have video game. We have SNES with Dark Banshee.
I do believe that's right. The Dark Banshee.
The Dark Banshee? Super Mario Kart! I think, or like it.
Mario Kart-ish.
Mario Kart-ish?
It's running from a website, so I think the lag and stuff is kind of making things glitchy.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be emulation and not, well, like onboard emulation. So, hey, I could hop on stream and try to play something if it will let me.
Try.
Let's see how bad it bogs things down. Now I'm going to take my headphones off.
He's got to get into his player mode. He's got to get into player mode. He's got to put his hat on back.
I'm going to see what happens whenever I do this. Sorry, Gil. Sorry, Gil. I'm going to stop the screen for just a moment. Now I'm going to see what happens if I do. Let's see, share screen, application window. I don't know how I'm going to do this without a. See if I can do this without a second monitor. Let's see. Boom. Well, everyone gets to see my entire screen. So, this should be fun. Let's play some wrestling, if it will let me. Alright. I will be careful. Guess what, guys? I can't see what's going on. Because we're about to... First time opening this up. And I'm probably getting TOS right now. Thanks, WWE. Let's go here first. Audio volume. Take this down. Hey, look, kids, I'm a streamer finally. Alright. Let's go here. We're good there. No windowed. Actually, that may help us out on stream, but... Hey, we're going to play it like real WWE right now. No audience density. Let's take motion blur off. Field depth's fine. I could do high texture quality. I keep forgetting I have a new computer.
All I see is a white screen.
Oh, there's nothing?
Nothing.
Now it's everything. Dang. I was hoping that was going to work. Can you at least hear it? Hey, let's get this guy on.
First, you got to get me on. Hello?
Hello?
Hey. You out working?
If you want to call it work.
Yeah, I tried to play WWE 2K20.
You call this work? Everybody now on the stream can see the downtown Nashville is dead.
That he sits on his butt all night.
Well, for the next hour and a half, and then that's about it tonight. Because I mean,
oh, they only have you working partial shifts.
Right now they do, and then till Monday. But I got a question. For some reason, when you click on the Twitch link that she puts, it's showing Galabond, and I'm like, damn, Galabond's not hosting the gaming, is he? Right there with all them games. What? He is the man. I'm sorry, he is awesome.
It shows I guess they borrowed Galabon's stream or something.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
It just says Galabon just chatting. I'm like, I tried talking to him and I didn't see anything. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not for sure. Yeah, it's interesting.
What happened to our 10? Who was supposed to be at 10?
That was Santiago.
Santiago Cirillo.
And we called him and texted him and everything, but hey, he probably dozed off. It happens. He's busy. Yeah. He's probably trying to get back on his feet with everything opening back up. And
he actually works for UPS as a package thrower.
Mm-hmm,
that'll do it.
Yeah, because it's been like gangbusters there right now. But between that and he's like licensed for insurance and stuff too, he's probably getting everything settled with all the shenanigans going on.
Makes sense to me. But I just, yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, she said they had to use the Galabon link to make it work. I'm like, that's odd.
But now the weird dithering thing happens in the audio, like it flickers because it's emulation from a website to a stream to us kind of deal. It goes through two passes, so it's not amazing.
That's just
but it's fine whenever you're just on the website. So we definitely.
Well, to give him more views to his stream, I guess.
Yeah. So everyone should jump in and do Galiban stream for sure. And that's Jliban, and that will definitely boost his numbers into getting his little check mark and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's a great DM, man. He did a great job for us today. I really appreciate him doing that.
Yeah, that room was pretty full, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah. He used the Roll20 chat instead of the Discord, but that's fine. I mean, we set the Discord up for him just as backup.
Yeah.
Because he used Roll20's chat base, so that's fine. So, but we were just trying to get everything going for him.
No, yeah, everything turned out pretty good.
Patrick could be back tomorrow with Jackbox Games for the con.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
Great.
Clean my camera. Is my camera all funky? There it goes.
Looks all right to me.
Yeah.
I'm going kind of blind looking at this little light right here on the camera. I'll find tape or something to cover it up. I'm
Mine
staring
does that
out.
too. It's got a little white light right next to the camera.
And you would think it'd be enough to light you up, but it's not. Same thing. So.
No, the screen does that for me. But got his game hat on.
Get my game hat back on. All right, let me at least close down WWE 2K real quick.
So what's up with the YouTube, man? Is it still they hit us with another TOS or what's up?
Probably at this point.
Freaking bots. Gotta love YouTube. It's why everybody's running away from YouTube. They're going to, what is it? Is it Mixer is where they're running to now?
Yeah, Mixer and Vimeo and a couple other places.
Twitch is kind of lax. Yeah. No. Let's check in with y'all, see what's up. Man, it's so late. But yeah, that's fine. I hate to sit here that Santi couldn't make it, but we'll miss you. Hi-ya, buddy. We'll see you around.
Yeah.
It's all good. But who's scheduled for our 11?
11. Let me check real quick.
Right. I don't have the schedule on me. That's why I was saying
I know.
it's on. Yeah.
I think that's Aubrey.
Aubrey Stevens. Okay. And then 12 is Tom Proctor Band. Woohoo!
No, 12 is actually going to be Tom Mason.
Tom Mason. Oh. When's
Yeah,
Tom?
because
No. I barely had anything to do
remember
with
we had Tom Proctor already.
Right. I thought his band was performing at 12. I thought that was on the schedule.
Something got mixed up in the translation.
It's all good.
So I just let it roll since he was live and Tom Mason is not live.
Right. Got you.
If we're playing the Devil's Advocate, have we heard from Aubrey?
Yes, I've got his stuff right here.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
I've got his video and I've got the picture to put up when he calls in and talks because he doesn't have a camera either.
Okay.
That works for me.
I'm cool with
Yeah,
that.
he actually brought it to me and put it in my mailbox on a jump key.
Wow.
And so you uploaded it to the tubes?
No, I'm keeping it on the computer. I'm going to run it directly from the computer, not from the YouTube.
Okay.
There you go. Better quality, probably.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. It's all good. It's Dark Souls. There's eating dinner.
No.
Oh.
I ate earlier.
Yeah.
My daughter made me shrimp tacos.
Nice. You see all three of our beautiful mugs on here.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we got to figure that out. But that's cool. I just wanted to check in, touch base while I'm at work. I'll probably be home about 1:30, but the con will be over for the night, so it'll be all good.
Yeah.
See if we
can survive through a night of shenanigans. We've done okay so far.
Yeah, we've done decent today. I have to say it's been pretty decent.
Like
Bugs
I'm not used to this, so it's new. Like I'm not used to being on screen and everything. But there again, well, like I said before, like I used to podcast and our show would be like 2 hours, and it gets trimmed down to like an hour, hour and a half, depending on the content.
Right.
But then our after show would go on for like 2 or 3 more hours with just either the people that we interviewed or just other people that had shown up in the room late, things like that. So it was like we almost did it all over again. So I should be used to just hanging out and talking to people.
Yeah. Oh, Robert, while you were on your phone, did you see we got to try to squeeze John in for like 20 minutes tomorrow if we can, if we have any downtime? John Anderson, he wants to show off his bat cave with all of his toys. So, I mean, I was like, if we got any downtime tomorrow, yeah. He was great. That was I know you were watching this, Robert, when your power went out. I was like, I hope we did all right and handled it okay.
Even though we got to play with the hater and everything.
Yeah, that was fun. Got to play with the troll. That was great.
Yeah, I got to find that comment stuff and look this guy up and see.
Like, I gave him the opportunity. I was like, man, if you post it, I'll post the ad.
I just want to see him his slightly used My Little Ponies or whatever he does. So.
Yeah, I was a little upset that one of our vendors.
Or slightly abused My Little Ponies, whichever way you want to take it. So
that sort of upset me that one of our vendors was the one making the comments. I mean,
do we know what shop that he runs?
When did you first play Mario Kart? Oh, all the way back in 1994.
I know.
When it came out, was it 94 or 93? 91?
I don't know. It's pretty early. But yeah, I definitely played some SNES Kart. And then didn't actually play Mario Kart again until Middle Tennessee Anime Convention or GMX, one of those Leverett hosted events. I didn't play again till I think GameCube or something like that.
August the 27th in 1992.
92. See, I got a partner with me. 1992 is when it came out.
Also, my favorite SNES game was one called Strider.
Strider was fun.
Mine,
because you should just run and keep swinging that sword.
Super Mario RPG is the bane of my existence, but also my favorite game on the SNES. Was Super Mario RPG. I loved it with a passion. And that's back when you could rent cartridges from the place that us old folks know as Blockbuster.
Oh yeah.
That nobody else remembers.
Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, Family Video.
Yep.
Oh yeah, all those.
But yeah,
every grocery store.
Yeah, my grocery store had its own little corner that was nothing but the video store. Hell, that's how I remember, even renting. The Crow Stairway to Heaven VHS had the first 2 episodes on it, stuff
there
like
you
that.
Go.
So,
but no, I remember what happened with me was, I think it might have been a bad cartridge, and I played through the whole game. I got to the final boss, and then I died, and it started me all over again because it didn't save.
No, bad battery or something. Yeah,
I was pissed. It's like I have to play this all over again. Screw it, I won't do it. I didn't.
Yeah, if we're going way back, the first video game I actually really, really liked was Gunslinger on the Atari 2600.
You want to see some dumb A people in downtown Nashville right now? They're out here rollerblading. Can you see them?
Yep.
We're taking pictures, doing stupid stuff. Here you go, CovidCon 2020. They win the Darwin Award.
Hey, as I say on Facebook, they're Darwining. So
yes, they are, and they're just rollerblading around the middle of Broadway. They don't care. Right on the sidewalk.
No one's gonna get hit. I don't know. I was down there doing some filming right before the shutdown happened.
Right.
And even pre-shutdown, it was pretty barren. But the cops are just all right, just be safe. Mm-hmm. So as long as you don't, Darwin out or, win an award for, most excruciating injury, we should be okay. Let's see. Jennifer asks, oh, she was playing Shadowgate last night. Man, I haven't played Shadowgate in forever. Oh my gosh, yeah.
I'm gonna watch these DAs for a minute just because
some of my favorite retro games, once I figured out how to play them, California games on the NES was fun. I figured out how to surf finally. Same mode would be Skate or Die. Let's see.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Was he really saying what do you think he's saying?
Yeah.
He said, "This is America, America."
Broadway might be closed tonight, but it won't be for long. This is America.
America.
Let me crack the window. Do you hear him singing the
now
Star
he's
Spangled
singing
Banner? This is
that
great.
This is exclusive.
This is exclusive. Yeah, this is
Exclusive.
TMZ exclusive, guys.
Broadway Uncensored.
Broadway Uncensored. We beat them to it. There we go. Look, they made it full. Look, they made it full screen.
I wouldn't say he needs to quit his day job.
He probably don't have one.
He needs to put pants on.
He's wearing.
He's got Daisy Duke.
He's got
on.
Daisy Dukes on. The poor guy cannot sing. If this don't get us views, there we go. Broadway, Nashville, Tennessee. That's right. I'm waiting for him to take a spill.
I'm waiting for the garbage truck to hit him.
No, that's my truck, and I don't need that to
we
happen.
don't need that.
Don't need that. Well, Jen, that would be wonderful if, yeah, they're a little. Oh God, dude, shut up.
See, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching right now, this is exactly why you need to stay at home and be safe. And also, say no to drugs, kids.
Let's look in the rearview mirror. Maybe we can still see that they're all up here. Like, what in the world, dude? There, the cop just said, "Get out of the road.
Get out of the road.
Get out of the road."
Nice.
Why not show downtown while we're streaming live? It's all good, people. This is what people need to be watching. We should get like 20,000 views for this. This is an exclusive. There will be a replay because you won't see this on the news. You won't see it anywhere else.
Actually, we broke it. There won't be a replay.
Oh, ain't that lovely?
Yeah, if you look in the ticker, it says 5:39. We forgot to shut off at 3:59.
Well, I was going to say it will be a replay on Twitch. Twitch holds it though.
Facebook holds it.
Facebook holds it. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Hey,
and Twitch will too.
Speaking no headlight.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for a cop to run and tackle one of them, honestly.
Well, actually, they've been told that they can't do that. They can't arrest anybody unless it's a felony. So what they're doing right now is not breaking the law, technically.
That singing was a felony.
Yeah, it was a tragedy. Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah,
There's one of my trucks coming down Broadway. This is Broadway right now, guys. This is Nashville, Tennessee.
I know if you look really hard, you can almost see my place of work on Broadway. I'm in Weston from here all the way down Broadway.
From where I'm sitting at, yeah, you'd have to go, way down West End.
It's 2 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I would get bored after work, I used to walk.
Oh, run out in front of the truck. Oh, you about got plowed.
See, they're Darwining.
Yeah, they got the DA award for the evening.
Now they're going to go back to their hotel room and eat some Tide Pods.
Did y'all hear that?
Nice.
And
That's my coworker, Casey.
And they're going to have a Clorox cocktail with it.
Woo! They're going to inject that Lysol next to
Yeah.
you. They're going to sit there and snort that Lysol
Yeah,
up
they're going
in
to snort
strips.
Lysol.
Woo, baby. That's the way to do it right there.
Get a little neti pot with some Clorox bleach.
And some liquid Lysol shots. A little bit of Pine Sol to top it off with. Ooh.
Do one of those layered shots with Pine Sol, Fabuloso, and whatever else is in there.
Yeah, that's all the DAs on Broadway. If you want to shrink me back down, guys, I ain't got no control over that. Thank you.
Well, I am going to go run and grab a couple of quesadillas real quick. And
Taco Bell?
Huh?
Said you're going to grab some quesadillas. You going to Taco Bell?
No, I'm going to the microwave.
Oh, he's going to the Con Suite. Con Suite.
Con Suite, baby.
I'm going to the Con Suite.
There you go.
And I shall be right back. We've got about 15 minutes, and we should be putting on Aubrey's stuff.
Nice.
I'll be back in
So
15
we've been
minutes
doing
then.
what we can to fill this little slot of time.
Yeah.
And hopefully everybody's been having a good time so far. If you hadn't, well,
sucks to be you.
Yeah, well, have fun anyway.
Like I said, we got an exclusive going on, man. That's something it just happened to happen. They're the only ones that recorded it. So guess what? I had it before they recorded it. So it's
I know.
great.
You had it. Hey, you had it before TMZ, which is saying something.
Exactly. So if that don't get us views, I don't know what will. Seriously, spread this, show it. Just that go back and watch it on Twitch. It's right there. Go back and watch the guy on Broadway singing the Star Spangled Banner horribly on rollerblades in the middle of a pandemic. Lovely.
In Daisy Dukes.
In Daisy Dukes, yeah.
All we need now is an ice cream truck in the middle of Broadway just parked.
Oh, dude, I'd be hitting that up like white on rice. What are you talking about?
Just playing the music as loud as it'll go at midnight. I can see that being a thing. Let's see.
Don't tempt me.
I can't wait for ice cream trucks to be a thing again.
They don't come up in my neighborhood, man. I'm all the way up in the boonies.
Yeah, strangely enough, they come through my neighborhood in the ghetto, so.
Of course. That's how that works.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to light up a cigarette on stream. That would be a thing.
As long as it's not wacky tobacco, I think it's okay for
No,
Tennessee.
it's a real cigarette. I'm 32. I can smoke. I'm legal age.
One of them jazz cigarettes.
One of them left-handed cigarettes, them self-rolled up left hands. No, it's real smoke. I don't think tobacco use is a thing on Twitch. I think they watch movies and stuff all the time. It's not TikTok. Which one is it? I think it's Live Me is real bad about that. Oh, Lord. If you light up a cigarette, you have to do this.
And then come back in frame.
Then
once
come back
you're
in
done,
frame.
Yeah, once you're done blowing the smoke, yep.
They get anal about it. I'm like, what in the world? If you're an adult,
Yeah, that's
I mean,
one.
God, we all grew up in the 80s where everybody smoked. In every movie.
Yeah, like even the children were smoking in those movies.
Like in Newsies, they were all sitting there smoking.
And they were all like
They were up
9,
in it
10,
for their
11, 12.
period, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Heck.
We grew up in an age with candy cigarettes that you'd act like you do it right, you puff them, and they would actually blow smoke.
Yep. Oh, yeah. The old, one that looked like a red circle with a white line around it or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. Do you remember those? Oh, candy cigarettes?
Oh, they still got them.
Really?
They still have. Yeah, they still have them. Like you can get them vintage. They're like remakes.
Yeah.
Like there's what's the candy store's name? It's like Generations Candy or something. Let's see.
There's a candy shop on Broadway. They're not open, but there is one.
I can't think of what it was. Or Decade Candy. Oh, Old Time Candy is what it's called. And yeah, Old Time Candy will do them by decades or by candy flavor. Like it's like the world is your oyster as far as that goes. But it's pretty neat. Like you can order baskets. Like say your grandma was born in the 30s or whatever.
Right.
You could buy a 1930s candy basket and get it shipped to your door. Kind of deal.
Look that up.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool.
Interesting. Something to carry on time. So we've got 8 minutes till we get Aubrey Stevens stuff on here.
Oh, we gotta wait for it to be uploaded because I thought it would have went to the YouTube. I could have hit play, but it's in Dark Souls hands now.
He'll be back once he gets his quesadillas from the con suite.
It's dang old quesadillas.
I'm sorry, but we have to all three go to a convention where we can actually go to a con suite
Oh yeah.
and then pick at it saying, we had one. It's your own fridge.
Yep. Here we go. You can buy 24 packs of candy cigarettes. Let me see if I can see the brands on these. Yep. There's one called Kings with the little crown on it, and it was red with the white lines. Stallion Candy, which was like Marlboro.
Yeah.
Victory, which I don't know.
Victory actually was a cigarette brand back in the day. Yeah. That was a
then-
real cigarette brand.
And then Lucky Lights.
Lucky, your knockoff of Lucky Strikes, which were a
Yep.
cigarette brand back in the
Yep.
50s, 40s, and 50s. Right.
And then
So
there's
some of those are
Target
knockoffs of real
I
ones.
I can't read the other corner, but yeah, it's pretty dope. Like We could all promote smoking. There's
Well, I'm sorry. I needed my nicotine break.
Roundup, and yeah, that was the last one. Is Roundup, and it has a cowboy, which again, knock off of Marlboro.
Marlboro.
Yep. But yeah, so if you want to stop smoking, there, Michael, you can go ahead and get you a big old box of candy cigarettes. and
Right.
At least have something to hold.
Right.
So,
It's okay. I'll stick with my nicotine addiction for now.
nah, it's better than heroin or something. So let's watch me get.
It's better than drugs.
Yeah.
It's hugs, not drugs.
Exactly. Or if you're
I wonder
Bailey.
how many viewers we got. Can you see that? How many viewers we got right now?
The StreamYard numbers aren't exactly right. Let's see.
I think it's based off Facebook is where StreamYard numbers are coming from.
I don't know. Like I can see all the different breakdowns, so I don't know.
Really?
It's saying 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 15 and myself in Twitch.
Nice.
And let's see. The numbers from Roberts has 1 viewer, the CovidCon Facebook has 3, and YouTube and King's Revenge have 0. I'm assuming they've already kicked us again from the Facebook. I mean, not the Facebook to YouTube.
Yeah, that's weird. Makes no sense.
It's an algorithm thing. Like,
yeah.
Like you could fart like a Beyonce song, and then they're like, "Oh, you got to get kicked out." So it's a thing. So I'm not too worried about it.
No, YouTube can bite one right now.
I have so many people like on my Twitch that I watch randomly, and like one guy has been doing it for like 8 years or something, and it hadn't been a problem until about 9 months ago. And all of a sudden, like if you throw up on stream, boom, demonetized immediately. So you can't eat.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't eat weird stuff and vomit on stream. Like,
wow.
Actually, I'll give him a nod. He may or may not be watching. Matt
So
Zion.
no one chip challenge no more.
No one chip challenge on Twitch no more.
Pretty much on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
But well, you can't vomit on Twitch either. So
Right.
that's a rule too.
Can't
Like,
show no nudity on Twitch.
Nip slip only gets you 3 days suspension.
Nip slip only. I love you, Casey. Nip slip only gets you a 3-day suspension on Twitch.
All right, here we go.
No, leave it alone, Blake.
But yeah, like he runs a pretty famous channel called Reckless Eating, and that's all he did
Reckless
was
eating. There you go.
eat random stuff and
Oh, God.
sometimes vomit. And now you can't vomit on stream. You can't like say like the word. Well, I'm technically not on YouTube anymore. I guess it timed us out or something. You can't say gun or bullet or anything like that. Like,
Really?
Yeah, it gets weird with the algorithm.
Just say mass accelerator. It's the same thing.
Mass accelerator.
Yep. You can't say certain words. You can't, like, they're starting to even tag it for like coronavirus and COVID-19.
That's what Heather was telling me. She goes, well, the name of your con is what's throwing you off. I'm like, if that's really what YouTube is mad about, you know, come on.
Bigger problems. And it's okay after this right now, we're no longer.
They're going back to check. Yeah.
Like we're no longer. We don't necessarily have to be COVID. Like we're technically CovidCon, but we are Community Video Con.
Yep, Community Video Con. Yep.
Because did you notice some of these things were pre-recorded? Thus, Community Video guys. Thinking up here first. So
the name is a play on words.
Yep. Ha 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 ha.
Yep. So I mean, maybe there'll be a next year, depending on how good the feedback we get on this year. You know.
And even if we have just a couple of 100 views on the videos,
Yeah.
So be it.
There he is. He's back.
There goes Dingo.
Quesadillas.
And I can't hear a single word he's saying.
No, he has no audio. He's probably like, oh, my headset's dead.
Well, we've been on the air since 1, so.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now?
Well, we already have one guest that wants us to get with us about doing this in a music format.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Mike was there. He actually wants to get this in a music format and get a way to make it financially viable.
That would be fun.
It's like hosting an online concert, pretty much.
A lot of
So
places
I'm gonna
already
get me a sandwich in a minute, man. I'm driving to McDonald's. I'll go get me a sandwich. All right.
get you a McChicken.
That actually does sound pretty good.
I
That and
went to the
McDouble.
con suite. I went to the con suite.
Actually, ask for a land, sea, and air. It costs like $6, but it's really good.
Hmm.
Have you ever had a land, sea, and air?
No, isn't that a McChicken, McDouble, and a McFish all wrapped into one? Like,
Yep.
you know.
Yep. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like you're pretty much gonna die after you eat it, but it's worth the experiment.
Right. Well, they don't serve those after a certain time.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's
Yeah.
like 11 o'clock now, Central Standard.
Yeah. That's 11 o'clock. So, I mean, I'm off site. So, see, I'm not at the con technically. I'm off site, so I can't go to the con suite.
True.
But I could pick up some McDoubles and some McChickens.
You can drive to the mobile con suite.
There you go.
We have con suites everywhere.
Right.
We've teamed up with McDonald's and Burger King and Jack in the Box.
Taco Bell.
No. Really wish we did.
That would be great. We need sponsors. People, spread this. Get us sponsors. We need a beer sponsor. We need a drink sponsor. Yoo-hoo, Nestle sponsor us. Just some sponsors, and we would be wonderful.
Like Mars Company, something. Like
Yeah.
I got like dog food. Like I need a dog food sponsor. I got like 100 dogs at home. You know.
Right.
Whatever
So-
it takes. So.
Yep, whatever it takes. Well,
Yes, sir.
guys, I'm about to roll off here since you're about to do your Aubrey Stevens panel. I will catch you when I get home, if it's not before or after the con's
Okay.
over for tonight. And I will see you tomorrow for sure at the start of the con day.
Awesome.
Peace out, guys.
Take it easy. And then there were two.
Goes media player. Allow.
And just hope that it plays. Remember I ran into that problem with the media player before. That sometimes it's just a big black screen. So I can stall while you put it on YouTube.
Well, what I'm going to do is put it on VLC.
It probably won't play.
It will.
Okay. Lift up your mic. All right, while he's doing that, let's see if we got anything going on. I'll throw this ad up right now. Mystery Grab Boxes are 25% off at GTOYS online. Use the promo code of Corona25. Such a amazing deal, but it's hilarious that we have to use that as the code. But nonetheless, save some cash on mystery grab boxes. I actually do a similar thing. I do mystery card boxes for conventions. I usually do like a 3 for $10 kind of deal, just so it's easy money. And looks like we do have a pop up now finally. Let me pop that off the screen, and then we'll let Mr. Aubrey do some talking through video once El Capitan himself is ready to hit play.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, just barely. And now it blacked out. There it goes. It's back.
I'll show you some pictures of the uniform I wore, a model of Minuteman III missile, and a launch control panel model that sits on my shelves here at my house. When I do that,
Whoops, we lost our Capitan. All right, let's go into some stuff. Let's see. Albert Stevens' panel, if it comes back up and starts running, he was a gentleman who worked for NORAD. If you're not sure what NORAD is, think big missiles going places, doing things. The world as we know it has been in danger many a time, and he will be telling us what's going on with that as soon as we can get the video up and we get Rob back into the studio. I'm trying to think if there's anything else fun that we can talk about together. I want to go ahead and share the screen again and get some action going on in the Brave tab. We're going to go over to the artists and dealers, and we're going to go tick through that. So if you guys are not familiar with artists and dealers at a convention, one, how did you end up here? And two, we're going to teach you a thing or two. We're going to start up here with a good couple of friends of mine, Greg and Krista Jones. They are Saturday Productions. They do cosplay props, steampunk, and unique jewelry, wand staves, and homemade products. All the way over to our grand advertiser of the evening thus far, Miscellaneous Etc., who does a little bit of everything, it seems. Custom clothing, accessories, plush, puppets, and miscellaneous gear. That's actually pretty awesome. We got Anime Coast. They do some props and costume jewelry. We got a special vendor that does customized pins. We got Blackheart Leatherworks. We got Pegasus Publishing. We do some geeky bath and body products from Daisyline Creations. We got enamel pins from Kimmy Creative. We got Daddy Lions Creation. We got Dorky Dino, hilarious name. We got another dino thing going over here. That's going to be Kimmy Creative. We got Bats Bass. Hey, they're local to me. That's awesome. We got Red Paw Leather Made Home Goods. We got a drawing from Chelsea Smith, does crochet, and an awesome little CovidCon. We got Kara and the Mads Fire Sphere Designs. Sorry for stay with my new tongue, as I say. We got Stephen Moore, Magpie Square. We got After Dark Studios, PP Creations, Tiger Tangibles. Like, a lot of these people, this is what they do for a living. Now, this is what happens whenever, they travel 2/3 of the year. I've told the story before. You've heard it recently. Like, I tour with an entertainment group called League Impossibilists. And even before that, I even traveled with John B. Pica, a award-winning magician, and we run into some of the same people, through and through, as far as all this goes. Oh, that shoulder. But it's, these people, this is their livelihood, and so it's one of those kind of do or die during this situation, and I hate it for everybody, like Surreal Designs and Captain Gatu Baju and Whimsy Studios doing polymers. Some of these people may have other smaller jobs, but some of these people really rely on your dime and mine too. So if you have a couple of Trump bucks left, make sure you just jump in and hang out and see if you find any of these things that you like. And, we got, GTOYS Online has Funko Pops and mystery boxes 25% off right now with the Corona code still. And, it's just going to help out everyone. I'm actually fortunate enough to be working some hours, but some of these aren't. And it really sucks a whole lot. I'm going to say sucks a lot because I don't want to curse and cry and scream. And I know some of my, artists and dealer friends are doing the same right now. So, you got Cosmom Con Shop, Travel Supplies. That's actually pretty cool. We got Completely Awesome Media Group, Precious Plunders, the very talented and really hilarious Brian Silverbacks. Victims and Villains. That sounds like something that's totally up my alley. I want to check them out once we're done tonight. We got John Wilker, which you've seen before. Really awesome dude. Hung out and watched some TV with us once things were said and done. We got, upcycled badges, plushies, and finger puppets from Wagons Eat West. Here goes our GTO Toys, one of our hard-hitting advertisers right now. And, they have just like swarms of awesome things there from what I've seen thus far. We got Captain Love. We got Jessica Nuno art. Nathan Payne art. Just tons and tons of great stuff going on. And, I'm really hoping to, be able to share a lot more of this stuff with you, as the night goes on. And we're currently waiting on a return for audio or video from Mr. Aubrey Stevens. We may have to get him on live and see what's going on. And we should have our lovely Robert back in just a moment. And I am texting him right now. Technology, eh? Let's see. I'm kind of floundering here. Sorry, guys. What is there to talk about as far as this goes? I'm considered essential. Let's see if I can get myself fired tonight. I work for FedEx Services. I work for FedEx Office, aka Kinko's. I understand that half the building is essential, but I'm very happy to have a job still, and insurance and everything that goes like that to help myself and my family. So, some of you out there may be without, but don't fear. Once things for unemployment actually have a server that's newer than 150 years, you'll be able to get taken care of. There should be a lot of stuff going your way here soon, and it's going to be okay. Things are, rough right now and terrible for a lot of people, but things should get better. As I told a friend of mine who's going through a rough patch right now, we'll get to okay-ish. I can't ever say okay, but I can say okay-ish. I'm going to ramble on a little bit more, and we're going to see what other pages we got on here real quick. There's all sorts of interesting stuff. Let's go to staff bios. Let's do a little reading. You've seen this handsome devil before. This is Dark Soul. This is the actual Dark Soul story. So if you're ever curious about him in the Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama area, please be sure to give him a shout and let him know that you love the work. And let's keep on going. My apologies for this. This is me in my homeless hobo look, or more homeless hobo. And then we got Michael. Look at them blue eyes. Look at that modeling shot. The co-founder of Southern Fried Geek. May it rest in peace. It was amazing as it was. And then we got California Comic-Con coordinator, who jumped in, I wouldn't say exactly 11th hour, but a little later on in the process, and has totally knocked it out of the park. Like, she's our webmistress, and she's a mother, and she's homeschooling right now, and taking care of work on the side too, and just totally amazing person through and through. And we are definitely lucky to have such a great team together. I can't say I did a whole lot, but I'm now covering my ass and everyone else's right now. Let's go to see if any room parties are active right now. Let's see. It should be Saturday, 12 a.m. So that's Central Standard Time. So we still got 45 minutes. So this should be interesting. I get to fill for a little while longer. I wish I had some more interaction. Wink, wink, and nudge, nudge from the audience right now. Like, we had people like I would love GTO, G Toys to, ask me a question or come on in and shoot the breeze with us. I can give you the link if you need it. We're having technical difficulties on the boss man side, so we get some interesting stuff going on right now. I guess I'll go back up so you can see my ugly mug. So there we go again. There's nothing really on my profile on the website, so let's do a little about me stuff. Let me pop Lily's up real quick. Lily's gonna have some art at 30% off. That's totally awesome. And so we should eventually have Dark Soul back in a moment. And it says device is not connected. So let's see what happens in just a moment. But a little about me. I have been going to anime and sci-fi conventions since about 2004. I think I went to a Mark Ballard con or something similar. I'm actually good. Yeah, Jennifer, right on the dot. You know, what would my bio say? I am the son of a hardworking nurse who passed about 8 years ago. I am geeky in weird sort of ways. I like Star Trek a whole lot, and I like, Star Wars to an extent. I don't know all the characters or, who is whose cousin or why, but, it's fun to watch. Firefly's alright, things like that. I like really campy, odd movies like Antitrust and films like that. I watch a lot of YouTube strange how-to videos. I can probably now, at least in my head, fix about 20,000 different things over the past 2 years of watching these strange videos. I like Chinese food, just had a whole bunch right over there. Other than that, like, pretty simple guy. I played the character of Nash Declan. Here goes my face. I need to fix the forehead. It has a little dent in it. But yeah, League of Impossibilists is cool. LeagueofImpossibilists.com. Other than that, biggest question on a date, Star Wars or Star Trek? I'm probably going to get kicked out of that date, Jennifer, but I had to choose Star Trek. I had this growing up deal where I would get sent to bed at like 9 or 9:30, something like that. But secretly, Star Trek Next Generation came on at, can you guess what time? 10. So I would wait for my door to close and my mom's door to close, and I would hop up and get real close to the TV, turn it on so you could just hear it just a little bit, and I would watch Star Trek Next Generation, followed by about the first 10 minutes of Andy Griffith, and then fall asleep. So, I've always loved Star Trek. Next Gen definitely is up there, but I think it's tied with Voyager because I'm in the minority. I like DS9 more. So, yeah. I want to see all the numbers just like plundered to zero at this point. But yeah, other than that, it's just I go to work, I come home, I do some crazy internet convention stuff. I end up, when we don't have a pandemic, which is going to be an interesting thing to say that I've been alive for. I haven't been alive for a world war, thank goodness. But it's just, I go to work, I come home, play around on the internet. I got a decent enough laptop now. I can play a couple of games, maybe try to stream once I get hardwired in. And Jennifer likes Voyager, and I can see that. Definitely not a humongous Kess fan, but it picked up when Kess came back, of course, near the end. But 7 to 9 was totally awesome, of course. Everyone, fan service. Let's see, what else have we got going on? I see a dot for Dark Soul, but I don't know what that means. Let's hit the button and see what happens. Okay, this is my echo. So we're going to give that a minute. So, I did like the journey of Voyager, and I like the politics of Deep Space Nine more, honestly. Never really saw Battlestar Galactica or anything. Diceless Gaming asks, games you are playing right now? Well, I attempted to play WWE 2K20 for the very first time on stream but the stream didn't like the share. So I play a lot of Burnout Paradise. It's an older racing open world game. Other than that, not a whole lot. I played Mountain for a little while. It's a like kind of sit and relax game. Like you can literally just let it play by itself, or you can tap on the keyboard and things will happen, like either musical notes or like a plant will grow somewhere random. It's pretty interesting. It's like $5, I think, $10, but it goes to a good independent, group of people. Other than that, I have like hundreds of games on my Steam that I would always get on deals. Like I do play. I had to wait and get the update for this, but I do play a bit of Tabletop Simulator. I play a bit of Murder Miners, which is like if you put Roblox and Halo together, it's pretty interesting. And then I play a little bit of Street Fighter X Tekken. Looks like we got Dark Souls screen up. We are going to see if it plays audio. Oh, trust me, and discless, I totally know. I had to put my own soundtrack in the game just by, choosing my music folder and overwriting the old song. So yeah, no bueno. And let's see if Dark Soul has us with some audio. There is no audio. Yeah, we're still stuck at 1, unfortunately. I definitely can't talk about 2 Minutes to Doomsday, but when we get Aubrey's stuff up, or maybe even talk to Aubrey in person, if we can get him on early, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we can see what we can do. Because we had audio problem. Wait, it wasn't you guys. I'm so sorry. I also do the stream thing, testing, being online with HalloCon.com Stupid O'Clock. They do usually about twice a week for an hour or two.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aubrey Stevens, as you may have noticed on the cards introducing this warning/briefing. Back in my younger days, in a time when I was doing a military career, I was a combat crew member and combat crew commander on Minuteman III missiles in Minot, North Dakota. I had a top secret SIOP, ESI clearance for information and what I was working with to deal with the missiles. This evening I'll talk a few things about what missiles are like, and also show you some memorabilia from the time period. As we go on, I'll show this to you, and then we're going to discuss why we're doing this briefing. At this point, I'll show you some pictures of the uniform I wore, a model of Minuteman III missile, and a launch control panel model that sits on my shelves here at my house. When I do that, I will then follow it with some pictures of actual Minuteman III missiles, the actual launch control panels, and then we'll go into the total briefing part for what we're going to be discussing.
It looks like I'm back again. Chrome does not like video for some reason today. We run into quite a few problems. I see things kind of working, but as you know, internet is internet, and it will do everything in its power to spite you when you're trying to do a good thing. Or unless there wasn't audio in this part. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Hey, I didn't know. Thought there would be like soundtrack or something.
I don't think there is. I think it's just him showing pictures because he had to be both cameraman and presenter.
I gotcha. So when he starts talking, we'll talk back. That's some pretty cool instrumentation right there. looks like something that when you get handed the football, you kind of do your thing there. Now, this is what I'm talking about right here. Like, yeah, that launch sequencer is amazing.
And tension was getting is our first incident we're going to discuss is in 1957 during the Suez Canal crisis involving Britain, France, and the country of Egypt. The crisis escalated to the point where neither side was giving way and tension was getting higher and higher, and finally the Soviet Union decided to step in and give a warning threat to the people in the countries involved that if they didn't find a solution shortly, the Soviet Union would do a non-nuclear bombing strike against both Paris and London. While this was going on, NORAD detected an incoming flight of some type of aircraft headed towards Turkey, while at the same time there were estimated 100 Soviet fighters entering into the airspace over Syria, as well at the same point a British bomber went down. All of this was misinformation from what the people were getting. The NORAD signature that was picked up by the radar was actually a flight of geese headed in to Turkey for their migration pattern. The Soviet fighters that were entering into Turkey airspace were much fewer in number and would escort the Syrian president returning from a visit to the Soviet Union. And the last one, there was a British bomber that went down, but it went down from mechanical problems, not from any type of attack. So this is one of the earliest close calls for a nuclear war that we saw. I'll go on to the next picture that I'm going to show you to give the introduction into this, and we'll get into the Cuban Missile Crisis. Continuing with our discussion of nuclear incidents in the past, as you could clearly see from the cartoon right before I began speaking again, this is an incident referred to as the Cuban Missile Crisis between President John F. Kennedy and Premier of Russia Nikita Khrushchev, or the United States and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Through the rest of the talk, when I say Soviets, I may also say Russians. The terms were equal at this time, realizing Russia is now back to being a country, Russia, instead of a collection of Soviet republics. In October of 1963, a U-2 spy plane flying over the island of Cuba, just 90 miles off the United States coastline, it was discovered that there were Soviet personnel building launchers for intermediate range Russian missiles. Also, it appeared that the missile sites are very close to being active sites. information was brought to President Kennedy, and he and his Secretary of Defense, plus his brother Robert Kennedy, met with a group called SETCOM, or Security Committee, to determine what to do about this. Brought into the committee were also the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the United States, meaning the head of the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Navy, to discuss what the options were. President Kennedy was looking for a possible diplomatic solution. From the beginning, the Joint Chiefs were very highly in favor of invading Cuba. And as the conflict wore on over the next week and a half, the tensions grew greater and greater between the two nations, and the United States knocked everything a step up in the DEFCON system. Troops were actually moved to Florida to prepare for an invasion of Cuba if necessary. SAC was put on a higher alert. Flights that were normally just 1 or 2 wings circling 24/7 went up to 3 or 4 wings of strategic bombers circling in the sky 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, ready to go to war at the drop of a command. Kennedy kept pursuing the diplomatic solution possibility, and not much luck in that as the days wore on. We're going to go to October the 27th, 1962, and it is daytime in the area of Cuba, but we're going to circle about halfway around the globe to northern Siberia in Russia, where a U-2 flight was taking place. And the U.S. were on nose-to-nose terms and spoiling for a fight, it looked like. But as President Kennedy said, there's always some son of a bitch that doesn't get the word. And whoever had arranged for the U-2 flight hadn't got the word, and the flight went ahead and took place. The pilot was following his orders. He was hugging the Russian coastline and sea limits, still taking valid information using the U-2's cameras, which were very accurate even at high altitude and far distances. Unfortunately, at the same time, the aurora borealis was in high activity, and the pilot's instruments failed him. He finished his mission and his flight path, and at that point, surrounded by total darkness everywhere and his instruments not giving good readings, he did his best to just turn his plane in what he thought was the correct direction to go home. Instead, his flight path was now taking him deeper and deeper into the Soviet Union. After about 20 minutes or so, the pilot realized his error, and also he realized that on his radar that was functioning quite well at that point, there had been MiGs launched to intercept his flight. He kicked his plane around in a U-turn and headed back the way he came, hoping he was on the right path to go home. He did get a hold of, by radio, his command base and told them what was happening. He was told to head out of Soviet territory as fast as he could and set a flight path for home. Fortunately, he was a pilot of the old school that had been trained to use stars for dead reckoning, and doing so, he figured out where he wanted to go. Cameras, which isn't that word. It's an act of war. A quarantine is a little bit of a different animal, so he could finagle around escalating things by using that word. United States Navy had been stopping Soviet ships headed into Cuba for several days at that point, and they approached a ship which didn't appear to be wanting to slow down and turned around or boarded by U.S. forces, and the captain of the intercepting destroyer ordered his guns to fire starlight shells over the bow of the ship. The captain of the Soviet ship obviously would not have known that the American destroyer was firing pretty light shells that would light up the sky and not something that would blow his ship out of the water when he saw the destroyer fire. He restrained himself and came to a halt, and after a few minutes turned himself around after radioing to Moscow what had happened. In another part of the fleet that was quarantining Cuba, American destroyers had located one of the several Soviet submarines escorting the transports towards Cuba and were attempting to make it to come to surface. The Soviet submarine was the B-59, and had been underwater for over 2 days at this point. The air in the submarine was foul and getting worse. The air circulation machines had failed, and it was stale in the entire boat. And it was an old diesel boat, and 2 days is pushing the limit on the best of the diesel boats then. And he realized he was going to either have to come up or turn around and break contact with the American ships, which they didn't seem to be willing to allow him to do. And at that point, they had started dropping practice depth charges, basically the equivalent of a hand grenade into the water, which even if it had landed directly on the sub, probably would not have caused any severe damage. But the Soviet skipper of the sub decided that there were real depth charges being dropped on him, and he thought, possibly from what he knew because he'd been out of contact with Moscow for over 2 days, or from the fact that he was starved for decent air and on severe tension just from the idea of what was going on, decided that World War III had started, and on aboard his sub, he had one atomic warhead torpedo. And he decided that his only option was, instead of coming up and surfacing and possibly being boarded by the Americans, was to launch that torpedo. He was attempting to talk his first officer into going along with this plan, because it takes more than one person to insert keys to launch the torpedoes on the Russian subs. When the third person was involved, the political officer of the boat, came up and he said, "You are wrong. We're not doing this without all orders from Moscow," even though the commander had been given permission to use the torpedo if he thought it was necessary. The first officer swung to his side, and they talked the captain into just surfacing and seeing what was going on. You've got the torpedo in the tube. If worst comes to worst, we can launch it and take care of the Americans. We'll also take care of ourselves, but you'll still get the American boats that are trying to attack us if they are. They did surface. The Americans basically just waved at them to let them know they saw them, and the Russian sub turned around and headed back towards home port, because coming to the surface, they were able to establish radio contact, and you at that point know we're okay, there is no war, and they headed back. Our next Cold War incident happens in the state of
Almost
Michigan.
feels like a military briefing.
Unfortunately, I don't have a picture to show you of this incident, but I will relate it to you at this point. At Kinkel Air Force Base in Michigan, a maintenance crew was performing some minor maintenance duties, but unfortunately, they hit the full base alert alarm, and the immediate reaction was for the entire base to go on alert. The SAC bomber crews on the 52s ran screaming for the bombers, and the bombers were taxiing to the runway, at which time they heard a recall order before they ever got off the ground, because the base commander had been put in contact with the facilities manager that realized that somebody had tripped the wrong switch somewhere and called and told people what was going on. The result of this, though, was that the entire base went to DEFCON 3. The planes could have launched, and without warning, that could have set off a chain reaction throughout SAC, with other people responding to what happened at that Air Force base. Next, somewhat minor or possibly major if it had actually occurred in the wrong way, takes place in 1974 of August of 1974, when Nixon was embattled in the White House, depressed and drinking heavily over the Watergate scandal and his possible impeachment and being thrown out of office. It had gotten so bad that the Secretary of Defense had gone to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and informed them, if the President should call you with any type of emergency order, i.e. launch the planes and tell the missiles to stand by for a launch order, don't do anything, go for him first instead of following the President's direct directive. This had two possible scenarios. We have somebody stepping in and usurping the President's power to an extent, and two, if the Secretary had not done so, if the President had got so depressed or intoxicated that he had called in an emergency action order to the Joint Chiefs or to NORAD or whichever command he happened to dial, what would have happened? This is one of the things that possibly led later, because it was somewhat known through the upper military circles and probably into the lower to an extent at that time. An Air Force captain stood up during a briefing at his base and raised one question that pretty much terminated his career in the Air Force. He looked at the briefing officer and went, "How do I know that the person sending me the alert message or the go message is sane and competent?" He did not get a suitable answer at that time and continued to ask it up the chain of command till finally he was told, basically, sit down, shut up, and do your job. It also led to him getting out of the Air Force voluntarily, though if he hadn't, he probably would have never saw the next step in his career come about, just because he stuck the stick in the hornet's nest and stirred it up. we're going to advance now to the time frame when I was in the Air Force and going on alert duty, and discuss an incident that happened at NORAD. On November the 9th, 1979, NORAD was nice and quiet up till suddenly all the screens lit up and said, there are 2,200 Russian sorties, i.e. missile reentry vehicles, commonly in the vernacular of normal people, atomic weapons, headed for the United States. The officer in command, of course, did the appropriate response. He was immediately on the red telephone, alerting base commanders all around and making a call to the President of the United States. The first person he got, though, in the chain of command was the Secretary of Defense, who went, "Are you sure of this?" And this delayed response time somewhat, but he did go back and start checking, and fortunately, as he was checking, someone came in and started going, disregard, disregard, disregard. You're watching a training tape that was accidentally fed into a computer. And instead of going to the training room with the computers in there, it went to the live screen computers for NORAD and read as a real attack coming in. Needless to say, this could have had very bad consequences if the tape had continued to play and the NORAD personnel did not realize it was a training tape. They would have seen impact signatures for missiles or reentry vehicles striking the United States. And the chain of events would have gone right on down the road, so that we would have launched our missiles, and when the Russians saw those on their screens, they would have been real missiles. Let's move up the road just a few months into 1980. And I had the pleasure of being on alert for part of this. A computer chip at NORAD went down, out, gone, shorted, whatever it did, it malfunctioned. And it caused the computers once again to register incoming Russian sorties. The effect it had was there were crews on alert sitting in their capsules with keys in the launch control panels waiting for a launch command. Fortunately, we got a stand down. Let's go another 2 or 3 days. Same computer chip, different computer at NORAD. It goes. Same results. We have a signal come in saying there are Russian sorties headed for us again. Result, same thing. Crews are sitting in the capsules, keys in the launch command panels, waiting for a launch order. Again, it was detected that it was a computer, fortunately, and the crews stood down, and then they had to stay awake until somebody got some new seals back out to them so they could seal up the launch control panel and cover the launch switch with the plastic covering, put the seals on top of it, put the cookies that the little packages that we broke open to see the command control numbers in there back in the box and lock them back up, and new top secret cookies to be sent out to the field to replace the ones that had been used. This could have had bad results if it had gone on any longer than it did. Our next incident is going to take place a little bit later than that. We're going to move all the way up to September of 1983. We're going to leave NORAD and the United States behind. We're going to go over to the Soviet Union now. We're going to be on their equivalent of NORAD. Lieutenant Colonel Stanislav Petrov is on duty. The picture you're looking at is Lieutenant Colonel Petrov at the time of this incident, give or take a couple of months for some picture that he had needed for his folder. Petrov is standing there on duty, an alarm goes off. The computer is telling him, it's getting information from Soviet satellites, that the United States has launched one missile at the Soviet Union. Petrov's standing orders were on any kind of indication of a launch from the United States, he was to go up the chain of command and send the alert that way, so the chain of command could run back down to him and authorize Soviet missiles to ready for launch or actually launch. Petrov looked at the screen and went, "It's got to be wrong. There's only one launch. The United States is not going to attack the Soviet Union by launching one missile." He turned the alarms off, quieted the command people around him down. They went back to their screens. He went back to sit down in his chair and oversight position for everyone. And just as he did that, the alarm went off. Again, the United States has launched one missile at the Soviet Union. He knew it still could not be real. In his mind, it couldn't be the real thing. He told everyone to stand by, and he stood there waiting. And he says, "Let's wait for the computers and the satellites to go through another loop and see what they tell us." The next round of information feeding out of them, no missiles coming from the Soviet Union, no nothing. And he calmly had everybody sit down and went through the rest of his alert before going off duty and writing up his report of the incident. Lieutenant Colonel Petrov never saw full colonel. He never held a position like that again in the Soviet military. And basically, he was the man that saved the planet by not doing what he should have done according to his orders. He thought for himself. There's several pictures of him later in life where he was a ham radio operator in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and even talking on the ham radio to other people in the United States, and had mentioned this incident several times. And with the opening of the Soviet Union into being the somewhat free Russian Federation then, this information came out. We're now going to November of 1983, just a month after Petrov saved the world. The United States and NATO managed to put the world in even more danger. The 7th through 11th of November was a planned military exercise for NATO. In the plan, they were going to run an exercise where they're doing a response to a Soviet war attack on NATO and the United States. And in the process, they're going to send out alerts to facilities, and the United States airlifts 19,000 troops to Europe to support the exercise on the ground. The Soviets are watching this, and they're watching the things that are going on. They don't know it's an alert, or a practice for an alert for nuclear war. They think NATO and the United States are getting ready to pull a first strike. The KGB sends out information to their people in the United States and England specifically, and the NATO countries, to watch buildings they know that are part of the establishment for late night lights burning and odd instances. Of course, in most military buildings, especially in Europe, late night, there are usually lights on because the cleaning staff is there. The KGB agents knew this, but Moscow said, "We want to see this proof," and if they are going to save their jobs, they sent back, "Yes, there are lights burning in these buildings, comrade." And the Russian premier at the time was a little on the paranoid side. He decided that We actually were getting ready to attack the Soviet Union with the first strike, and the Soviet Union went up to probably our equivalent of DEFCON 2, and mobile missile launchers were positioned to take out a large part of Europe and NATO. Soviet subs increased their activities and sailed closer to the United States, which, by the way, got passed through to the missile forces to ready themselves a little bit more than normal. And missile crews were briefed on this before we went on alert that the Soviet subs were moving closer to the continental United States. Not a fun thing to hear about. Fortunately for the world, once again, fate steps in and nothing happens. The exercise completes, everybody goes home, and the Russians breathe a sigh of relief. Nobody here really knew they had gone to that extreme of being ready to go to war until after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the KGB and several other organizations kind of disappeared. This is going to be our last incident, and it comes out after the Cold War is over. In 2010, there's an incident that we're going to discuss. Specifically, on October the 10th, 2010, at F.E. Warren in Cheyenne, Wyoming, the command structure there lost contact with an entire squad of Minuteman III missiles. 50 missiles in total. And at that point, each of the missiles was still, I can neither confirm nor deny whether they carried nuclear weapons or not, but there were hypothetically 3 Mark 12 Alpha 65 kiloton nuclear weapons on each missile. 3 times 50 is 150, so the possibility of 150 nuclear weapons being without any command control. And this situation went on for over an hour. One thing, let me think about this for a second. It just occurred to me. This is 2010. This may be after the new treaties with the Russians, and actually there probably wasn't 3 warheads on each missile. There was one 600 kiloton warhead on each missile. So just 50 nuclear weapons headed to the Soviet Union. But I can neither confirm or deny that they exist on Minuteman IIIs now or ever. Fortunately, communication with the squadron was regained and fed back into the net to match the other squadrons at F.E. Warren, and life went back to a normal situation. We talked about several incidents throughout the Cold War and even into recent events. There may be some more that have happened that I just don't know about and haven't researched into yet. If they ever turn up, I'll put them into the briefing. Basically, the theory behind this briefing is it is a warning. We don't need to take the fact that nuclear weapons exist as a calm fact. They can be done without. The first mistake the United States ever made was way back in the 1940s and into the 50s, when control of nuclear weapons, or how we were going to defend the United States with them, was made. When we wound up having nuclear submarines that could hide under the sea, we should have put all our missiles on nuclear subs. Therefore, there's no point in targeting every missile silo the United States has. Our subs were and are and always have been better than the Soviet or Russian subs about disappearing and keeping track of them. All those Russian subs I mentioned about when the 1983 incident doing the Able Archer exercise went on had probably a fast attack U.S. sub tracking them as they were sailing. And if they had even looked like they were going to launch they would probably got it to torpedo amidship and cease to be a functioning boat of any kind.
Wow.
I have been informed.
Wow. That is freaky.
We were pretty close, almost enough times to make a series of movies about it, not just one. Holy crap.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to see if we can get Aubrey in here.
It says his devices aren't connected. He may need to relog in and accept the microphone again.
Yeah, just a sec. Just a sec.
I want to go ahead and can your screen too so we can get some frames back. We will save the frames. People like the hat, so I'll keep it in the frame. So.
Wow. Okay.
And then there was one. There's also another incident. When wasn't it Hawaii got a missile launch like thing over the telephone as well recently? I think that
Aubrey,
was
Aubrey, can you hear us now?
I can hear y'all fine. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Loud and proud.
That actually felt like it was a military briefing.
What's up, man?
I take it you enjoyed the little briefing there.
It was a trip. It definitely made you think.
There's probably 15 more incidents that happened before I ever got involved with missiles and right after I got involved. And I ran across one for 2010 just the other day when I tried to get ready to do this the first time.
Well, Jennifer
So
Swan
not much
says
has changed,
that was
apparently.
awesome. Jennifer Swan says that was awesome, and also she loves history, and that was a privilege. So, Aubrey, tell us about the man that is Aubrey.
I don't think I'm quite as interesting as the subject we're doing this on, but okay. For those that have never met me before, I'll go into some past history. Like you figured out here, I was an officer in the Air Force on Minuteman III missiles, a combat crew commander. The second position I held up there, I was base disaster preparedness officer for a brief while. But backing up, I'm from Mississippi originally and back home in Mississippi at this point, just south of Memphis. Some of you have seen even around Memphis at the science fiction conventions there. I've had that interest for most of my life. I was originally an enlisted Marine. Hoorah.
Thank you for
any Marines out there with me? Semper Fi, brothers. Let's see. I have a master's in history and a master's in theater. I know that's a weird combination. That's the way it worked out.
So you act like you care about history.
Came out of
So
Me?
you act like you care about
Oh,
history.
I get it. Act like I care about. Yes, that's exactly right. Anyway, I went into teaching when I got out of the Air Force and taught for 25 years. Retired a few years ago, and basically I don't do anything unless I really want to do it now. And primarily, if you want to say I have a job, it's watching my grandbabies and doing a little writing on the side. Have a brand new book that just came out. Feel free to go buy a copy. And do some editing as well for Pro Se Press, and have had a few things published outside of Pro Se. Two kids, both grown, 4 grandchildren. One big black 125-pound German Shepherd thinks he's a lap dog.
That's about right. I got my 90-pound Dane mix that thinks he's a big lap dog too, and he's scared of storms, so that's always fun.
He tries to crawl in bed with you and get under the sheets, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, he's actually conked out right beside me right now. But let's see. If they ever made a movie about your incidents and everything going on around you, who would you want to play you?
Well, I wasn't involved in enough in most of the instances there, except for being on Missile Alert. So let's see. Does it have to be a living actor, or can I use one that passed away not too long ago?
We can grab the TARDIS. We'll grab them.
Okay, well, if it can be anybody that's ever been an actor, I would go with Walter Matthau.
I could see that.
And right now, if I had to pick somebody, Jeff Bridges.
There you go. So we're going to get the Aubrey Stevens movie coming up here soon. Oh, so what do you do since you are a retired man of the service? And again, thank you for your service. What do you do for
Thank you, sir.
For your fun and enjoyment? I know you have the grandkids, but do you do any gardening? Do you help out with any conventions? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well, let's see. I do a lot of science fiction conventions, attend those just for the fun, as well as attempting to sell a few books, like I said. Also, I do Civil War reenactment and Middle Ages reenactment. I belong to the SCA, if anybody's ever heard of that, the Society for Creative Anachronisms.
Tell us about that
Sometimes
little
I get very
convention from Memphis that you've been involved with a few years.
You mean for the past 25 years coming up? ShadowCon?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I'm one of the board members for ShadowCon. It's a small relaxicon that's in Memphis, Tennessee. We have an average attendance of around 350. And we go every year, the weekend after New Year's, unless New Year's falls right on a Thursday or Friday, in which case we shift to the next weekend after that. So it'd be usually the second weekend then. And we have pretty much everything you'll find at any other convention. We just are smaller, and everybody gets to know everybody, and we all wind up being friends.
Exactly. That's what I was about to get into. People from around the United States don't understand exactly what a relaxicon is, because your San Diego Comic-Cons, your Anime Expos, Toronto Anime Expo, things like that, pretty hustle bustle. What do you have to say about ShadowCon and its relaxability? I think my part of ShadowCon's relaxability is usually the
just to give a just to give a rough idea for anyone that may not know, Relaxicon is a con where there's no pressure on either side, no pressure on the guests, no pressure on the attendees, hopefully not much pressure on the staff, but usually there is, whether we like it or not. Sometimes the weather doesn't cooperate with anything. Sometimes there are other things going on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, ShadowCon has a fantastic hospitality suite, and you definitely will not go home hungry. And the lady that runs the suite makes a chicken salad you would slap people out of the way to get to. We don't allow that, though. We're Relaxicon.
Yep.
And the difference between something like San Diego... The difference between something like San Diego and Dragon Con and ShadowCon is that we've had fairly large name writer guests attend at the con. If you go to see somebody like that at Dragon Con or San Diego, you're going to be standing in the line that goes out the door of the hotel that the meeting room is in, and down the sidewalk, make a turn one way or the other, right or left, stretch down the sidewalk, and eventually circle all the way back around. I know because I've been there doing it at Dragon Con, which is why I only go to Dragon Con once every other year when somebody begs me to go with them. So at ShadowCon, you walk in the bar, the writer may be sitting there, the media guest may be sitting there. You can sit and visit with them. We hold panels like we're doing here. Everybody gets to sit and talk. there's not 600 people trying to cram in the same room with you. There's maybe 30 people at the most, and everybody gets along and talks and has a good time. You get to sit out in the hallway or in somewhere where there's a couch or a chair, and one of the guests may come over and plop down beside you and just start visiting. I'll come over and sit down beside you and go, I'm tired here for an hour or two.
Well, I'm gonna plug something real quick on that part where you sit down. That's really my domain. I'm the one that sort of is in charge of making sure that sit down area is there.
Yes, Robert is in charge of that area. He helps with bringing in other convention people and other interesting people that do something involved in science fiction, writing, fantasy, movies, radio, podcasts, that kind of stuff, anything like that. And they'll have a table out in the big hallway and sit area that we have at the con, and you'll get to sit and visit with them. And if you can't run fast enough or you're too tired to move, there's probably going to be somebody there who will come over and stick a microphone in your mouth and start interviewing you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Well, do we have any other questions, or do you want to pump anything by any chance, Aubrey?
I want to reiterate again to anybody that might still be listening. Seriously, I spent many years living on a target and basically still living on a target because Memphis has at least 3 places that would be targeted if there was a ballistic missile strike against the United States. We have the problem of it being right on a river with 2 bridges, and traffic goes both ways, north and south comes through that point, so it would be gone.
Oh, yeah.
That especially. Outside that, I put a list of books and movies and stuff on the picture I gave Robert to put up here.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, if you like to read, there are very good books there that are fiction. If you like documentary and factual type stuff, every book I've got listed there I've read and can recommend highly. Same thing for the fiction books. I've read all of those. And then I got a list of movies. Some of the movies, if you haven't seen them, they're Dr. Strangelove is considered a classic in movies. Stanley Kubrick was the director, and he got a whole bunch of things very correct in the movie. The thing you see there is where a American Air Force general decides to launch his wing of B-52s against the Soviets and attack, and expects the rest of the United States military to join in with him when the president learns about a wing of B-52s that had been turned loose and as a wild card headed for Russia. Only, believe it or not, it's a comedy. It's a black comedy, but it's a comedy. And some of the things you see in it are definitely a subject that's still under a lot of discussion, especially the command and control part of it. How do you know the people giving you orders are in contact with reality and are thinking clearly to give you the orders? And the other thing is, there's a scene in the war room in the Pentagon where the Russian or the Soviet ambassador is invited in because the president and everybody's trying to stop this wing of bombers from blowing up a Russian target. And he winds up getting a wrestling match with one of the American generals, played by George C. Scott. And the original ending of the movie wound up with everybody in the war room having a pie fight, which was it's not in the movie these days. It's not from the original script. And you kind of stop and think about it and go, well, that's just utterly ridiculous. And then we come back to the modern world, and suddenly someone getting involved in a pie fight in the war room in the Pentagon. I can buy this at this point.
Nice.
But it deals with a very subject and very serious, dark subject, and is well worth watching. And if you haven't ever seen Failsafe, that one pretty much did scare the hell out of people when it was released. It was released about the same time as Dr. Strangelove, and works off basically the same idea of a flight of American bombers headed for the Soviet Union. And in it, Henry Fonda plays the president, and Larry Hagman, later known for I Dream of Jeannie, is his Russian translator when he's on the phone with the Russian premier. And it is a very tense movie. It was remade, about 10 years ago with George Clooney and several other people well known from movies and TV at the time, and done as a live television show.
Okay.
And it pretty close kept attention in it like the original movie. And you feel free to buy any book I've ever written. I don't really need the money, but I like having people buy my books.
How you doing, Mr. Stevens?
All right, that was my plug for my books. The best I can do.
Sir, can you hear me? Testing 1, 2
Yes.
audio. Oh, yeah. I have a question for you. How close were we to the actual occurrences of the movie Red Dawn at one time? Not the remake, the original.
Yes, Red Dawn.
Yeah. How close were we during that
All right,
time period? 'Cause I
think
wasn't born yet.
that was the time period when I was actually standing missile alert. And wasn't that made in 84? I think it was 84 is when the original Red Dawn came out.
I believe so, yeah.
And that's the time period there were some very high tension between the communist bloc and the U.S. and the freedom bloc, as we refer to it usually. The likelihood of something like that succeeding would be fairly poor. One thing, it's not that easy to sneak into the United States and drop a load of paratroopers like they were doing there. And two, pity the poor bastards that did that with paratroopers coming into the deep south in the 1980s, where everybody and his brother would be behind a pine tree with a gun of sort, and the poor Russians, Cubans, and whoever else it was would be highly outnumbered and outgunned.
Oh, yeah.
But it's an enjoyable movie. I did enjoy the movie. I have seen the remake, and not quite as good. Did that answer the question?
It did, definitely. I stumbled upon Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Cool.
Blake. Go ahead.
All right, this is Blake speaking. I stumbled upon a fun one. 2018 Hawaii false missile alert. Ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill.
Yeah.
It took them 39 minutes to fix that problem. Or 38 and a half minutes, according to the timer.
Yeah.
Like,
the good thing about...
Go ahead.
Sorry, Blake, don't mean to step on you there.
It's all good.
The good thing about that was it was the civilian half of the alert system.
Okay.
And the military never did go to any heightened readiness or anything because of it. It just scared the living hell out of every civilian on the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, because that rang...
Because they thought it was real, whether it was or not.
It rang every single person's cell phone at that point with that automated message. And I know I spaz out in the middle of the night when an Amber Alert happens and the serious tone goes off. So I would have no idea how the entire state of Hawaii felt when that happened.
Well, I want to tell you, Aubrey, thank you for your
one
briefing.
of the things that very seldom...
Come on back to us, Aubrey.
Okay.
I wanted to thank you for your briefing, and
I thought you had something else, Roberts.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I wanted to thank you.
Can you
for
hear
your
me?
brief. Hell no. I wanted to thank you for your briefing and your time, and we're already running into the next time, so we're going to have to cut it pretty soon. But I really wanted to thank you for being here. Hopefully we'll be able to do something like this again. I know we'll be doing something in physical form at some point again, so you'll definitely see us again. But
I'm looking forward to it.
once again, I wanted to thank you for your time, wanted to thank you for your service, and wanted to thank you for being here.
I appreciate being here. I had a good time just running my mouth with y'all, and hope you'll forgive the glitches that are in the video. That was my fault because it kept dropping pictures that should have been there, and I couldn't get them all back in before I got it to Robert. So it's not his fault; it's mine, guys.
It's all
And thank
good.
all of you for listening to it. Have the rest of the con, and hope everybody gets to get out of the house someday soon and do a real one.
All right, take care.
Okay, holler at you later. Okay, next up we have a music video from Mr. Let me get up here. Tom Mason and the Blue Buccaneers. And I really hope that we're going to have sound. Cross your fingers.
Ahoy there, and welcome to CovidCon 2020, the first annual and the last annual, of course. I be Captain Tom Mason of the Nashville group Tom Mason and the Blue Buccaneers. We're by far the best pirate band in Nashville. In fact, we're the only pirate band in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, normally, I would take this time to regale you with tales of our adventures. But all of our excursions have been cancelled. For obvious reasons. The plague. The same reasons that you are all at home. Now, me, I've been locked in this basement where I'm forced to eat nothing but the vermin that scurry around my feet at night. And the occasional bowl of gruel that's been shoved under my door. The other Blue Buccaneers have all been scattered asunder. Hopefully they're safe and sound. We'll try to get some of them to check in later. Now, we were meant to be touring Great Britain at this moment. We were going to be playing at the Brixham Pirate Festival on the southwest coast. And we were going up to Yorkshire to play the Filey Folk Festival and the Filey Literature Festival. That would have been great, wouldn't it? And of course, off to Wales to play the Conway Pirate Festival. And in the midst of that, we were going to go up to Scotland, where we would join our friends, the Carlaways, a fine group that would become the Blue Buccaneers, while Sage O'Silver and myself toured. But it was not to be. So hopefully we'll be back in 2021. Well, I thought that perhaps a good choice to play during a time like this. There's something about the doldrums. So here's a song from our first CD, The Blue Buccaneer. It's called Wondrous Wind. Fortune finds me somewhere in nowhere, lost in the doldrums, waiting for wind. Fortune finds me feasting on nothing, headed for nowhere I've ever been. Wondrous wind, take us away from here. Please take away my fear of dying here. today. Fortune finds me running with rovers, mulling it's over and finding no hope. Fortune finds me with dreadful companions, faithless and furious, with no way to cope. Wondrous wind, take us away from here. Please take away our fear of dying here today. Fortune finds me hungry and haunted. All that I wanted, I'll not see again. Fortune finds me picturing children. The girls are now women, the boys are now men. Wondrous wind, take us away from here. Please take away our fear of dying here today. Wondrous wind, take us away from here. Please take away our fear of dying here today. Here's a little song called In the Service of the King. I was a lad in a tavern in London town. A stranger offered to buy a round. I happily drank the whiskey down. He ordered another for me. And when the barkeep locked the door, I was passed out on the floor. They sent me off forevermore to slave away at sea. I cannot read and I cannot write. Besides, I signed a pledge that night to join the Navy and to fight in the service of the King. Hide your husbands, hide your sons, protect them with knives, bottles, and guns. Save them from oblivion in the service of the King. Hey! Into service I was pressed, a prisoner like all the rest, a witness to a wretchedness too torturous to tell. I scrubbed the decks of the Royal Fleet under the commander's feet, and though I knew one day would meet, I blow him straight to hell. Hide your husbands, hide your sons, protect them with knives, bows, and guns. Save them from oblivion and the service of the King. Hey! I knew the feel of the whip crack, so when a pirate ship attacked, I went on the account and never back to the service of the King. Hide your husbands, hide your sons, protect them with knives, bottles, and guns. Save them from Well then, I'd like to play the first pirate song I ever wrote. It's called The Pirate Song. Obviously, I have no skills at clairvoyance whatsoever. It's a sing-along song. Goes like this. We'll all go down. We'll all go down. We'll all go down with the ship. Arr! Well, while you're writing that down, write down the numbers of our website, the letters. It goes tommason.net, www.tommason.net, and go over to the tip jar, leave some money there, and also order some of our CDs. Now, normally, as pirates, we don't ask for money. We just demand it. But in this case, you're a lovely bunch. So I think I'll just let you do the honest thing and give us your money. Very good. Are you ready to sing? Good. Did I say it? TomMason.net, and also the Facebook page. Facebook.com/Tom Mason and the Blue Buccaneers. And in there we'll also have links to our YouTube channel and all of those things that I don't know anything about. Very good. Come splice the main brace, be hearties, you fools. You'll soon be the dinner for bloodthirsty schools. I won't be hornswaggled, so don't even try. The life that you've chosen, you'll never be dry. You're a scallywag blackguard, come share me some grog. You'll wear a hempen halter when you swing for the log. So heave to and say a few prayers as you drink. It's to Davy Jones' lacquer, you surely will sink. And we'll all go down. We'll all go down. We'll all go down with the ship. Arr! A clap of thunder, me matey. Drink it on down, there's danger ahead. You'll be needing this round. Jostle that grog, you lasses and lads. Say goodbye to the landlocked lives that you had. 45 fathoms or further you'll go. You'll be Salmagundi for the fish down below. But don't hang your jib, let the drinking begin. Heave to and sail 3 sheets to the wind, and we'll go down. We'll all go down. We'll all go down with the ship. Arr! We were sailing across the Sea of Corona when suddenly the gunner began to cough. Our surgeon, a man by the name of Nostradamus, said in his infinite wisdom, my friend, me mate, we must put you on that lifeboat. Here's a bottle of rum, a pistol with a 1 bullet, and some provisions to get you to that next island. And then that surgeon, a very practical man, who also happened to be a carpenter, started taking barrels from the hold of the ship and making little tiny lifeboats. Little lifeboats that would fit one person. And one by one, each member of the crew got into these hastily fashioned lifeboats and went off into the calm sea. And then Nostradamus himself boarded one and took off, and they all waved to me. And they started singing me that song, "We'll all go down with the ship," as I stood gazing out from the quarterdeck. But then I took out my glass, and I saw right there The clouds lifted from the horizon, and there was an island perfectly spaced. There was a beach where we could each be 6 fathoms apart, with plenty of coconut trees. Oh. And then the crew, with great joy, they all lifted up from there in their little tiny lifeboats and started to sing to me. They sang this. They sang, we'll all go down, we'll all go down, we'll all go down with the ship. Everybody now in your homes. We'll all go down, we'll all go down, we'll all go down with the ship. Once more with scurvy. We'll all go down, we'll all go down, we'll all go down with the ship. Arr. TomMason.net. We'll see you all soon. Have a wonderful solitary quarantine. Arr.
Whoop, and something happened there. All right, here I am, Fivehead. Welcome back. Dark Souls screen went to like 16,000 icons. Look at this. Didn't mean to do that. There's like 16,000 things right here. We'd have different kinds of internet users because, hold on, watch this. Share screen. There's 2 different kinds of internet users. The one you just saw. Let's see. Boom. And then you have this. Drop some stuff down. Then you have this. This is everything. This is my everything. Utilities, emulators, Steam games, what I'm currently playing, Audacity, Firefox, and Brave. That's about all I need. So I love doing that to people, though. It looks like we got Chemical Burn up here.
This is my wife's computer.
Let me stream the screen.
Can you hear me?
I can. All right, there goes Chemical Burn. Looks like he's prepped and ready to go.
Okay, let's roll through the different room parties for a little bit. The little bit of time we have left here.
All right, we're going to start off with Chemical Burn. I can work on this. Looks like he's in text mode, getting ready for some stuff happening.
You got the volume going?
I do. Do you not hear anything?
No.
Let me refresh that. My apologies, ladies and gents. Let's see. Try this one more time.
There I am. Yeah, hey guys.
Well, we're going to do a run through the room parties before we log out for the evening.
That'll work. Let's see how those are burning up.
Start with one and go through each of them.
Open the door.
Open the door. Knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door.
Don't do that again, Robert. Lord, don't quit your day job, sir. You're about as bad as that guy that was riding down on the rollerblades on Broadway. Come on. No, you're all right.
I'm not wearing Daisy Dukes.
No. Here we go. He's got it going on.
Yeah, this sounds like the soundtrack for My Character kind of deal. Like this dark wave synth. Yeah.
Bet his neighbors love him right now.
He better be living by himself, like in the middle of about 20 acres.
Right. Looks like he's up all night ready for a rave. Up. Somebody's over there dancing. Is this one of our room parties? How many do we got?
Yes, we got 4 of them.
4?
No, 3 actually. One was an early nighter.
I got you. I wonder if he notices if we were actually watching him. Up. There's no laws when you're drinking claws, buddy.
They are insane.
Yes, we are insane. That's right.
Hey, Blake, go ahead and message him.
I know we're watching.
Twitch.
All right, let me hop in. You're gonna see some things moving and shaking around.
That's fine. Let him know the hosts are watching you. Let's see. Just tell him to wave. Just be like, hey.
I just sent the message as me, not as CovidCons.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Going back to full screen for a moment. I will host him from me. Just blow this back up.
I like his green screen background though. That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next room.
All right, let me get there.
He's working on it, Robert. Give him a second. Just dance your butt off, buddy. It's okay.
Oh, come on, let's do this.
No, if you're gonna do it right, you gotta headbang. You gotta have the hair though.
Pounding dissonance. It is not music.
Yeah, war. See, I'm glad we stayed.
Make sure everyone you got your hand sanny. About to get dirty in here.
Boom. Quick dump on that. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. Can be no worse than the other technical difficulties we had earlier today.
Ah, there's Jonas. DJ
Yep.
Plastic Citizen.
Oh yeah, partying it up all night long.
We have some good DJs. My goodness.
Let him know we're here.
They do? Hello?
Hey, Blake, let him know we're here.
Okay.
I like his setup. Especially because it's showing you the tracks at the bottom that he's mixing. Oh, wait. He's checking it out now. Hold on. I think he was trying to say something. I couldn't hear him.
What's going on in this modern world? Everything could be so easy. But the people being controlled by the government split the core of our family.
Oh, wow. That's some good music.
The only reason in life, hoping for a unique vision. But this is how
I like his lights. I want some of those. Blake, give me some of those lights.
I can't afford those lights.
Right, that's what I'd say.
Looks like he has at least 2. And yeah, those are RGB with like tracking, so no.
Greetings and welcome to 83 Skidoo.
Well, he said welcome me.
Welcome!
Wow, he gave me a shout out. That's pretty cool.
Because I can't sign in as CovidCon on because I have 2 different browsers.
Right.
I got the admin panel,
Right.
on X the Fool and in Firefox, and then Brave. I'm running the stream that we're watching. So fun.
It's all good.
If I had a second monitor, I'd be golden, but it's okay.
All right, I missed mine.
I'm just.
Does yours have an output to run to the TV? HDMI?
I can, but it's like 9 feet from me right now.
I could get you a 20-foot HDMI cable.
I could mono price all that.
All right. So we have one more DJ or 2 more?
One more. We'll wait for this breakdown.
There you go.
Then I will go to the third.
Got some good jams. I feel like I'm at the rave at a other known con.
Yep.
Right. Minus the drugs and the drama.
All right. Adam Worth is not online right now. But we got our DJ Dante Verde is on, so let's go. All right, so once this breaks down right here.
On to the next room party. Good seeing you, bro. That was good.
All right, diving in one more time from the screen share.
I'd say they're going to be running till 3 a.m., aren't they?
Oh yeah, so
till
all
3.
these links, all the links I put in, it's going to be till 3 a.m.
Oh, he's got our banner. Awesome.
All right. DJ Dante is aware of our presence now. I'm going to host him from the 82 Skidoo channel and blow him up big.
Oh, he has drink recipes at the bottom. Wow. Gunfire.
That's actually really awesome. Yeah.
Dark rum of your choice added to 1 cup of strong black tea. Ooh. It's like a reverse Irish coffee. Ooh. Ooh. That does sound good. I'd probably have to go with either Kraken or Captain Morgan.
Like, I got super addicted to Kraken when it first, went on the scene, at GMX and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I made myself sick of it, but I haven't really... I haven't had a drink in 2 months now, so I should be okay to go back on whatever. So,
well, at my house I've got a bottle of Fireball, a bottle of Kahlua, a bottle of Bailey's at the moment. So,
if anyone else is posting in the room, they got a couple of people chilling out, so jamming the night away.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our third room party. Got 3 DJs rocking and rolling. And this is, yes, DJ Plastic Citizen.
DJ Plastic Citizen is Dante, or that was the one we just
The other guy, the one from before.
Right.
Yeah, this is Dante Verde, the green Dante.
DJ Dante Verde. Yep. Oh wait, he's looking. I like his shirt though.
Oh yeah, that's dope.
Yep. He's got drinks. Oh,
yeah, getting him some beverage ready.
There you go. Oh, he just took some. There you go. That's what he's drinking. That's why he's got the recipe there. But what tea would you use? I would go. It says strong black tea, so I'd go with Earl Grey.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely Earl Grey at that point.
Gotta have the Captain's Earl Grey.
Make it
so. Make it so
Picard gunfire.
Yep.
I wonder if you use Earl Grey, you could just name it the Make It So.
That's what I would call it, the Make It So. Yeah. Depends on what rum you use, though. I mean, well, actually, no, wait. Captain Morgan would work because it's a captain. So there you go. Make it so. Captain Morgan and Earl Grey. Now you're making me want to get some Captain Morgan rum and some Earl Grey tea.
And then we would end up with the Catherine Jane way, which would be black coffee and I don't know, it'd have to be something clear, like vodka.
Vodka? Yeah, there you go. So get you some Kettle One and some coffee.
Yep, Kettle One and some black coffee, and call it the Delta Quadrant. Or
there you go.
See, we'll do geeky recipes next time then.
Yeah.
Heck, I wouldn't mind having a geeky baking thing next time. That could be fun.
You need to talk to my wife then. She loves baking.
Yeah, we could do geeky shaped cookies, or make a TARDIS cookie or something. Just something fun. So.
Yeah. 5 minutes left to the end of our day, gentlemen.
It's almost over.
Mm-hmm.
Long day. Definitely not as stressful as a regular convention. I will give it that.
Amen.
No drama, no he said, she said bullshit. So, oh yeah. No, I don't want to sit next to this person.
Oh, that's that jam right there.
Oh, yep. This is, everyone knows this one.
Breakdown. Old school. Hey, even the con host has to have a fun end of the day party. Come on now.
I don't have. Well, actually, I do have a drink here still. I don't even have a drink in the house anymore.
Robert, I have to work, people, tomorrow. I can't get drunk. Sorry.
But I do have Icelandic vodka that my friend brought from Iceland last time he was there.
That's cool.
Nah, he doesn't drink, so.
That's true. He don't drink. That's right. It's your imaginary drink. It's your sweet tea.
We can drink enough for him.
Chai tea.
Actually, you know, I would take you up on a chai tea latte right now.
I love it so much.
Love me some chai tea latte.
Well, next time we'll have the chai tea bar then.
Robert comes to the house too. I'll make him some chai tea. Got a whole case of it before the house burned up. Oh.
Okay.
Damn, that wore him out.
Let's all break this down and go into our Facebook chat and sort of do an after chat and then break it up for the night.
Boom. Done.
So what are we doing?
We're actually signing out for tonight. Robert didn't sign out very well. He didn't even hit in broadcast up there. So we're going to sign out for tonight. We did 12 hours, and some change today. And that's pretty awesome for any convention period. So it's going to be, in the words of Nick Diamond and Johnny Gomez from Celebrity Deathmatch, it's going to be good night and good fight.
Good night and good fight, everybody. See you later tomorrow for day 2.
See you tomorrow.
CovidCon.